Alright. Oh, gotta plug in my controller. There we go. What do I need? Let's see. X. Feathers. I have a lot of feathers. Hammer, chisel, knife. Okay, and get everything else during the thing. I guess we bring our bone crossbow. What am I looking for? Amulet accuracy. Can I make a diamond amulet? What crafting level do I need for this? 70. Oh, ham storeroom. Hold on. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, not right now. Not worth. Alright. We're looking swag. Where does this one start? AKS. Okay. AKS. These are where the doogie leaves are. And a cabbage. And a tomato. Alright, I need to kill some wolves anyway. Oops. I wonder if there's any sort of safe spot here. I don't see one that seems likely. Oh, wait. Okay, apparently this is a safe spot. All the better. Excuse me, I'm fighting this wolf. How many wolf bones do I need? 4. Is that 4 that I got? No, 3. Wait, is this the wolf that I had already hurt? Yeah. Alright, well, good enough. Oh, wolf bone. Nice. Okay, stop hitting me. Ooh, this music. Oh, it's... I did grab a knife, right? Yeah, there it is. Highlighted it. Tricked me. The fancy toadies.
Oi!
Oi. How was working? You already back?
Duh. Yeah, I'm back. I decided I would stop at 11.
Nice.
And if my boss is mad, I don't care. I've worked many weekends.
Yeah, you have. Yeah. Yes, queen.
Pause. So now I'm exploring the depths, sort of.
I'm googling I'm googling toad inflation.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Literally inflating toads.
Hmm. Uh, does the treasure finder show things in the depths
Probably.
on the world map? Because I feel like I've gone over all of the depths and haven't found anything. Where do you get is there a special place to get the depths? Oh, oh, oh. Is there a special place to get um a depths? Ooh, we got the Cerulean book. Hell yeah. Doesn't matter. Do you have to buy the depths map from somewhere, or do you have to complete, like, just find it?
I think you just have to find it.
Yikes. Okay.
I need my arrow. I don't want to make another arrow. No, the choppy bird, it's gone.
You have to make arrows?
Yeah. Well, for this quest specifically. Yeah.
I do wish that there were more places to warp to in this game. Because it is sometimes a little inconvenient to get places. Like getting up to Tar Mountain over and over again.
Need more ogre arrows. Frick, that means I have to kill another wolf. Another woof.
Left.
No. Shoot the wolf. Don't chop the tree. I think I can shoot him through this gap. Yeah. Suck it, wolf! You can't get me from here! You're dead! You're ever dead, kiddo! My range level is now 42. Weird. Are these wolf bones? Or are these just bone bones? Those are just bone bones. I think this quest unlocks a minigame no sane person would ever do. Like, making the most inconvenient arrows to hunt a bird that gives no practical value. Truly the British way. The best part about RuneScape, Q, is that you get to make fun of British people while you play it.
Oh, well, that is that is good.
Because it's made by freaking Brits. That's why I was joking yesterday after you left with Talon that, like, that's why farming is one of the most important skills in this game, because, like, British people dream of a world where, you know, it doesn't rain all the time and it's nice and you can grow whatever you want. But they'll never experience that joy.
Rip. Okay, I got into the sanctuary, but I can't do anything.
Which sanctuary?
I turned in all the books.
Tried being better at the game?
I'm trying.
Oh.
I can't get into the thing because the door is locked. I can't climb anything that I'm able to find.
I'm pretty sure it's just ice puzzles, bro.
Oh, it is just an ice puzzle, bro. Idiot. I didn't even think of that.
Where's my chompy bird? God dang it. Where's my chompy bird? Do I have to go on this side of the thing? No. Freaking, I'm gonna have to inflate another toad. I'm googling, that's it, I'm googling toad inflation. No one can stop me.
Or nor.
This is literally the worst game experience I've had, is waiting for these stupid chompy birds.
Yikes.
I'm out of toads. Now I have to Google toad inflation again. F off, wolf.
Hello?
Hi, Brittany.
What are you guys doing?
Playing Crystal Project, watching Unite.
Watching Unite? What does that mean?
It's the EU Championships.
Oh shit. What's the stream?
Pokemon, I'm sure.
No, it says VGC Day 1.
Oh, is it also VGC? What's...
He doesn't even know what he's watching.
Oh, it's Vancouver. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Fuck
Bro,
Unite. I'll
whoa,
watch
what the
VGC.
fuck, what the fuck is the Unite stream?
Pokemon, Unite. Twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite.
Oh shit.
It's losers finals.
I just want to see. Wait. Oh, I see here. Are they in the middle of a game?
Yeah.
How many viewers? Not 800 viewers. This game's popping off.
Nouns
Nouns Esports.
Nouns Esports, yeah.
Okay, that's a team name.
They won Worlds last year.
Oh shit. That means I have to watch this.
They're in losers. They've been playing poorly.
Where's the chompy birds, bro?
Okay, so the meta. Wait, it's like double defender, like the meta?
No, that's just what they've been picking because they've been getting owned. The first in the winners finals that they just did, they did a triple defender comfy Decidueye.
Oh, they're ready. They're ready to fucking brawl right here.
Oh yeah.
Alright, I'll watch this team fight and we'll see what happens. Bro! Oh, they lost. Now
Damn.
Esport. It's over.
No, it's just Regice.
It's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
they're
not over
getting
till- it's
they're
not
getting
over till they
stomped.
get Rayquaza.
Yeah.
Dude, these chompy birds they ain't real.
What are you doing? Minecraft?
RuneScoop.
RuneScape. That's close.
I'm googling toad inflation.
Okay.
That's all.
Wait, when they add Clefable?
Recently.
Oh shit. What is that? Dodrio skin? Is that like Christmas?
It's a yeah, it's a Christmas one, yeah. Clefable's pretty good. It's got a gravity which prevents dash moves.
Like when they get hit by it, they cannot dash.
Yeah, so it sets up a gravity well around it to prevent anything from dashing into it. So like in team fights, you can just set your gravity down, and things can't get in.
What's this moon thing? Is that the gravity?
That's Moonlight. It's just healing.
Oh, eel.
Come here, Toady.
Is Garchomp meta?
No.
Hi,
They've introduced pick and ban now.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Why wasn't that
Wow,
from
they
the start?
discovered the
I don't know.
technology. They've discovered the technology that freaking
Wait, what did they do
whatever
before?
games
Just
did
blind
forever
pick?
ago.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
ARAM.
Yeah.
Where the chompy bird, bruh?
I don't know. What does Google say?
It says suck my dick.
Sika? Need to-
Yeah. Am I doing it wrong somehow? Do I need to walk further away? No, that's too far.
Okay, let's see. This is basically lose or win.
No,
Yeah.
Rayquaza's. You can get Rayquaza and still lose
Oh, that means
because
there
you
must
just
be
have to
a-
destroy their shields. So if you kill Rayquaza but their team's still healthy, they'll just target you down.
Wait, how do they? When you play the game, you can't see the score, right?
Correct.
When you're playing Observer, you can clearly. It's just.
I guess so. Or maybe it's just like the specific tournament setup.
Oh yeah, dude. There was never a chance for them.
Rip nouns.
That's what.
Dude, look at all the 50s.
Yeah, that's what they get for.
Team wiped. Damn. Yeah, it's owned. It's over.
But the shield just lets
Choppy
you
bird!
slam without getting interrupted. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Better than the Zapdos. Yeah.
Yeah, where if you get it, you just slam and you
You
win.
just instantly win. Yeah.
Yes!
Oh, that was exciting. I
Yeah.
got a Chompy Bird. Now esports lost.
Oh yeah.
Time to go to an actual good stream.
Wow. VGC?
They're on pause or something.
Oh, I got
Hi,
a
Dom's Pokemon.
choppy bird! That's the worst thing I've ever done in my life.
This is a hard puzzle. But yeah, the meta picks right now are Trevenant and Espeon.
Espeon.
Yeah, Espeon got like a major buff apparently.
What does Espeon do again?
It's ranged.
Sucks my dick.
Is it new? One of the newest EVs?
No, Glaceon is the newest EV. Espeon was like absolute shit until the most recent patch.
Where's the potato? I just promised potatoes. It's a cabbage. Where's the potato? Where's the potato? There it is. Yeah. Okay, now I just need a tomato. Or an onion. There's an onion.
Ogres are like onions.
Yeah, I'm actually fighting ogres. Alright, so what do I do now? Yeah, draw the cave. Yes, to children. Okay.
Okay. Yup.
Oh yeah, apparently Eldegoss is also meta.
I feel like Eldegoss is always kind of meta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just Giga heals and Giga shields. You can't go wrong.
Alright, I'm glad the quest is basically over. I hunted the choppy bird.
Congrats.
Now I can do Zoger Flesh Eaters quest. I want tomato with mine. Okay, and what does this idiot want? Cabbage. Tomato and cabbage. I can do that. Onion.
Oh yeah. Oh, Tristan got his account back.
Hell yeah.
3 days later.
That's crazy.
It took that long, yeah.
Cabbage. Oi, I made me a seasoned chompy.
Cole blimey.
What happens if you burned it? You have to find a new bird?
I don't think you can burn this one.
What the hell?
Yeah, just that other one that cost me 15 fishing levels. But I got my 15 fishing levels. Alright, we've cooked.
Wait, you're
the
still on
chompy.
that same quest?
No, I finished that one.
Oh,
No one's
okay.
Alright, now we're moving on to Zoger Flesh Eaters. Wait, what's a comp ogre bow?
Oh, I guess it's diadem time.
It's what time? Diadem?
Diadem. I'm at 280k minor. That's a little bit past the halfway mark.
Congrats.
Yeah. Yep.
It ain't real.
Oh wait, I didn't do my mental roulette today. Let me do that. Do that first.
Oh, it's Brazil, pretty.
What do you mean it's Brazil?
They're showing the Brazil finals while we're waiting.
When did that happen?
It's right now.
Wow.
No, the Brazil finals is right now?
Yeah.
What?
Alright, I guess I'll use Crumble Undead.
Feel when Quaxley's hair is as big as his head
Yeah.
on that plushie.
Dude. They might bring Quaxley to Unite. Which would be very funny.
That would be very funny, yes.
But the next ones are Gudra is up next. Ivan's favorite.
Oh, I saw that,
Then-
yeah.
Then Umbreon, then Lapras, or maybe it's Gudra, Lapras, Umbreon, Chandelure. But those are the next four.
Lapras.
Larpass.
Yeah, let me know when Chandelure gets in and I'll play.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm saving my money to buy Chandelure.
Look, yeah, look how many tournaments is going on. COVID's dead. Pokemon saved people from COVID.
Well, I bet they're doing Pokemon like on, or Unite at least is online.
Oh.
Don't sound so excited.
But I think yeah, PGC's IRL.
Oh shit. Worlds is in Japan this year? Kinda cool.
Yeah. Listening to these people commentate in Portuguese is wild.
Portuguesa?
It sounds like Slavic.
That's offensive. Go free, Mr. Toad. Can't believe Q hates the Slavic people.
True.
Four buckets of sand. Alright, let me set up quick prayers. Look at these. Why are they dancing? Quit dancing. What is this cutscene? Look at this go. Look at that go. Oh, I gotta search the skeleton. Oops. Ah, frack. I forgot a knife. How do I get out of here? Oh, right there. need a knife. Oi, that's no knife. Oh my gosh, it gave me a knife. Oh, I'm so stupid. How was I supposed to know? How was I supposed to know? Can I save spot this ogre? That'd be nice. Maybe I can save spot him around here. Seems plausible. Oh, you can hit me from here.
Was Talon trying to convince me to kill the idiots in the New World, the bosses, the boss rush?
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't trying to convince you of anything. It's just, it's the best option.
So you just fight the same one, the like early ones over and over?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just give you 100 T-posts.
Yo, Talon Flame, boom, boom.
Talon Flame.
What's an ogre coffin key? Ogre coffin key. Find some standard ogre bones. Thanks. Oh god. Guess I'll find another one. Hey, I got a Zoger button. Okay, that's what I want. Alright, let's minigame teleport. Last man standing. Where's the others? Oh, I must wait another 5 minutes before I can use minigame teleports. Well, screw that. Take me to my house. Alright. Let's make these ogre bones. Let's plant sand. We don't need this rotten food. We got an extra knife. Just a dagger. Lobsters right now. Okay, now I just realized this is like really unnecessarily risky. Oh well.
Do it.
Yeah, I'm in the PvP area.
Do it.
Because my teleport cooldown was down, so I was like, well, I need to restore my stats, and the best way to do that is PvP zone. Alright, I'm fine. I'm fine, it was guaranteed. Everything's fine. I just need to talk to Sandbert. Who doesn't love Sandbert? He's my favorite sand-themed NPC.
Yeah, that's my favorite level in Mario.
Sandbert?
Yeah, Sunshine. Sandbird.
Oh, Sandbird. I get ya. Okay. Took me
Oh,
a minute.
pretty.
Wait, what were you saying? That's all I was hearing.
Bert. Bert.
Sandbert. God, they're still talking.
Who's they?
On the Pokemon stream.
Oh, I mean that's what happens. Oh, on the VGC.
Yeah, the VGC.
Oh, they're doing the final. It's the finals of the Unite. If you
Okay, I'm
wanna
going
watch.
back to Unite. Everyone go back.
Okay.
Hallie Believers. Oh shit, they have a Buzzwole. Ew, someone chose Lucario.
Yep.
Man, Slowbro is just OP, huh? Slowbro Trevenant.
Yeah.
One on every team. Oh, they're dead. It's the comeback, baby. Where's that Buzzwole skin?
Yeah. BDSM Buzzwole.
Yeah, I didn't think I wanted to see Buzzwole wearing clothes, to be honest.
What about Pheromosa?
When they add Pheromosa to the game.
Dude, they need to add more UBs.
Yeah.
Give me Stack Attacka. $236 to 0 is oof.
Yeah, big oof.
Here they go. They're gonna dunk that.
Duck this.
I mean, listen, you have 5 people with 50 points at the end after,
After winning Rake, yeah.
yeah. It's just 500 points. Easy.
Sandbert. Sandbert! Yeah, free sand.
Wait, Bravebird does that in this game?
Yeah, Bravebird Plus, yep.
More people you hit, less damage you take?
Yep.
What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense. How did he know? Slowbro cheating? Question mark?
Mm. Maybe they were watching him.
Ah.
Not at all. Just doing my part. I'm doing my part.
Uh-oh.
Dude, they just deleted that Buzzwole.
Yeah, where was the team? Where was that team?
No, Talonflame, fly, hurry!
Dude, how are they losing the team fight when they literally instantly deleted one Pokemon?
I think they just used too many of their Unite moves at once.
Yeah, fool.
Here we go.
They lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
Oof.
Is it a best of 3? What's
Yeah,
like... Oh yeah,
it's
it is.
best
I
of
see
3.
There's little boxes. I see it.
Let's see. What is he? What did Lincoln?
Why is Talonflame not dunking? See, they have 50 up in the corner and they're not doing anything. All right.
That guy's sandbagging.
Yeah, it's just waiting.
Yeah, that's a report. What's his name?
Did they even score at all? I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so. For the last, minute and a half, they were just fighting middle.
Oh my god.
Yikes. Alright, the reason why the other team won is because they have a Korean player.
True.
Koreans love this game.
Do they really?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a MOBA. Is there a MOBA Koreans don't like?
Couldn't say, to be honest. Can't think of one. That's crazy that they couldn't even like dunk like even like 10 points at the beginning.
Yeah.
What were they doing?
Okay, I think I have the pieces for this, I think. Vial of water. Snakeweed. I'm smoking a snakeweed right now, yeah.
Nice, good RP.
Yeah, thank you. And a rogue's purse. Ricey's Balm, eh? Alright. Now we teleport to Castle Wars.
Ooh, Swiss round 3 starting soon? Question mark.
Yo, it's salad robes time.
Yeah, but what about salad fingers?
It's never salad fingers time. Guess I should grab some food. Give me some lobbies.
Yeah. Why do these guys have pedo stashes? I don't think these are the guys that should be representing our children's MOBA. This commentary sucks.
They're better during the matches than like
Yeah, filling air, yeah. For sure.
Hopefully this is enough casts. Oops.
Oh. Got him.
XXD.
I see.
Comfy.
True.
Oh, Comfy's new too, right? Like we said.
Yeah, Kofi's the most recent one before Zacian.
Oh.
Okay, I need to
It's pretty good.
freaking turn on protect from
You just have you seen them use it?
No, I don't know.
So you just put yourself as a ring around a Pokemon to support it, and then you can heal or shield,
Mm.
and then fire Grass Knot from running around on it.
Wait a second, that's a lead character.
That's what Ivan was saying, yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah, that's a lead character. You're like the cat or whatever the fuck that thing is.
Sure wish I had something to autocast. Oh my god, don't do this to me. There we go. You're effing dead, kiddo.
Nothing personnel.
Lots personal. Well, get him. Kill this man. Got me some org bones.
I barely know.
Same. Oh, now I have to set up my prayers again. Freaking dumb. I can't believe that guy made me pray ranged.
Ooh, Sableye, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Wait, why do I have 2 ogre artifacts?
Double support? Man, games just be like that, huh? No attackers.
I guess. I mean, you can do a ton of damage with Dodrio and Lucario. I feel like they don't have any range. I think they're just gonna get sniped by Espeon and Mew, but maybe not.
Okay, that's Questin.
Okay.
Herblore 35. Nice. Free Herblore. Alright, how does this Reices bomb work? 'Cause it's not
Herblin.
Reices bomb.
Damn, look at these plates.
Yeah,
Plates
they've got some good ones.
Look at these adventure plates on the Pokemon Unite. Unite did it first. Just
Oh
saying.
yeah, true. Dodo is really fun to play.
There we go. It took like 50 doses of this freaking bomb.
What's Sableye do?
So Sableye, if it's far away from opponents, it becomes invisible and then they can't see it unless they like have it on screen for a while. It also throws. It does lots of things with Aos energy. So like knocks off balls.
Hey,
No,
bomb!
I remember now. I remember.
Balls.
I remember.
And then it also throws fake balls on the ground to stun.
It's done.
Q
Yeah.
said balls.
Yeah.
Bowl.
Alright. Zoger Flesh Eaters. This quest done.
We got our first level 60. Oh baby.
Congrats.
Alright, what does that unlock? Rum deal. I don't have enough Slayer to do this. Slayer. I've been doing the same thing every time I say it. Why would they name the skill that? To be fair, I guess it predated Halo. I guess. Possible worn items.
Oop.
Put this away and that away. My coins away. This. We can drop this.
Oh man, I'm tired.
I guess let's do Shiloh Village since I gotta give this guy anything anyway. Shiloh Village. Can I do Shiloh Village? Yes, Queen.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I love the Shiloh Village. Alright,
Do you?
Yeah, I need Spain.
Holy, that bow on the Eldegoss.
Yeah.
It's literally the size of her
I love it. It's
actual
really good.
head.
Yeah.
Candle. Rope. Bronze wire. Means I need the bronze bar. A chisel. 3 regular bones. Do we even have any regular bones? No, but I'm sure I can get some.
Oh.
Oh.
Let me do this.
Vote free. Ooh.
F.
Is for friends who do stuff together.
It ain't looking too hot. Or woof woof.
Nope.
But U is for uranium bombs.
You think they're actual furries?
Yeah.
Definitely, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, dude. They're actually just feeding.
Yeah. Ooh. Rip Mew.
Lemieux.
There you go, Dodrio. Hell yeah. 3? Hell yeah. I love Dodrio.
It's over.
Look what it's doing it!
Oh wow, team wipe.
You may as well just surrender. Just forfeit. Just save everyone the 1 minute. Give gameplay.
FF.
Hell yeah, Dodrio.
You shouldn't you be working?
I already
I
did,
said-
bitch.
Wait, you had to work today?
He
Yeah.
always has to work on Saturday. Always. Every single
No,
time.
no.
They're gonna
Every
need him to.
single day of the week. Q loves working. He told me
I-
himself. He's
I
like
don't know,
Dave.
that's true.
He's like Dave. They're two birds of a feather, Q and Dave.
True.
Q loves coming in early and staying late to work.
I love coming.
He loves coming.
Well, that was embarrassing for the other team.
God, he's playing that.
We're
no, he's
watching.
watching it. Is that worse? I think it's worse.
Hell yeah, Dodrio.
You miss me working with your favorite race of fantasy creatures, Talon Ogres. Just the 2 ogre quests. I cured the zombie ogre plague, and I
Did you peel their layers?
I did have to use an onion. Not in
Nope.
that quest. I had to use an onion in the. I helped them hunt the chompy bird. It was the worst quest I've done in this game. The chompy bird would not spawn. I just wanted the chompy bird to spawn.
Are you really watching some kind of Unite stream that isn't even on anything else?
It's on. It's
It's
on
on.
Twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite, bitch.
Oh my god. Why do they have a channel for everything?
Why not?
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
I am not good with Slowbro. I don't like playing Slowbro.
Me neither.
But he's apparently really good.
These guys are bad at skill shots.
Yeah.
Slayer.
I think Slowbro's good when you actually have good teammates that can like capitalize on what you do.
No.
Yeah, well, Q's a bad teammate, so.
True. Pretty nose.
Yeah.
I've gotten a lot better. I'm veteran rank now. I'm almost to the ultra.
Oh.
Yeah, he's moved up to 12-year-old rank from 5-year-old rank. It's really moving up in the world. My god, there's more I'm helping more undead. But yeah, I decided instead of doing any sort of skilling tasks right now, I would just go on a questing spree.
I love
This guy's
questing.
questing.
I'm questing up a storm, yeah.
Talon, we found the key. We're grinding against a guardian right now. Just mash an X.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Cringe. If it were me, I would simply quit the game forever.
I'm having fun. I can't wait to start theory crafting.
That's cringe.
True.
Hopefully you're using your mastery scrolls.
Yep.
Proof that Ivan is a casual. I did my grinding and then quit forever.
Did you get your golden quint?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
The only one that I don't have is Scholar. That's okay. Oh, I guess I also need to find
You need
I
the
just-
summons.
maxed Mimic. I need to find the Mimic. Idiot.
Oh, you don't have the mimic scroll.
No.
Yeah, you should have you have access to everything Scholar now, and mimic is
Is what?
Yeah, I was just gonna label everything but Scholar and then go kill Scholar things.
I don't know how you didn't find the mimic, honestly.
I think I found it. I just only maxed a Mimic just now.
Oh. Okay, that's fair.
Hey, can someone answer this question for me?
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Elden Ring the one with the you jump off the balcony and there was a invader at the bottom in the huge room? That was Elden Ring, right?
That was
Yeah,
Ocarina
yeah,
of
yeah.
Time.
Yeah, okay. That was what?
What?
Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
Just ignore whatever Q says.
The invader was Navi.
What's happening? Spider, go the frick away. Now where's Chimkins?
Spider, poison this man.
I need to hit 3 Chimkins. Where's the Chimkins at? Chicken. South of Trufius, past the rotten fence. There's Chimkin. Die, Chimkin. Got him. Chicken's an idiot. Chicken. Die, chicken.
Wait, when's Easter? I gotta prepare buying chocolate.
Chocolate!
Chocolate.
I remember when they first invented chocolate, personally.
IDK. It's like April, I believe.
I think it's early this year. I don't know how
Easter
early.
is April 8th. Nope, just kidding. It is April 9th.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know how early.
It's 40 days after Ash Wednesday. 40 weekdays after Ash Wednesday, plus the Sunday.
Taspin Tuesday, Ashpin Wednesday.
Ashties. Ash Ketchum.
Same.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. He died in the war.
He's finally free.
He's free. They actually said, like, just kidding, we're gonna bring him back.
Wait, did they really?
No.
Yeah.
That's
As
the
what,
craziest
no.
thing I've ever heard.
They just said he's gonna be gone for a little bit, but he'll probably be around in the new anime. And he's
Oh,
not
so
gonna,
he'll be like, if he's aside, no, they should let him rest. But aside,
he's not
character
he's
is
not
less
gonna
awful.
get older either.
What the? No, no, stop.
Okay, I just got super poisons. This sucks.
Super poison.
Super poison. I was gonna say that.
It's 11 damage poison. Oof. Oh, come, let me out of here. Let me out of here. Alright, where can this glider take me? Tell me. Save me. Gnome! Gnome, I need your help. Oh, it's
Noam
crashed.
Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky, indeed.
Too much talking about
Oh,
your balls.
so-
Alright, VGC.
Yeah, I forgot that VGC
Yeah, I
is
forgot.
awake, so.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were watching this instead of just VGC.
VGC was like talking for like 40 minutes, like legit.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
I don't know. Maybe they have to wait for like literally everyone in that Swiss round to finish before they can start
Yeah.
the next one.
Yeah.
Mm.
What do we got? Mimikyu and Brute Bonnet. That's shiny one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What if we took old Pokemon and gave them really stupid names?
Yeah.
How am I gonna get back here? Oh, there's a gnome glider over there. Okay, I'm gonna ride that gnome glider.
Took old Pokemon and just slapped metal on them.
Where am I? I'm now Corid. That's fine. I'm just gonna chug an anti-poison. Just take a chuggy.
Oh, shiny. Shiny King
Shiny King Gambit. Hell yeah.
Rowlet next weekend.
Super anti-poison.
Hell yeah.
Chug.
We need to figure out what we want to use.
Did they say what kind of terror type it was again?
It's flying, terrifying.
Oh.
I was thinking like, what's it called? The fire rock from last gen. Carcoal's evolution. What's it called? I don't remember.
Not the train it should be, Mon.
The fire Pokemon from last gen?
Fire rock. Carcoal's evolution.
Oh.
Knackle? Garganackle?
No.
No,
The
that's the
Garganackle's
gen.
probably not bad either.
Pre-made Blurberry special.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. What the fuck is his name? What's the first one? Roly-Coly
Yeah.
and Carcoil.
And then that's the evolution called?
Colossal.
Colossal, yeah.
It's the only fire rock Pokemon.
No. Is it?
From last
It's
gen?
what came up when I searched fire rock Pokemon. So
Isn't Marcargo Fire Rock?
yeah, it is. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Set up quick prayers. Back to pray from melee. Okay. Oops. Hello, this music track is called Oriental. I'm
Excuse
offended.
me?
I didn't name it. I didn't name it. It was me. It's all my fault. Okay, first of all, stop attacking me!
I could be watching Ivan get owned by spiders.
There we go. Freaking dumb. Not getting owned by spiders. There's no spiders.
Getting owned by everything else then.
Not even getting owned. I'm just getting my text interrupted.
Getting incredibly owned.
I don't know that feeling.
Yeah, it's a feeling only Ivan really knows.
Got him.
Taunt. Does that even matter?
Is there a limit on the number of not beasts they can bring, or do they just do it arbitrarily?
Nope. You can bring whatever you want.
No, 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 we had him safe spotted. Okay, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you thought your fire type out in the rain was going to do, buddy. Guess you can't really switch in this situation.
Well, now if you bring in waking walker,
Yeah, walking wake.
walk waker,
Walk Wakesman.
Wake walker.
yeah.
Wanking Walksman.
You're saying these words, but no one understands what you're saying.
Hot's
Also, what I
cold.
said had no relevance to what Talon said. When are they introducing that stupid Pokemon that will eventually just have Trick Room built in?
Next
Really?
next gen.
Next gen, you think so? They're finally just
Yeah.
gonna
That would
commit
be
to it?
so cringe.
Yeah. It'll be a legendary. It'll be like a slow legendary.
Maybe the
Maybe-
turtle will have it.
Maybe we get another like space and time duo or something.
Another space? We already have space and time. We got
That's
space
why I
and-
said another.
He
You didn't
did
listen
say
to me.
I
another.
know,
I
but
don't-
why would we get another?
I don't know.
We have space and time at home. Space and time at home.
Well, you see, they're going to add ancient futuristic Dialga, and it'll have whatever.
Oh god. No, because they can't ever copy a gimmick more than one gen.
Also, it'll be a horse.
Well, that's true. They seem to be obsessed with horses these days, but. Alright, if this spider poisons me, joke's on it, because I have anti-poisons. I also don't even know if these guys can poison. I sus not. Man, I hate this town. Why does it extend so far out? Why does it have... Excuse me?
Excuse.
Getting attacked. By a Brudu victim. Don't be a Brudu victim. Victim culture!
Oh, sorry, it's back to 40 minutes of talking now.
Yeah.
Oh god, here we go again.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah, card games, blah.
I mean, if they're still talking on the Unite stream, that might be the only option.
Well, isn't Unite over? That team won.
Oh, was it over? Are
Yeah.
they not going to play
Yeah.
more games?
Unite
I
is
don't know,
over
they-
party.
Yeah, they did winners. They did like, I don't know, a finals already. What else is there to show?
I don't know. I didn't know where they were in any kind of schedule.
Hopefully nothing.
How much do you think they won first place?
They haven't
100
done grand
100
final yet. but
Zero
I-
money.
They haven't done grand finals yet. What the fuck did we just watch then?
They did just do grand finals.
No, grand finals are to be decided versus to be decided.
No, they just did it.
No,
I'm looking at the
this is a different-
schedule on their stream.
Yeah, this is a different. This is there's the team that we just
probably
watched is not
Brazil.
on that.
Can't believe you're inheriting the spirit of multiform because you hate Brazil.
Yes, that is also what I got out of the way of him saying the word Brazil in the manner that he did, clearly.
Brazil.
No, you idiot! Don't fall in the water.
Wrecked.
I've been over here like 4 times. I've never failed this much.
Maybe you should level your agility.
No. I refuse. Actually, I'm leveling it right now, Talon. I'm getting 1s of experience from climbing up that thing. No! Why did I fall again?
Maybe you should walk instead of running.
That doesn't mean anything.
What?
Here, I'll drink this cocktail. Give me some liquid strength.
I'm not sure how strength helps you keeps your balance.
What? Everyone
Good
knows you have better balance when you're drunk. See? Worked. It's all part of the plan, baby!
Scorpion poison this man.
They can't attack me. That scorpion's too weak. Yes, please. I can think of nothing nicer. I love when you respond to the narrator's prompts by saying please.
Please, please.
This is cringe. I'm cringing. Let me
So-
in.
This guy's getting owned by a pile of well-stacked rocks.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we made it. Right-click search the dolmen to the south. I'm a dolmen. Is this gonna summon the guy at me? Use a chisel on the pommel. Use the bronze wire on the beads to make a necklace. Hey, I made it up. Alright, how far do I have to go for this? God dang! Okay, no, that's actually not bad at all. I just used the Diddy Kong Racing command and Bob's my uncle. And I fell into the water first. That's, you know, whatever. Whatever.
If you had your graceful set, this wouldn't be a problem.
That's not true. It doesn't do anything for my agility level. What do you mean, It's fact. I'm telling you. I'm telling you it's a fact.
Like agility-related things, therefore you should definitely have it while doing all agility-related things. I don't understand.
I mean, that's how some people play the game. They literally wear that thing everywhere. Oh, whoops. It's not DKR. It's DKP. DKP. My Karambwa on kill points. Okay, no, watch out for the lion. Don't get owned by the lion. Yeah, that's right, lion. Stay right there, you bastard. Perhaps it needs a key. Oh, you gotta search. Okay. These quests had to have been impossible.
Oh my gosh, all of these streams are just talking forever when I look at them.
He looks at it, but he sees the talking.
Well, I don't hear the talking. I have it muted.
Oh.
We must enter the door of the dancing skeletons. Ivan's getting going by whatever that is.
Some sort of zombie. I don't think I'm very much getting owned. I seem to be owning it.
He's about to pull out the big damage right now.
I'm literally immune to everything he does. I had prayer on. Alright. Okay, stop exploding into freaking poison. Search the dolmen, ready to fight. I'm not ready to fight, but I can pretend. Okay. I know what I need to do to be ready to fight. Show combat spells only. Do not show spells I like the runes to cast. There we go. Crumble Undead's a nice big icon now. Lure him to the northern part of the dolmen to safe spot him. There we go. Alright, safe spotted. Dude, look at this nerd getting freaking turbo wrecked.
Riveting.
Found my own safe spot too. Really wish I had autocast for Crumble Undead. But alas, I do not. Did he just save spot himself? Okay. No, stop. Alright, there we go. What the heck? There we go.
Your mob appears to be stuck on a rock.
Yes, he's the vengeful, spooky, terrifying ghost. But I've used his one weakness.
Walking slightly around a rock.
Mm-hmm. You're not wrong. Whew, okay. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Everyone knows the one weakness of every spooky, ancient, horrifying necromancer ghost is to, you know, just kind of trap him around a rock.
Clearly.
Yeah, I think that's like a Terraria strat, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Put him in the cage. Oh, beer back.
Okay, bye.
Bup, 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 bup. Alright, now it's time to fight the true boss again, Talon. I have to go back into that other place. The agility thing. To climb across the bridge again. Fate worse than death itself. There's no way there ain't no way I'll be able to do this. I did it. Hey, I got in the first try this time. Woo! That's what I've been waiting for! Quest complete. That one had a lot of running. Alright, now I should be able to go inside Shiloh Village. Get my reward. Or rather, utilize my reward. Because that thing. An Oomly bird. Oomly my dick. Wait, why are there still zombies? There shouldn't be. Oh, I see. You just talked to this guy. Then you don't have to walk past the undead. Nice. There's a nice bank here. Oh, and a furnace. Ooh. Oh. And I think this general store is the one that'll buy my crap. Now Yankee Soba Pan. Who's Yankee Soba? This guy.
Oh! Pokemon Unite. Backup, baby. GT versus Team YouTube.
What is that even
Are they
mean?
doing an exhibition match? What's happening?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
Buddy, you've got a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. One small favor. Bareback sec.
Oh. Maybe we watched EU?
We did watch you, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe this is like NA or something.
Oh, it's NA.
It says NA at the
NA
top.
aim. Oh.
That makes
Alright, we're back.
perfect sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Is that why one of the competitors' name is got some underscores in it?
It's not supposed to win.
You're a professional.
I am professional, bitch.
That guy's playing. What's that bird called again? Cramorant?
Cramorant? Yeah.
I'm back.
The same guys are commentating NA.
Is it?
Well, you think
Yeah.
they can afford multiple
Spraggles.
commentators for this?
No.
That's fair.
It's me stretching and dying. Alright, what do I need here? Let's make sure I have all the materials here. Whoops.
Nice picture in picture.
Yeah. Holy, that Dodrio literally just one-shot that guy.
Yeah, Dodrio is so good.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
As fuck.
I love Dodrio.
You would.
I do.
Guy's in love with a Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm in love with the stripper.
Are you sure Lucario isn't more your type, Q?
It's definitely not my type.
That's a good. No, I think Talon has a good point.
Maybe you'd prefer a nice Zoroark?
Alright, let's deposit all of our worn items. So we don't know what we'll need. Don't need that. We need a chisel. We need bronze bar. We need an iron bar. We need 4 steel bars. We don't need this or these feathers. Oh, that's silver bars. Do we have any? Do we not have any steel bars? We only got 2. All right. Well, it's time to superheat some iron. God, magic's too powerful.
What is this guy saying?
So stupid.
1 Marintil, 2 Guams, Terralander. An empty cup. A pot. Alright, I think we're ready to get started here. We need a lot of teleports. So we got this fire staff. Let's just grab some water and earth runes. So I don't know where I'll need to go, but this should be good. This should be good. Alright. Let me tell you about mahogany.
Mahogany.
Ports Rim Act Shop. Alright. Rat catcher minigame teleports. Okay. This quest is already. I can already tell it's gonna be good. It's literally Zelda fetch quest. Gotta get a
Oh,
piece
yeah.
of red mahogany. So I went to get the piece of mahogany. Guy gave me his axe to get sharpened. Give the guy the axe to get sharpened. He says, "Oh no, my friend needs a character witness. Go to the nearby village and talk to this lady."
What?
Yep.
Hello?
Here we go.
What are you doing?
What are you selling?
That's coming out soon.
Oh yeah, I forgot they were remaking it.
What's being remade?
Resident Evil
RE4.
4. Could I ask you about being a character witness? Not at the minute, I'm afraid. I'm really worried. My new apprentice has gone missing.
Oh no.
A small
I know.
favor, that's all I ask. Check out that old abandoned building. See if there's any.
You must hold on.
reason for
You must
Jim-
perform a small favor to be his character witness, or
Yeah, for her to be his character witness. Okay, so now I gotta go to the Ham
Oh, okay.
hideout.
Ham.
Ham. Yeah.
I thought they were getting you to be the character witness after you just showed up.
No. They're just
What is
asking
this
me
place?
to talk.
Ham. Hideout.
Ham.
Ham. Check health willow tree. Get some free XP while I walk by. Yep, it's a willow tree. Alright, next. Ham.
Willow.
Ham willow.
BRB.
There we go. Ham.
Ham.
Looking for Jimmy the Chisel. I suppose you need to do me a favor? Yes, if you can organize some chickens in exchange for Jimmy's release. Oh no. I'm negotiating a hostage situation. Okay, I will do this for you.
I have 12 matchstick.
I will do this for you. All right, while I'm here, actually, this is convenience. I need to go to the ham storeroom, but I don't know where it is.
Behind the ham store.
Oh, behind the ham store. I didn't check. I didn't think to check the ham store. Okay, it's right here. Open the hidden trapdoor. That's oh no, don't attack that guy. All right, well
Heal
whatever.
him.
He's dead. I mean, I'm not afraid to kill him. I'm not a wuss. It's just I didn't mean to attack him. But
I'm weak.
he is a human against monsters.
Do it.
You know, if I was a human against monsters racist group, I would dress in bright pink and have my logo be a ham symbol.
Ham.
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
Ham. Wait, monsters against humans?
No, humans against monsters. They want all monsters to be genocided. They're not very nice. They're not very nice folks. That's what I'm trying to say. I need to change my plugin. Let's see. There's something about right-clicking.
Hey.
Aim. Menu entry swapper, here we go. NPC swaps.
What's so fun?
Commentators.
Is this about these dorks that are talking, or do you switch screens?
No, it's
No,
the Unite. It was good. It
What the
was a good
fuck?
roast.
Yes. What the fuck? Why?
Why? Because Kofi got Rayquaza with its basic attack.
Yeah, okay, but like, did he really have to pull up his controller and be like,
He's just Josh and Pretty,
okay,
making jokes.
guys, look, this is how you play.
Yeah.
Kofi, press this button.
Kofi, press B.
Press B. God, Jesus Christ.
Got him.
Yeah, I don't understand how this works. Oh, what do I have? I have a bronze key and a silver key.
Hell yeah, Team Unknown. That's my team.
Boo.
Boo, boo this man.
Don't
Boo
boo
the
me.
man.
This ham guard wants me to keep my hands to myself. Funny joke. Turn up volume. There we go. Diamond ring, sapphire amulet, and sapphire necklace. Not really what I'm exactly looking for here. Oh, whoops, as soon as you leave, you have to repick.
That's crazy that they're not banning Urshifu.
Yeah, Dodrio, too strong.
Hell yeah.
What are my actual chances?
I like playing
of
Venusaur.
this?
Venusaur's pretty fun.
I don't enjoy Venusaur.
I enjoy it.
Penis,
It's good, but I'm like bad with it.
Penisaur.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for a diamond necklace.
I think my top two or top three are Talonflame, Dodrio, and
Diamond.
Mime.
I'm impressed they have the pick and ban thing here. It's impressive.
Well, it only took them a year.
And they only seem to have one ban for,
Yeah.
for each team, but you know.
Well, there's only like 10 Pokemon that you can play.
much is a raw sapphire worth? 150? Yeah, fine. Free money.
Oh, Machamp's so annoying.
Who is he? You?
Yeah.
Got him. Got him.
You got him.
Come on, bro. I just want a diamond amulet. I just want a diamond amulet. I just want one. Stop! You is a thief! Yeah, that's the idea. It's kind of the whole point.
Hey, fucking mugshot.
Getting roasted. Oh my god. That's me.
Yikes. It's not you. Or that's you roasting other
Rex,
people?
Rex, the guy with the shit profile is me.
Oh. Yeah, but like at 14, you have like a proper plate, don't you?
I did until I got glammed, and then
Oh. Yeah.
I got glammed.
I got glammed.
Do I keep this ruby? Ruby? No.
Feeding.
Yeah, that's me. I'm feeding.
Okay, that Sprinkles is a very funny commentator.
This guy's enjoying these bad jokes.
I am.
It's cute. Of course he would be. Yo, it's Rick Turpentine. Hi. Thanks for the cosmic talisman. Drop. Oh my god, just let me pickpocket this man. I know I'm a thief. Just let me pickpocket you. I want my necklace. Don't have a raw chicken in your pocket. That's weird, bro.
Or are you just happy to see me?
No.
Oh.
No. Team YouTube versus Dragon Ball GT.
Alright. That's a good selection of keys. Alright, whatever. Baronski. We got 3 iron keys.
Oh god. Team YouTube dead. Look at this Blissey just walking around.
Yeah.
And no one cares.
They're trying to.
Oh!
Did they snipe it?
Yeah, they
Oh,
did.
Urshifu got it. Damn.
Oh, bad. What were their team doing?
I think that's why Blissey was running around. They were also trying to snipe it.
Ivan, what's an Urshifu?
It's some Gen 8 DLC mod.
Yeah,
That is true. That's exactly
it's true
what it is.
actually.
Yeah.
I don't know what it does
wouldn't
though.
lie.
I never played.
It has two forms: rapid style and strike style. It's either water fighting or dark fighting.
I learned that from the anime actually.
Mm.
Yeah.
Shut up, guard. Just let me steal your pockets. Yes, your actual pockets. Give me them. Now, Talon, what's better, pickpocketing racists or pickpocketing farmers?
Racists.
Are they racist against all bad?
No, they're racist against monsters.
Oh.
I mean, I guess Waka would probably call all bad monsters.
He definitely would, actually.
Alright, 2 silver keys, 2 iron keys. Let's effing go. Is this the iron door? Yeah. Wow, a gold amulet. Wow.
That's funny.
What does an emerald necklace even do? Emerald necklace. I don't think I've ever equipped one of these. What does it do? Emerald amulet. Emerald amulet. This probably does something freaking weird. Oh no, that's the amulet of defense. Deleted. Alright, I guess we'll pickpocket until we whiff one more time. Okay, 2 more times.
Big plays.
Okay, one more
Big
time.
moves.
Alright. Bronze. One more bronze key. Alright, Fred the Farmer, I've got bad news. Your kid's been kidnapped by racists. But I'm sure you'll have one small favor you need me to do. His small favor is he needs me to talk to another farmer who has more chickens.
I'm a goofy goober. Is that someone's name?
Maybe.
Wait, did I really get 23,000 coins from that short pickpocketing session? That's actually wild. Okay, I guess it's
What
not
are
What's
they
that much.
happened?
saying?
It's not that much further to rock.
What are these like references or like
I believe when they say
metaphors?
hundo burgers, they mean dropping 100 score.
Hundo burgers though? Like what?
Yeah.
I'm eating me hundo burgers.
Like they don't even look like burgers.
I don't know. I just work here.
Turns out, yes, 20 seconds is not a lot of time to dunk goals.
Uh-huh. None of them were named Goofy Goober. They just decided to throw out a random ass.
It's
SpongeBob
turning us into a
reference.
goofy goober.
That's a problem. Like kids even these days even know what a Goofy Goober is. Like SpongeBob. Like have they
No.
remade that arc?
I think kids still watch SpongeBob.
No, but they watch new SpongeBob. I'm saying like does the new SpongeBob
the
even
old stuff.
reference
Yeah,
like,
the bad SpongeBob.
Goofy Goobers?
They also
Goofy.
were saying that they were.
Know the lore. Goofy Goobers is actually the start of Bad SpongeBob. It's the movie.
I believe in the one of the games that they're watching, they're saying they're gonna grab the Wumbo for winning the W.
Fuck.
So maybe it's just this guy that says a bunch of SpongeBob references.
One small favor. What? One small favor. And I'm going to Barbarian Village to get a pot. One small favor.
Okay, there.
No.
He's not.
Oh.
I'm just doing one small favor. This quest is actually pretty funny. The increasingly convoluted way they are sending me around is making the corners of my mouth upturn, but I'm not laughing. But it is at least humorous. I'm gonna go restore my run energy while I'm here. This is big brain plays right here. Barracks Enclave. One small favor, guys. Just one. Please, bro.
Bro, please.
Do me one small favor. Oh, this will restore my HP too. That'll be nice. Doi, Dutch noise. Bum 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 bum. I'm
Rip
making a
YouTubers.
waka. Waka, yeah. Canoe, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, back to VGC. We got a game halfway through.
Hell yeah.
Oh, it's Cybertron.
Boop, boop,
Yo!
boop, boop, boop.
The heck's a Cybertron?
It's one of the good VGC players. He was good a long time ago. He's back in
I
Pog
think
form.
he's too old now. He's a boomer.
But I'm a boomer.
Wait, who's Cybertron? I just see Aaron Zhang
We
and
got
Racing
Aaron
the
Zhang.
Wolf.
It's
Okay.
interesting.
I guess I'll just walk this way. Oh wait, I can't get up from over here. I gotta go around this way. Yeah, I remember. I remember.
I remember.
I'm gonna smack these guys to death with this staff. Oh no, wait, maybe I'll just smack them to death with this axe. So I do not feel like going to get a weapon. That's why we have spells, or prayers. Alright, now I gotta go to Taverly. Is that the one near Falador? Yes, it is. Teleport to Falador.
That earthquake didn't do much.
Intimidated. Resisted. Flying.
Because I know it's still early, but what do I want for dinner?
I don't know. Name 3 things.
Ooh. I can't name 3 things in the world. Sushi. Sandwich or Japanese food.
What kind of sandwich?
I don't know.
Hmm.
There's lots of options for sandwich.
Sushi
Second-
sounds good.
Yeah, I was thinking probably sushi. there's the cup of tea. Okay, so maybe we go to
Holy! How'd that just one shot?
Columbia?
Damn.
No, we can't go to
Oh
Columbia.
my
Maybe we
god!
go to the duel arena.
Oh, 2 health! No! It's over.
It's ogre.
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, okay. Just kidding. Great Tusk's gonna win. All right. Talon, how does it feel that someone's using an ice type Pokemon on purpose?
It's, clear,
It appears to be wearing an Earth hat.
it's clearly an accident.
Yeah, it turns out just make it not an ice type, bro, and it's fine.
Yeah, easy. It's quite simple, actually.
The only good thing this game did is make a Delibird a god.
Evo downloaded. Not even close, baby.
All right, well, back to talking. Back to Unite.
Yeah. Woo!
Woo!
Oh no, draft starting, baby.
Oh, baby.
Busy bee.
Oh baby.
Rip Mew. So there's a YouTube team and a Twitch TV team?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't really know.
Why are we getting a Kiwi announcer? Yikes. Shouldn't they be asleep?
Yeah.
Okay, now I have to go to Catherby. I don't remember where Catherby is. Oh, it's over there. So probably just as fast to walk down the goddamn mountain. If I can find the right path down the mountain, that is. Probably here?
Hey, what?
Oh no, I went the wrong way. Okay, so let's just do Camelot teleport. I need to talk trash to you.
That's a weird way to approach someone.
Triple redundant arrow super housers, Talon.
What?
First, one small favor.
One more favor.
I'm like 30 favors deep. Am I gonna have to go backwards through all this?
I hope so.
Me too. Can you give me a weather forecast? Wait, where am I going? Wrong way. This quest guide says, oh, just teleport using a skills necklace. Do I look like I have a skills necklace? If I had a dragonstone, do you think I'd be doing this quest? Yeah, probably. I still would, but still. I'd murder somebody for it. I'd murder Talon for a dragonstone.
Okay, rude.
I'd murder Q for free.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd murder Prinny to make the tree to free Tristan.
He's free.
Yeah,
He's truly free.
I just have to kill you now.
Are we gonna do A4 after we clear?
No,
Okay.
no. We should just leave blue days to blue days.
A blue, blue, blue. This lady seems to have been turned into a rock.
Rock lobster.
Yep. Talk to the wizard Comprardi and Northeast Ardoon. Wait, why did I cast Ardoon teleport instead of going to my house? Oh well. What's done is done, Scathe.
Hell yeah.
What?
I killed that idiot.
Oh.
I'm rooting for any Dodrio.
One small favor.
Just one favor, real quick, bro.
Please, bro. Do me a solid. Oh no, I have to go back into the fishing trawler town. Can I survive that? Can I survive the trauma of reliving my greatest nightmare?
I need one small favor, Ivan. I need you to go on that fishing trawler.
17,000 times.
I'm gonna need you to get the pet from that fishing trawler.
No, I can't. You
Okay,
can't.
I gotta
make
go.
me.
Goodbye.
See.
Okay, bye,
Bye.
Pretty.
Alright, do I have those 5 pigeon cages? Yes, I do. I'm a genius. Alright. One small trawler. The heck? Where am I going? Where are you going? Walk the way that is sane, please. Thank you. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. One small favor. Okay, I'll do it. One small favor.
What's the favor going on the trawler?
One small favor. No, it's not going on the trawler.
They should make you go on the trawler.
They should not make me go on any trawlers ever.
It's time for the it's time for your daily trawlering. Your daily trawling.
I probably don't need this bowl anymore. Please, bro, do me one small favor.
How's your mashing the A button, Q?
It's good.
How many jobs have you made it through?
I've
Probably a lot by now.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
My god, he's learned how to count to 10.
Yeah.
And you are mastering different jobs on different people as you go, so they can all have a thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not an idiot.
I mean,
I mean,
I mean,
oh wait, I teleported.
if there's
to a
one,
place that
if
can-
there's only one thing in the entire world that I know how to do, Talon, it's grind.
Well, then why aren't you playing RuneScape with me right now? You could do me one small favor.
I would never.
whenever we catch you grinding, it
One
always seems to be the
MMO per
least
life.
efficient manner.
One MMO per life.
One life, one MMO.
Yeah.
One life, one burden great.
That Totrio, damn.
Oh no, this is Chompy Bird Ogre. Ugh, I wish I was dead. I don't want to go see Chompy Bird Ogre. I don't want to ever see a Chompy Bird again. This guy's doing Chompy Bird. I'm so sorry, friend.
Ooh.
Yeah, Wolf.
Quite a
bite
bit
me
of
all you
cum.
want. I don't. Quite a bit of cum.
That's what the guy just said.
Yikes. I need to talk to you about a mattress, Mr. Ogre. Where is he? He's way over there. God dang. Alright, ogres, F off. I didn't want to prayer flick on you. I think I can eat these. I'm gonna eat this leaf. Oh, I can't. What the heck? Talk to Normadium Evrilium. Same. Okay, glad I brought an extra. Thanks, sucker. crush both of them. Nice. Alright, I've done your favor, gnome. Bum ba da ba dum bum ba. Okay. Oh, is it time to go backwards now? We're going backwards. We've done a small favor. Please, bro. Favor. Okay, now I can bring some food. And let's grab our strength amulet and our beat stick. Oh yeah, fishing trawler teleport. That's right. I can just use that. Fishing trawler, yeah.
Him?
Oh, it wants me to use the pickaxe on this guy. Okay, good that I read that. Let's grab my rune pickaxe and murder the heck out of him. Alright. I have the mattress. Do you have the goods? Thanks, bro. I guess it's just as fast heading north out of here. Fast is relative. my god, kill the thing. There we go. I'll fix it myself. The frick? This is the ugliest lady I've ever seen.
Alright, I have got to go. I will see you nerds later. Bye!
See ya. Enjoy working. Hope he caught that before he left.
Hey, free smithing. Free smithing XP. That's nice. My total level is hit 200. Wow. I fixed the weather vane.
Congratulations.
And now I have to go to Catherby. My Catherby is over. Catherby is over, party. Get some water while I'm walking. Look at that scrub picking some flax, eh? Oh, that's the flax keeper. I thought that was a player. No, talk. Oh, this is a waste of my time. Okay, fine. Stop. Gnome glider. F off, Wolf?
No.
Maybe he'll F off if I walk far enough away. Oops, that's the wrong teleport. Let's grab a few more food items. And my hammer. It's hammer time!
It's hammer time.
Oh yeah, hammer time. Yahoo! I'm riding a minecart. I'm Donkey Kong.
Insert Donkey Kong noises here.
I messed up. Where's the... How do I... What do I... Who do I... How do I go? The thing. I forgot. Do I gotta write this one? Please help me, I don't know where, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how this works. Northwest corner of the mines. Okay. I don't know how this works. Southeast corner. Was it right here? This one? I don't have an appropriate ticket for these cards. The frick? I have a ticket. That's track 1? I don't understand. I don't understand the geography of this place. Okay, I guess I gotta go in this track. Is it the lore? Okay. That's the lore. Grand Exchange track 3. Other dwarf place track 1. Fair enough. Point is, I'm here now. Alright, time to kick some dwarf butt. Because I think this guy's gonna reveal he didn't want to be a druid all along. It was all a lie. Take these bones. Alright. And we just gotta go to the pottery building. It's like pottery, sort of the rhyme. Shouldn't need any of these lobsters anymore. Impling gave me 3 noted mithril ore. Nice. Free. Alright, I think... Nah, I'm not gonna do the canoe thing again. I don't think I need to. I think it's a waste of my time. Maybe, maybe not. I got my chicken cages.
Congratulations.
Be right back. Phone call.
Back already? Curious. Isn't back and yet characters are running across the map.
tax stuff. Taxes. Let me tell you about him. Yeah.
Like, I haven't stopped pretending to be gone yet.
I was gone.
I just saw your character immediately start walking across the screen curiously.
I was on the phone.
Hmm. A likely story.
Darkness called.
On the phone with your ham leader, perhaps.
I am steam for these steamed ham leaders. Okay, that was actually pretty funny. And he's like, "Oh, bad news! My friend that you got the person to agree to serve as a character witness for fled, and he's in the middle of the lava maze in the wilderness. Can you fetch him for me?" And then he's like, "Just kidding." This is pretty good. That's a pretty good prank. It's a pretty good one. I would have believed it 100%. Or I did believe it 100%, I should say. Alright.
Absolute mad lads.
Now, how do I... here's the Shiloh Village card. How much does this cost? 1776. I'm curious how much this costs. 200, that's not much. I should finish up my Karamja diary soon. Yeah, I'm getting close. What do I gotta do? Gotta use the rope swing. I gotta mine some gold. I gotta use a fishing spot. Like 5 seaweeds and attempt the fight pits or the fight cave. I guess keyword is attempt. Alright, well I can do all that. Sounds fun. The guy's like, oh yeah, I probably could have sharpened my axe myself pretty quickly, but thanks for doing it for me. Characters like you, red bastard. Why so mad, friend? Well, I only asked you to do one small favor. What's the big deal? Hopefully I can put these lamps in my bank, because I would want to use them after doing Tears of Gothics tomorrow. If I can't put them in my bank, that's a bit of a sticky wicket. I think I can. Oh no, you can't. Alright, well. Slayer might be moving up on priority here.
Is there something you can't stab?
No, I had to use the lamps and put the experience in Herblore, obviously. So now Herblore is level 41, way higher than Slayer at 36. No.
It's fine. Learn your herb lore so you can herb.
Yeah, but now I can't Tears of Gothics my Herblore. Okay, so put these away. This, that, and this. I'm just saying I might have to accelerate my Slayer. Because I wasn't going to do any of it today. Or at least I wasn't initially planning on it. But I suppose it wouldn't be that hard. Guess I could even do Wilderness Slayer, honestly. If I really wanted just some XP. I'm assuming it gives more XP. Doing it in the wildy. Alright, let's put all my keys on this key ring. Any keys? Any keys here? Let's see if there's any quests that give Slayer XP, actually. Maybe we can do 2 birds, 1 stone here. Slayer. The Fremennik Exiles. I don't have enough. Should be a challenge. Oh, I see. That's not really how this works here. Good news. There's nothing. Oh wait, wanted. It gives 5,000 Slayer XP. Well, this seems easy enough. $5,000 free XP? Sure. Free in air quotes, I guess, but whatever. Oh, I just got this guy's name. Sir Emic Vars. Ceramic vase. Or vase. lobsters, but otherwise I think I'm good. Okay, well 10 lobsters probably overkill, but anyway, I don't need my key. I don't need it. I don't need it. Bup, 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 bup. Bup, 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 bup. Anyone else an expert on the Taverley dungeon because they've been down here 8 billion times to charge water orbs? Just me. Okay.
This guy's making his orbs for battle staves again.
No, I'm doing a quest down here. It's completely different.
Every time I look, Ivan's hanging out with some shady cult. Would you like to explain yourself, shady cult man?
Well, I'm killing.
You're gonna be talking.
Well, yeah, but then comes the killing.
Moving the secret agents in their ranks. It's going to out the evil cult.
Leave me alone, Black Knight. Oh my god! Go away! Hold on, can I get this guy trapped? Kind of, but not in a useful way. Okay. Stay right there. I'm gonna go over here. Frick. Like, I wanted some of the lore, but I can't get it because these guys keep attacking me. Alright. Okay. I don't need that anymore.
Be a real shame if we just added Black Knights to every location.
No! Alright, now I need... Let me just bury these bones as I walk. Actually, I go this way. $20 essence. I think I have 20 essence. Yes. 10 and 10 makes 20. Wow, math. Let's pray at the altar first. Get some prayer. Cannabis. Actually, why don't I... distracted. Let's look at its Slayer stuff. Slayer. All I want to do is slay. Yes, Queen, slay. Terrelica. I think it's this one. Yeah. Or if, I guess if that's not the right one, it's close enough. Close to goddamn enough. Oh, wait, is this guy just spamming teleport for XP? That's actually hilarious. Wonder if that's good. Maybe that's a good idea. I think the Grand Exchange is closer here. Maybe not much closer though. Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, I don't have any money. Whoopsie. Go get some money. Money. I like money. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, alright, be a pirate. Give me some earth roots. Oh, yes, money. Big pineapples. Peter Piper pecked a pick of pickled pineapples. I think that's how it goes. Pretty sure you can't prove that it's not how it goes.
Questionable.
All these goddamn pirates. Little White Knight. Love these. I can't seem to get a good camera angle for any of them. But he can't run forever. Lumbee. Deposit all my pineapples. Scarf down a few of these tuna. Don't think I need this bone spear. Good enough. Need my light source. Okay. Why did he moonwalk away? Beer. Oh, mom's calling again. Beer back.
are you there? I'm at the house, not sit down. Hurry, I'll wait for you. We'll go. Barely. Okay. Fine. Boy. Go out. Come on, girls. No, Bruce. You already did.
Okay, I'm back for real though. Oh, but talent's gone. I'm back, man. Say hello to my little friend. Oh no, not a black knight, no. I see over there. I can now kill Vyres. Alright. Fremenix Slayer Cave, AJR. Let's see.
Would you put in your PIN number already?
Already did. Oh. Beep.
I am back, by the way.
Yeah, I could tell. I'm also back. I
No, you
finished the
couldn't.
quest.
I couldn't
Not
tell.
38 Slayer.
It's 99 Slayer, so you can get cape.
You know, it'll be a few minutes. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go kill some cocks right now.
Oh boy.
AJR Fremenic Slayer Cave. They may not even be able to hit me without prayer. That would be ideal. Or even without prayer. Meant to say.
I think you said it right.
I think I did too, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Cockatrice. I've actually already gotten a task for these guys before, and I remember them being very easy.
It bears the head of a cock. Local man collects bone piles so he can pray at things.
Yep. Right here. Boom, 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 boom. I don't really want that iron sword, but whatever. It's in my inventory now. There's no way to get rid of it. My cabbage seed. attack the cockatrice. Come on. Hit the thing. I need to find a YouTube video to open. It's awkward.
Understandable. You could open up this stream questing for a while.
Never heard of it.
This guy's just leaving money and bones lay there.
I'll get them. Gotta kill the cockatrices fast.
I don't think you're on a timer, actually.
I'm on a timer to freaking get done with this so I can hopefully get a more, I don't know, interesting, lucrative, something task.
This guy's actually taking damage from cockatrices.
Gotten halfway through my task and I've taken half my HP. Alright. My delivery driver appears to be, like, beyond lost. Going to freaking another country. Alright, delivery driver turned around. Good. Grimy Arlander. $30 more cocks. I'm gonna suck them all.
It's Rich Evans.
Yep. How did you know my alter identity? Alter ego is Rich Evans. That was my Rich Evans impression.
I thought it was weird how you just kept talking about random movies all the time. Because you clearly watch a lot of movies.
I'm a movie guy. Yeah, remember that time I tricked you into rewatching Aliens? Or Alien? I love Alien.
Yep. You didn't bother to trick me into rewatching Aliens, though.
Nah, I'm just waiting for you to trick yourself into rewatching Alien.
I don't think I'm the one who needs to be tricked here.
Well, I'm Rich Evans, so I've seen it before.
Oh, I've seen it before.
Well, then there's no need to watch it, right?
Hmm. Also, that means you tricked me into watching Lord of the Rings again.
Who doesn't love the Lord of the Rings?
That's fair.
Am I even gonna get a Slayer level off of this? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, bang! I'm taking a break from using prayers. I don't believe in the gods anymore. No gods but what we make him. I don't want to hurt my fingers. Alright, back to looking for YouTube. Hi, new DBZ abridged commentary. Guess I'll watch this. It's a good one. Just came out 4 hours ago, apparently.
DBZ abridged commentary?
Yeah, it's writers explaining things, what they were thinking, and that sort of stuff.
Oh my god, that's in this one! That is. Holy crap!
Almost feels a little late to go through all of that, but hey.
Oh
Yeah.
my, yeah, no, oh.
It's been entertaining to go back through it.
Been in this since, gosh, season 1, I think.
It was one of those ones that we put in a folder and it's like, okay, we'll get to that. Like, it was at that point, our goal was to get here.
Oh god, yeah. So we always had a joke folder. Some of those things ended up getting used, some didn't, but we had jokes into the Cell Saga, which they petered out over time. Like, we had a bunch of stuff for, like, Saiyan and Frieza. When you get to the Cell Saga, it's like a couple things here and there,
yeah.
And less made it in than more. But that one, absolutely, we were resolute that we made that joke happen.
Before we get there, Trunks and Goku, they gotta have a talk. And you know what? Why don't we just get in?
Have a little conversation.
Let's have a combo.
Following is a non-profit fan-based parody. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball GT.
This episode is where I do think we start kind of getting into the swing of this season. Though.
Oh, you fucker. I just realized why God chose the opening.
Yep.
Fuck.
And why I chose those words.
Wow, I can't believe you guys are all still alive. I mean, I swore Frieza was gonna Yamcha at least one or two.
I love that, by the way.
Hi, Yamcha.
Oh man, why does DBZ abridged have so many good lines? They're to the they're in the commentary. They're to the Cell, or not Cell Saga, but like starting the Android Saga, and they just got through Cyber Frieza, whatever the frick you want to call it, Mecha Frieza. Goku lands. He says, "I was pretty sure Freezer was gonna Yamcha at least one of you."
I thought he was gonna Yamcha at least one or two of you. Hi, Yamcha. Hi.
While you were floating around in space, I took charge of the situation, gathering up your planet's measly excuse for fighters, and spearheaded an assault on.
Right over here.
I was getting to that.
I was gonna say, came and steal my glory.
You old so-and-so. It's been so long since I mean, you?
We've never met before.
Oh, thank God. Or Kami, or King Kai. I don't know, that whole thing is screwed.
Actually,
Because Toriyama will just keep coming up with a new deity as soon as the other one gets job.
Oh yeah, no. First it was first it was Enma, then it was King Kai.
No, first it was Kami.
No, first it was Kami. Then it was Enma. Then it was King Kai. Then it was the other Kais. Then it was Supreme Kai. Then it was Beerus. Then it was Zeno.
Did we skip the Grand Kai?
Then yes, we did. Which Grand Kai technically canon?
Technically canon.
it's okay with you. I'd like to talk to you in private.
Oh, okay. 1 minute, guys. But, Dad, it's been almost 2 years. I know, but I gotta go talk to this purple stranger.
Purple Strangers.
I love Purple Stranger.
Okay, Trunks, don't be nervous. He's just a normal guy. Just introduce yourself. So, you're Sun Wukong, right?
Damn it! I'm Son Goku, yes.
Roll with it.
So, Mark Swint, one of the cooler guys that we know, the creator of that Diesel Dust pilot, just generally a really great guy. He told me, Scott, you have jokes in here that are for you, and you alone.
Yep. Accurate.
And that is one of those jokes. And I'm like, yeah, you know, there are some
Kinda.
jokes. Like, I feel like more people are gonna get it than some of the other jokes in there.
I feel like a lot of people understand the Journey to the West implications of Dragon Ball at this point.
Yeah, a lot of people will still get it, but I will always remember this one because that was the one he pointed to. It's like, you write these jokes because you will laugh at them and almost nobody else. I'm like, yes, and they need to be there because if they weren't there, I would have gotten, like, I would have checked out.
It's important that the jokes that you write make you laugh. Like, if you're writing something, it's like, somebody will find that funny. There's no guarantee that somebody will find that funny. At least if you're laughing, you know that people that share your sense of humor will find it funny. Also, I love this whole interaction with Trunks. This is him basically going back in time, and imagine, like, you know, you're from the future and you're going to meet the Justice League. This is him meeting Superman and all of the things that he's heard about him, and now all of that is about to crumble to dust.
The slow deconstruction of Trunks' image that he built of the past, I wish we could have done more with it. There are a bunch of stuff with him being from the future that I wish we had done more of, but we were kind of balancing a lot of characters and plot, and it was a little bit difficult.
All of his legends are about to be very humanized.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Trunks. Nice to meet you.
Trunks, huh? So you're the one who whumped Freezer.
Yes. I was actually wondering, how did he survive Namek?
Well, I kinda, maybe, sorta kept letting him go. Yeah, probably a bad call.
If I hadn't shown up, all your friends would be dead.
Oh boy, the dragon wouldn't be happy about that one.
Damn it, Goku. Oh, man.
You fought Frieza. You were a Super Saiyan, correct?
A super duper Super Saiyan.
Well, can you show me?
Barely know you, but I guess.
By the way,
The punchline here is one of my favorites also.
the fact that there was no easy-to-use shot of him going Super Saiyan makes the joke later even more difficult.
Oh, yeah.
And god damn. But yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot so many of the jokes here.
This one's full of them.
Still kinda tickles.
Yep, that's a Super Saiyan, alright. So, now that you've shown me yours, I'll show you mine.
Whoa! Your hair! It's yellow!
So is yours.
It is?
Yeah. So I don't know where we thought about that, but like,
He never got a chance, like, he wouldn't have had a mirror anywhere.
which means the entire time that he was on the planet with the Yardrat, on Yardrat, not a single one of them showed him a mirror while he was Super Saiyan. Like, did he just not go Super Saiyan while he was there?
He
It's
must
possible.
have, because he learns how to control it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Also, some people, like, when Super was coming out and they were describing how Super Saiyan feels, like, you get this tickle on the back of your neck. I was like, Team 4-Star said that! I'm like,
Technically, it's a tingle in the middle of your back,
Yeah.
but yeah.
we're getting getting closer to 16, and I'm excited.
I'm really glad I was able to use the shot with 17 with the gun. That shot is sick.
It is.
4 more cocks.
Blonde spiky hair, incredible aura.
Well, Vegeta, now that Goku's here to compare, we can finally say for sure that that kid's a super. Utter one more word, and no dragon alive will be able to fix what I do to you.
A line that will come back later with a surprising character.
Yep.
So, Tien, keep up lifting, because you are jacked.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe
I'll be the next Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan 2, huh? That's cool. Took Krillin dying for me to become one. Wait, did something happen to Krillin while I was gone?
Bro's going full whole hog.
Yep.
Okay, neat.
No, but seriously, how's Krillin?
It's just
It's like Goku knows he's not serious.
Absolutely
Yep.
amazing, Goku. Now I know that I can reveal to you my secret.
A secret? I love secrets. I'm awful at keeping them though. Like,
The worst.
oh, but don't worry. I'll totally keep this one though. I promise on Krillin's life. Okay, you're right.
Okay, yeah.
I promise on Bulma's life.
You promise on my mother's life?
Bulma's your mom? Damn it! I can't believe it.
And thus begins the long string of trucks fucking things up.
Super Saiyan. Kids grow up so fast these days.
No, wait, you don't understand.
Tell what? Next thing you're gonna tell me is that Vegeta's
Kami Kai.
Your shirt!
man. Good for them. I'm gonna go over there right now and congratulate them.
I'm from the future.
For realsies?
For realsies.
Well,
Well,
Listen, 3 years from now, on the 12th of May at approximately 10 a.m., on an island 9 miles off of South City, 2 creatures will appear.
you just hear Goku's brain burning.
Oh yeah.
Machine, crafted by a mad scientist from the now defunct Red Ribbon Army.
androids?
Actually, the technical term is
Cyborgs?
Androids.
Look, my
Okay.
point is,
Yep.
they're
And that's where it
dangerous.
begins.
Yep,
Each
that's
of them
why they all
undergoes
think they're
one
androids, because
phase of
Goku
their
calls
power.
them that.
Yep.
And
they kill everyone. As in Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, Tenshinhan, Chaozu. The only ones that survive are myself, my mother, and Gohan.
oh wow. Wait, you didn't mention Yamcha.
Oh, I mean, he dies.
Had this
but-
joke for a bit too.
See, after he found out that my mother was pregnant with Vegeta's child, he sort of...
The best part is, isn't that his body when he's impaled by Giro?
It is.
We had a
So-
darker version of this joke too. I think it's in a deleted scene
It is,
somewhere.
and there's a deleted scene. I believe it might be online, where you just hear Poor saying, "Yamcha,
Can I stop being the rope now?
that was, we had that. We cut that because we had this incredibly dark joke. And,
Yeah, it didn't need anything more.
And some people think that we don't like dark jokes or jokes that are a little edgy.
You don't know me.
Yeah. No, I love dark jokes.
What's wrong?
Although I will say this. We do have some apologies to give to Yamcha later, and we do try to apologize to him for like making him such the punching bag. But I will stand by this joke as just it is dark. It is like out of nowhere. It is. But
Imagine that the person who came to Earth and killed all of your friends is banging your ex and the one woman you love. And it's like,
yeah, it is yeah. I'll stand by this one. Oh, I will.
and we try to do a make better with Goku here at the end too.
Yeah.
And it is kind of adorable that it works.
dark.
I think that line is necessary.
Yeah.
You don't make it to the battle either. You die of heart failure the year before.
What? Why? How?
High cholesterol.
What?
According to the coroner, too much bacon.
You take that back.
But listen, in the future, my mother has developed medication that will help level your cholesterol.
Is it grape flavored?
I don't know, yes?
Because I don't like grape.
Then it's bacon flavored.
Yay!
Well, now that we have all that settled, I better get back to the future.
It was interesting to meet my mom and dad. As I said before, I really needed to keep that a secret. One little slip up, and I suddenly may not exist.
Wait, but if you don't exist, then you don't come back in time. But then you could never tell me, which means I'd never know. You'd still be born, and why does everything smell like copper?
Because he has a
I
nosebleed.
tentatively leave this in your hands, Goku. Trade well, until we meet again.
Oh, okay. Goodbye, Trunks. What a nice young lady. Now, get my story straight.
Goku! What was that all about?
You guys!
Androids!
Yeah? And?
I love Piccolo here.
On
Yep.
March,
May.
May 20.
12th.
May 12th at 10 p.m.
A.M.
A.m. 9 miles?
9 miles.
9 miles.
I just love the confirmation.
North.
South.
South City. 2 androids will appear on May 12th at 10 a.m. 9 miles of the South City.
In 3 years, I heard everything.
Please don't tell everybody.
Oh, I won't. I will. Shut up, Nail.
I forgot about that line. And then Goku just like, okay.
I love that this kind of completes Piccolo's journey from being Goku's rival to just being like, look, somebody has to make sure you're not going to fuck all this up, Goku. I'm just going to, you know what? I'm going to make sure that you're on the right path here.
Oh, he's in full uncle mode now.
Yeah.
Full uncle mode.
Piccolo is basically Goku's begrudging brother at this point.
Yep.
Like, he does not hate Goku anymore.
His brother from a Namekian mother.
Exactly. He's just like, look, just... God damn it, Goku.
For the kid, we all die to these androids in the future. We have 3 years to train before they arrive. Well, maybe they'll kill all of you, but I'm not afraid of any over-touted washing machines. By the time they show up, I'll crush them without a thought, and then we'll see.
Oh, hey, Vegeta. Nice shirt.
You?
Pink is a good color on you.
He knows he can't threaten
Just
Goku.
take the compliment.
More, it's like, what do I say to that? Fuck.
More Doctor Who music.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's time for me to leave. I'll see you all again in 3 years your time, but hopefully you won't need me. Father, I hope to get to know you a little better next time. Mother, I hope to get to know you a little less.
Yeah.
Hell out of here!
And the TARDIS sound.
That was a little bit of a harder edit than you might think.
I believe it.
By the way, I can teleport.
What?
Yep.
We wouldn't use the pop until later.
Yeah, I wish I'd figured that out earlier. Like, I actually, the funny thing was the pop wasn't in the script. The pop came up later.
Yeah, no, that was just an edit. You decided, like, you know what, I'm gonna get rid of the, like, shading part of it and just go, poke.
Yeah, honestly, if we were to, like, if I could go back and change anything, I 1000% would have put the pop in here instead of later.
Of course, this could be just a very Dragon Ball thing where it's he learned to master it, and so instead of slowly zapping away, he just, boop.
Yeah, you know what? If that's how we want to go about it, then.
Also, Goku just done stole my glasses!
Yep.
Where food? Food on way. Fooding way. Okay, these guys are a little tougher than I expected, so we're gonna pray. Oh, I'm getting attacked by this one. Do I have auto retaliate off? Okay. Well, that's weird. He's dead. I want to get the one who walked away with like 1 HP. Is it this one? Frick. Oh, my food's here. Time to run away. I'm back, and I got some sushi.
Welcome back. Congrats on sushi.
No, sushi.
Sushi?
I live in a zoo. Yeah, it's like a zoger. It's a
That's
zombie
so
sushi.
strange. I wouldn't eat zombie sushi. That can't be good for you.
They say it's extra healthy.
I don't think they do.
What? What could be fresher than a zombie?
I think the zombies are, in fact, opposite of fresh.
Weird.
He's on the whole other side of the world! Yep. I just gotta imagine him and poof, there I go. Lunging out in space.
Can you imagine just Roshi just sitting there, just rolling a joint? Pink! Pink! What the fuck?
No, at that point he puts it down and is like, I need a layoff.
Okay.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep.
Where'd my glasses go?
Oh yeah, sort of forgot the obvious question there, but how did you survive?
Muffin butt.
Don't say muffin butt.
But it was.
There's science and stuff!
See, while I was on Freezer's ship. There!
He will never pronounce his name correctly. Ever.
But when the planet exploded, the muffins actually formed a seal around me, both protecting me and feeding me all the way to Yard Rat.
And that is...
The place where I crashed.
Really glad it was able to get
Yardies
them
were awfully
Yep.
nice.
The Yardies.
They nursed me back to health and even made a ship for me to come home in. They also kept feeding me their sick.
Okay,
Such an unnecessary change.
I didn't realize this when I wrote it. I might have heard this before. Sick, apparently, it can mean vomit in the UK and maybe Australia too. And so, some people had to ask, wait, did you mean sick people or their vomit? And it's sick people, by the way. That's just
He's eating their ill.
yeah. But I'm imagining for a lot of Brits,
UK viewers.
yeah, that was like,
Ew.
oh god,
Why?
yeah.
But yeah, it's such a weird and unnecessary change. It's like, we don't want to explain the fact that he trained for years.
Yeah, no.
Fuck it. He just ate sick aliens and now he can teleport.
Yep, that's it.
He inherently gained their abilities through osmosis.
Luckily we're never doing Super, so we don't have to cover that in the fucking moral arc with Vegeta.
So now I can
Which isn't even animated, so fuck it.
If you could teleport, and you knew Frieza was coming, why didn't you teleport to Frieza's ship and stop him?
I kind of wanted to give you guys a chance.
Please don't make a habit of that.
No promises.
Looks like
He
we'll
will
have to
never
put ourselves
not
in
do
the
that.
of our lives if we hope to stand a chance against these androids.
Wait, we don't have to do any of that. Hear me out. We just have to gather the Dragon Balls, have the dragon tell us where to find the guy who's making the androids, find him, then murder that son of a bitch in cold blood.
As much
Ice
as I love
cold,
the phrasing
Bulma.
of that,
Ice
I'm
cold.
gonna have to say,
You know Vegeta already had like a few feelings. It's like, oh.
Yeah. By the way, that not full mask, but definitely did something down there, hearing her just like casually talking about murdering him.
Alright. I can get behind that. But nah.
I mean, hell no.
Are you kidding me? You heard Piccolo. None of you survive.
And I, as a Super Saiyan, relish the challenge.
You're a Super Saiyan Vegeta?
Show me!
Yeah, I just...
Don't tell me. You're not in the mood.
What, does that third eye make you psychic?
No, but it does help me see bullshit.
Hey, you know what?
Fuck you.
You know, to be fair, I'm with Vegeta on this one. I want to fight me some androids. I haven't had a good fight since Freezer.
Wait, so the first thing we do after you get back, after being gone for a year and a half, is train.
I know, I'm excited too.
Yeah, okay.
Well, guess that settles that. I'm off to go fire Kamehamehas at the ocean over and over.
See you all in 3
That's
years.
all he does.
Good
That's
having
all
you
we
back.
ever see him do.
We're gonna go get McDonald's.
Suppose we'll get moving on too. Come
Here
on,
we go.
Wait, Yamcha?
Yeah?
You're my friend.
Aw,
Oh, thank you, man.
that's all it took.
Yep.
You're my friend.
Yep. That's all he needed.
So, wanna go drive cars?
Bitchin'.
Little more filler.
Yep.
Remember safety!
And thus they went their
Fucking
separate
Kakarot.
ways to prepare for the upcoming threat. However,
I don't know what
they
Yamcha was
find
thinking.
roadblocks.
Like hell you will!
Oh, come on, Chi-Chi.
Won't you come on, Chi-Chi, me? You're
Figured
gone off
dead.
to God knows where space, refuse to let the dragon take you home, and the first thing you ask for when you get back? Oh, hey, Chi-Chi, mind if I take our baby boy to go train to fight some monster robots?
Androids. And the first thing I asked about was dinner.
The answer is no!
No to dinner or no to
Gohan.
God,
Aw,
Kimber's
but
so
Chi-Chi,
Yeah, it's such a
don't be
good
like that.
breed.
Be a pal.
Here's a Malcolm in the Middle joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Dad, run! What? The worst you can do is ground me, now run!
Meanwhile, Vegeta found ways to innovate his training.
500 times Earth's gravity? That's insane! You'd be crapping out your own spine.
I love that phrase.
Yeah.
Challenge excites me.
Look at my nipples. Look at them!
Fine, I'll build you your ship. What's the worst that could happen anyway?
No! Good on Gohan for being able to, like, be the target of this.
Right.
Wow. He really needs to learn how to dodge.
Yeah, I know.
Still working on that. By the way, how'd you convince your wife to let him train with you?
We were on a field trip to the Ozarks. Please never tell her we were here.
What are you talking about? We're just studying. Let's go drive cars again.
Piccolo full bro mode now.
Yep.
This was such a fun exchange to record for.
Are you f***ing insane?
No, but you're upside down. Now you're not.
You know, it would be easier to count the amount of your ribs that aren't broken.
Through the pain.
And exactly how are you going to work when your body collapses?
Please, the Prince of all Saiyans does not collide.
Oh, shit. Oh, worst time for that.
Prince of all 2 Saiyans on the ground.
3.5. Shut up!
Oh no, the prince is getting all huffy. What are you gonna do? Try to blow up Earth again? Because I can Goku on speed dial.
You must be as stupid as he is if you think he knows how to work a phone.
Good point.
Don't you call me stupid,
Okay, then how about bitch?
arrogant dick.
Spoiled sow.
You.
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 It's so easy to imagine that is actually how their relationship
Yes,
started.
absolutely, 100%. Although, oh my God, there's one alternative I would have, I could have gone with the scene. I mean, I like how it's written. I have no complaints. There's also, fuck you, fuck me yourself, you coward.
Fuck me yourself, you coward. All right, I will.
You.
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 My room, 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Keep going. Right there. Right there. Yes.
Gallic
Yes.
gun.
Yes.
I knew that's how that had to end. Just fire the beam into the sky.
By the way, I hope this is embarrassing for Corinne, but when I told her that this scene was happening, I was like, hey, look, we're only going to do this scene if you're comfortable with written. If you aren't, we will do what we have to. We'll rewrite the scene. We don't have to do it. But I did tell her, like, yeah, this is what happens. Are you okay with that? She said yes. And then she came in to record, and she's like, oh, it's just you? And I'm like, yeah, it's just me. Of course it's just me. Oh, I thought Nick was going to be here for that. And I'm like, Corinne, I already have to hear 2 of my very good friends in law.
Yeah, you have to
colleagues.
mix this in
Yeah,
your...
I already have to listen to them moaning. If I had to listen to you both at the same time in the same call, I couldn't get through this scene.
I would die.
Yeah, I was like, No, so it was really funny to me. That she was like, I'm gonna have to do it with him there. I'm like, no, you don't.
Don't worry about it.
It is just you and me. And now for one of our favorite, one of our favorite jokes this season.
It's the best way to cap this scene.
Yep.
Oh,
'Cause he didn't cap his.
Nope.
Yep.
I did it.
admit, even with the broken ribs, you really... Wait,
What?
Huh.
where's your condom?
The fuck's a condom?
What? Because why would he know what that is?
Yeah. So I edited that scene. I had it finished, but I had it censored. And I won't lie to you, it was not as funny with the censor. It was just not. I was like, you know what? No, this needs to be uncensored.
Yeah, when you played it for me uncensored, I'm like, that sounds right.
Yeah. And I'm like, you know, like there's only like maybe 2 that are flat out uncensored, and then a couple that are obscured. Like
Yeah.
that are
Like cut between scenes.
Yeah. But this is like one of the 2 where we were just like, no, censoring this will kill this joke.
Get out the way! Get out the way, bitch! Get out the way!
Shirt available on sharkrobot.com/team-4-start.
Aw, damn, that is good. Damn.
I tried.
Damn. And you even got the new one
I know.
on there.
It does make me wonder, though, in that interim, like, in that 3-year period, you'd think that Bulma might have been able to convince a couple of other people to be like, hey, can we just go get those Dragon Balls? Like, we can solve this and nobody else will know.
Oh, yeah, no, she could have been like, hey, so, hell, considering what she does later, she could have just been like, yeah, I want to do some cosmetics, okay? Nobody cares. I'm just going to go grab the Dragon Balls. It's no big deal.
Of course, then there's the argument of, we might need the Dragon Balls when they show up, so maybe they'd be paying attention to them, or like maybe Goku always has the 4-star ball. I don't know.
Yeah, but honestly, so I will say this: I don't talk too much about the original plot and the original story too much in here. I hate that plot point. I truly do.
Oh, the fact that they just are
Sush.
unwilling to prevent it.
It's
Yeah,
delish.
I'm sorry. It is like everyone's holding the idiot ball there except Bulma. Like Piccolo should have been like, no, fuck that, no.
Actually, no, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and even Goku should not have been like. Even Goku should have been like, well, I guess so. We should at least go see him and say, hey, if you do this, we know where you live. Like, show him to be like, don't do it, or we're gonna have to do something drastic.
Yeah, even though Trunks doesn't give them like a name or anything, like they don't know it's Dr. Gero until Bulma tells them who that guy is.
Yeah, I'm not even 100% sure. No, he does know.
Does Trunks know Dr. Gero? I don't think he knows the name. It is like, because the only androids he ever meets are 17 and 18, which kills Gero.
Yeah.
So like maybe in his timeline nobody ever saw the other 2.
And unfortunately, I'm blanking on whether or not the androids mentioned Gero and Trunks there. Oh well. Either way.
Either way, we'll figure that out, but probably not on our own. You guys can let us know, but we'll see you guys and next time on this thing
that
we are doing.
The poison's on the other foot, poisoning the heck out of these ghouls. Which are not actually undead, by the way.
The Lich is raising ghouls, turn undead. Wait, how are these ghouls not undead?
I think they're just people that are sucked by the vampires.
Shouldn't that make them undead now?
No, I think they're technically alive. I don't know. I don't know the freaking physics.
You must. I need you to help me understand the physics, though.
What's this guy hitting me? That was weird, like, cycle. Sushi's really good tonight.
When one of those sulfuric plumes hits you in the face, it's anything but pleasant. Oh.
Yes, probably a good thing Connor's not jumping in, given these sizzling springs pumped up from 200 meters below are between 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. Let's keep boiled sea dog off the menu for now.
So guys, we're at our absolutely stunning ryokan in Beppu. It's been an amazing trip. Because it is so big and the room is so ridiculous, we've got a dedicated video to that over on the Discord channel. Let's go and check that out. But before you can enjoy the many baths in this room, and there are many to enjoy, we're going to go to somewhere very special indeed, somewhere that Beppu, as only Beppu has, and that...
Why is it like a dungeon where I die?
It is a dinosaur love hotel. There's one thing though, because this is such an integral part to this video, we cannot allow failure to happen. Now, you might recall, last time we did a love hotel video in Osaka, we actually couldn't get in it, right? Because there's a rule in a lot of hotels in Japan, love hotels, that two guys can't actually go in.
Where's this going? Where's this going?
I need to go in with a girl.
No, fuck off. No.
Can't risk it.
Oh my god.
I literally can't risk it.
That's not gonna.
It's gonna work.
What the fuck do you have? Why?
So, I went to Don Quixote the other day before this trip.
That's not.
I bought you a few accessories to ensure that we get in, right? Dive in. You ready? Let's go. Oh my god.
Is this what you want?
That's fucking. That is. Why haven't you put the wig on properly?
I have put it.
This is not so much a disguise as a fucking horror show. You can't walk into a hotel like that. Like, it's like something out of fucking Def Leppard. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They've spent a lot of money on the exterior. I wonder if the interior like lives up to the hype.
This is the most sensual dinosaur.
Look at this. How much money? Look at this. There's a crashed helicopter.
How is it? Does it make you feel excited for
no.
love making?
Oh, you bet it does. Okay. Nothing gets me more excited than Jurassic Park. We're about to turn. What are we going to call you? Crucilla? Cruella? Clarice. You'll be Clarice.
Alright, fine. 40 Clarice.
40 Clarice.
Let's get in then, shall we? This is literally a serial killer with their victims. Put on the costume. We're not going in. Put on the wig.
To be fair, you do almost look like a girl.
Oh, mate, I'm built like a freight train. What are you talking about?
A derailed freight train.
Let's see if I can get in then. Come on. This is fucking awful.
Yeah.
So remember, use a girl's voice. Your voice is so deep. It needs to be like, hi, see Martin. Warning, dinosaur attention.
I guess I'm ready. I don't really.
I wonder which is the best room. These two look good. I'm guessing this is it.
Yes.
You're Jeff Goldblum's girlfriend, if anyone asks.
Please help me. This strange man has told me to wear this wig. I want to run. I want to run away from him.
Or it sounds very smoky.
Oh, my date for this evening. She's so beautiful. Oh my god! Why have I come here with this?
Why is this your fantasy, Chris? Huh?
This is not my fantasy. This is my nightmare.
Oh my god! No, look at this. What I just saw. Are you ready for the sky, sexy light?
What is that?
Let's find out.
What? Oh my!
No!
It's like a disaster alarm.
Oh god!
I mean, Love Hotels put a lot of effort into lighting. I've never seen one where the bed is wrapped in a cage. You know, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like,
Will say it's interesting to note that there is a gambling machine again in here. Why? Could you imagine you have sex with someone and then you're like, hold on, honey, I've got to gamble.
I've got to get my money back.
I've got to pay for this room real quick. Why would they have this? It's just a slot machine. So obviously at some point during a stay you're going to be wanting to go to the shower.
Is that after you've won all the money on the slot machine?
Yeah, you kind of... I should probably wash my hands actually, it's kind of gross. Alright, that bath looks extremely large. I mean...
It looks like a bloodbath. Look at how red it is.
This is weird. This is weird. Yeah, this has room for 3 people, which is pretty progressive. Pretty nice. Nice to see. This is huge. This is a massive shower area. This is really nice. I could fucking sleep here.
Well, you can. You will. You will. I'm not letting you back in my room after tonight.
Good night.
Get some shot eye.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks.
Oh no!
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of disappointing.
Oh.
Where's the Jeff Goldblum blow up thing?
After all the hype with the entrance and how insane that was, coming to this feels kind of tame, almost in comparison. Can I leave my wig here?
No.
Can I put it in the trash?
So we're checking out, right? We have 2 buttons here. One's Yorkin Cucking button, which tells us how much we owe. And we owe an astonishing $5,350. Bit pricey for the 45 minutes of fun we've had here. But and this is something I've never seen before. We've got to pay the fee. Usually they have like a machine, almost like a vending machine, right? This is a vacuum tube. You put the money in here, press the button, it shoots off like something out of the 1980s movie, and that's how this works. So right now, as in every love hotel, you get locked in the room right until you pay. It's quite claustrophobic and scary. So providing the vacuum tube goes right to the cashier person, the door should like unlock at some point. Have you ever seen this before? You seem like this is normal. This is so old and dusty. I don't know it. Alright,
give me the money. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Look at that. That's asbestos. This is I can't believe this. This is some badass technology. Is it just like Jurassic Park? Did they have this in Jurassic Park? No. No, they didn't. Alright. Lift up. Put the vacuum tube in. Close the vacuum tube. You ready? You ready for the money shot? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh no, fuck. And we've just paid for the Love Hotel. You know, I first heard about this Love Hotel, it must have been 6 or 7 years ago when I did my first video on Love Hotel, so I've always wanted to come here. Let's face it, it's fairly disappointing.
I mean, you can't lie, the animatronics on the front are pretty cool, but that's kind of weird.
Yeah, all the stuff coming in was pretty epic, but the room itself was pretty standard and a little bit underwhelming, a bit like the recent Jurassic Park movies themselves.
The Jurassic, all show and no colour.
Do you reckon like people come here and reenact scenes from Jurassic Park? Like, clever girl. And honestly, the place we're staying tonight in Bedford, over on the Crystal channel, is far more impressive, so go and check that out. But thank you guys for joining us on this wacky weekend.
It really was wacky.
Shit show. We saw Maui heads, we saw abandoned towns, we tasted fried chicken, Miyazaki beef, we went to a gorge, I nearly drowned in a waterfall, and we came to the biggest hot spring in all of Japan. It really was an epic road trip. Thank you guys, and thank you Connor.
The wacky weekend.
No, the wacky weekend. But go and check out our video on Chris Abroad.
105 harpy bug swarms? Good God.
Connor here with his wig.
I mean, you just keep filming. I'm just gonna quickly.
Well, that's not bad, I guess.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Come back! Yeah.
Oh, it's so dark.
And now we have drapes.
Oh god.
What a shit job. That was such a god awful.
Fuck off. I've got lots of things on my mind right now.
Like what?
Like, why am I at the fucking dinosaur hotel?
This is your fucking
For over 600 years, the Easter Island heads of your mum. Moai heads. Shut up.
It's just Lumpy. Lumpy TP. What do I watch now?
Good question.
I am pretty much broke on RuneScape after giving away most of my money to the villain.
We'll just turn some music on, clearly.
I am in desperate need of a rebuild. I need to make as much money as I can, so when
I'm done with
season
the
4 comes around, I can afford to contribute to the prize pool again. And what better way to do that than to test out some unusual moneymakers? Today I've got some great ones for you, so let's test them out. Drumzor sent me a message on my Discord and let me know that he found a moneymaker that's unusual.
I mean, I guess I could watch Star Trek. I really could. I really
This guy's
could.
going to watch Star Trek ?
Star Trek, what's it called? Voyage?
This guy's gonna voyage.
I'm not sold on it yet. I don't know. Wait, did I dump all my items into the wrong tab? Where are they? Yeah, I did. Well, that's convenient for me now. Hide the lit by light turn. Oh, it's me. I'm Pat.
How was the last day, Pat?
It's great.
That is good.
Yeah,
You gotten
it's
the
great.
in-game yet?
I
And
love
see,
it.
seen it be difficult?
I'm about to. I think I just beat the main campaign.
I love Last Epoch. I wish it would be Laster. That's what Pat sounds like.
Is that what it sounds like?
Yeah, hello, it's me, Pat. Pretty sure that's what he sounds like, yeah. Pat's never gonna talk to me again. Is anybody streaming? Let's see if anybody interesting is streaming. Maybe there'd be something interesting to watch on streaming. I mean, I guess I could have VGC.
Yeah, there's this guy streaming RuneScape over here.
Okay, we've already discussed this.
Like, there's nothing else of value, I guess, unless you decide you want to watch VGC.
Every single roaring moon carries because it is just
I mean, I don't know if I
so
want to,
effective
but
and
I
so
guess I
powerful.
will.
Looks like Alberto also is going to be matching that.
Yeah, we'll see. Kind of a
Suppose I can turn it on in
matchup
solidarity.
between mostly dragon types. It seems like where they both just scare each other off the field so much that they have little choice. Even in this case, where both sides are pretending that they're flying in dark type Pokemon.
Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon on Nishan's side into that Corviknight. Man, that really does not do a lot of damage there. Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon on Alberto's side is going to be going into the Roaring Moon on Nishan's, and that actually does a lot of damage. That's a 2-hit knockout.
Yeah, much better. So Alberto finally getting his first big swing of damage, and he's still right back in this one. The speed disadvantage is unfortunate, but it's very unlikely the Roaring Moon on the opposing side as it feels going to be able to knock his out. I'd say the one flaw in this is that you kind of have to knock out the Arcanine and don't want to just eat another burn for nothing. Corviknight's been doing a great job surviving on the field, but because of that burn, not inflicting a whole lot of damage. So unless he wants to leave all of the future damage to Volcarona, is sort of important to protect Roaring Moon here.
Yeah, I think Corviknight, because it's not doing a ton of offensive output, Nishant's been somewhat ignoring it on the field, which definitely makes a lot of sense, but you can't ignore it forever, because at some point it can just become truly, it can become a little bit bothersome, even with that burn. But Tailwind from the Roaring Moon on Nishant's side, just to try and keep the Pokemon on their side of the field a little bit faster. Arcanine going for a Will-O-Wisp as well, going to be moving first, thanks to that Tailwind into the Roaring Moon on Alberto's side. Alberto's Roaring Moon, though, still should be able to pick up a knockout if it goes for an Acrobatics into the opposing Roaring Moon, because we saw how much damage that did, but instead into the Arcanine, it does not do enough damage to even bring it into the red. Corviknight just going to roost once again.
So that's a tough turn for Alberto, where it's like it's sort of a closed team sheet feeling turn, where you're a little surprising. One Roaring Moon is Tailwind, the other one is Dragon Dance instead, as we saw in Oceania. Yeah, I mean it's the most obvious move on the other side of the field, right? Where getting that burn is huge now. Turn 2 burn Pokemon, 0 knockouts so far for Alberto. It makes it really tough to do damage. Right now, really all that his opponent needs to do is just kind of just maneuver in such a way that Volcarona can never, get in for free and start taking some free shots. So, kind of surprising. We might have an upset in game 1.
I mean, something that could be interesting, right, is Alberto has at least done a good job of chipping away at damage to try and take a double knockout, but you're still going to be taking damage first because of that Tailwind. Nishant's Roaring Moon into the Roaring Moon on Alberto's side brings it down to under half with an Acrobatics. Flare Blitz from the Arcanine into the Roaring Moon. Not enough to knock it out here, not even enough to bring it into the red, but it does add some recoil damage. Does mean that this Acrobatics here from the Roaring Moon should be enough, but it actually targets into the Roaring Moon on Nishant's side. But yeah, still enough there to get that knockout, thanks to just how much damage had been slowly chipped. And Alberto may be able to take a double knockout here if they went for that body press into the Arcanine, but instead that Tailwind is the move that matched, and I actually don't mind that either.
Are these commentators watching the move selections happening?
It's like the Arcanine's still just as pinned as it was before, right? I mean, Pokemon are both burned already.
Why bother?
Still, kinda who cares? Plus, the Arcanine's intimidated. It's really not providing a whole lot of threat in the field. And then, yeah, I mean, not only you get to match the Tailwind, but now that, Alberto's Tailwind's going to last a little bit longer, so it will eventually provide some small advantage that, could make a big difference in how this match plays out. I think one other thing to point out there is, the speed advantage of the Roaring Moon on one side of the field felt like a big deal, but you really see the difference in damage.
Yeah.
The Acrobatics from Alberto's side doing so much more damage.
Arcanine has to switch out here this turn, sending in the Flutter Mane as Nishant's final Pokemon, which probably doesn't feel awesome to have in front of this Dragonite, who can go for something like a Throat Chop. Roaring Moon, though, is just going to protect in the face of a Fake Out. Cannot protect on this Corviknight as it's not running Protect, but you could still go for a couple of big moves here. Brave Bird and Roost are both Brave Bird body press, but Brave Bird into the Flutter Mane just does a little bit of damage. You take some recoil here as well, but at that point,
I think it was.
starting to get some
now I definitely think it was. I didn't before.
What did Pat say? I didn't actually catch that.
It wasn't because he didn't want to talk to me. He claims now.
Screens expiring, but hey, every little bit counts.
Weren't you talking about a 15-turn game being a real game of Pokemon?
Yeah, but this is what I like to see. This is why I'm a big fan of Alberto.
Oh, yeah.
But I still think he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, you have to go back
to
to.
play this game very wisely,
You have to go
where
back
he's
to
not really given anything easy.
Lusty Puck, or else you'll die.
Now we've got this period where in theory
problem
Alberto's
is,
like to have an advantage with the Tailwinds being staggered awkwardly, but
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be near Q either.
it's very long to take advantage of it before these Pokemon are simply going to faint.
Yeah, I mean, this Corviknight may just be able to stick on the field. Roaring Moon has, it is burnt. You don't have any double targeting moves, which would be really nice to have in the face of a Flutter Mane that can also go possibly for a double targeting move with Dazzling Gleam, depending on what they want to lock into this turn. Shadow Ball or Power Gem may feel safer. It looks like Shadow Ball is the move of choice down onto that Corviknight. Still does a pretty good chunk of damage, probably just as the same amount as a Roost would do, but Acrobatics into the Iron Hands once again. You're saying a whelming amount of damage. I think that's a pretty accurate description. Brave Bird from the Corviknight into the Fluttermane does bring it down to under 50%, but Wild Charge from this Iron Hands is enough to finish off the Corviknight, and I think that was Nishant's biggest hurdle.
Yeah, I thought that was a big deal. I was a little concerned there. I was about to eat my words, making fun of the Corviknight a little, where I think we were very close to the point where he played for it with his food too long, and the Corviknight was going to get carried away and not be able to get knocked out. But now, yeah, I mean, we're one turn from this Roaring Moon fainting, and Volcarona's got a lot of work to clean up.
I mean, Volcarona does have access to Quiver Dance, right? It can get the boost that it needs, especially to special defense in the face of that Fluttermane, but you still have two big physical attackers on the opposite side of the field in Iron Hands and Arcanine, and especially, you know, that Arcanine itself, it can be a little bit problematic. It has Snarl, which is huge, especially you could probably Snarl your way into an endgame here for Nishant.
Yeah, I mean, critically resist both of Volcarona's attacks. I think another thing to keep in mind here is that his Flamethrower is the fire type attack, not Heat Wave. This is one situation where getting a single Quiver Dance and then just clicking Heat Wave a bunch would look pretty good, except it's not an option.
Yeah, the Fluttermane gonna switch out here for
That
the
was so
Arcanine.
freaking
Arcanine
stupid.
finally has an
Yes.
Intimidate that can stick because there is no mirror armor.
Imagine
It can
Intimidate
finally come in
being
without
more
worrying too much about
cancerous.
it. Roaring Moon's the only Pokemon that's really gonna be bothered by it, but this Acrobatics with that Intimidate,
Yes.
it may just be enough, but no, it targeted down into the Arcanine instead. Does get that knockout. Means the Fluttermane can come back in though and can reset its move that it was choice locked into. Volcarona gonna get a Quiver Dance up. First thing here, boost that special attack, that special defense, and that speed.
What?
It's such a strong move and one of the main reasons the players use Volcarona.
I thought you were playing last epoch.
Wild Charge from the Iron Hands down.
He
to
said,
the
no,
Volcarona
there's a
hand,
Q,
that
it
is a
scares
big
him.
knockout there, and that
Well,
definitely, I think, seals
there
this
is
up
no
a little
Q,
bit
so-
more for Yoshi
Oh.
as the
I've
glorious
been playing last
Nishant
epoch.
Yeah, I don't understand.
This is still going to be a pretty
I was
tight
okay,
race,
I was
though. I
like,
mean,
what are y'all doing?
Volcarona should be able to
I'm
do
playing
something
RuneScape.
one shot each, but since they can't do it in
I'm
one
doing
turn,
nothing.
one big
Yeah,
hit
Talon's
rather
lost
than,
control of his life.
critical hit in particular
Talon should be
probably
grinding in
finishes
14.
one. It is worth keeping in mind that non-fire move is Giga Drain.
I could. I
tiny
could also
extra
not
hit
do that
points
right
if
now.
Giga Drain can knock out one of
Yeah,
these
what else
Pokemon,
are you
could
gonna
make a
do?
big difference.
Play last
yeah,
Ebok?
Fluttermane coming back in. Tailwind
Yeah.
also just ended as
No.
well. Not that I think it matters
Turns
terribly
out-
much because of that Quiver Dance boost. This is where things get a little dicey. I like the lock into protect here. You get to at least test what that Fluttermane is going to go for with the choice specs. Just see exactly how much.
One
you
day
want
I
to
will
fight
play
with
last
Iron's
Epoch.
damage to be. Power Gem is the move. Makes so much sense here. 4 times super effective, which is really, really great. And means at that point too, you're not worrying any sort of accuracy, even though there really isn't a worry there. But Wild Charge also, you saw how much damage that did. Nishant's going pretty hardcore with damage right now.
Yeah, and again, you know, this tiny bit of leftover healing could make a difference, right? You know, maybe a Giga Drain knockout here, and suddenly this Volcarona's decently healthy.
Yeah.
You know, Alberto's like really in the back foot all game, but I don't know.
It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, because I mean, if it does survive too, I mean, I guess surviving will probably be enough here. I think if we see Volcarona still on the field at the end of this term, this is an Alberto dub, but you know, he gets another free leftovers tick either way if he does.
Yeah, I think if he takes out the Fluttermane with a Giga Drain, then he's probably in a better position and maybe deal with the Iron Hand second because of the fact that you'll get more HP back from a Giga Drain into the Fluttermane than you would from into the Iron Hands, and then you don't have to deal with the Power Gem because Power Gem's probably the biggest hurdle right now, and I think that's kind of just Alberto's kind of in this weird position. You know that Fluttermane cannot protect. Giga Drain goes in first. It's not enough to get the knockout though here, and I think that might be a little bit more problematic. You still get a good amount of HP back though. You are going to take a Power Gem from Fluttermane, and if this is enough to knock out, then that will seal the game, and it is, and Nishant takes game 1.
Yeah, fantastic game there. I mean, Alberto was close.
He was close.
I mean, a critical
You were
hit there to
close.
flip that one, which, you know, I mean, not great
You
odds,
were
but
close.
considering, how on the
But
back
you
foot
suck.
the whole game,
Should have
it was
they
close
should have
the
had
whole
the
time,
voice
right,
of
where
Professor
I think
Oak
that whole game was kind of just a
narrate this
battle
whole
of
thing.
resources where, you know, both
You know,
sides
they could
knew
do that by
kind of how
now.
the one was going to end up, just a matter of being a
that
good
guy's
enough
probably
position to
dead.
get to a true endgame.
Well, no, they could just make AI Oak.
Nishant was great. You know, they preserved
No.
just enough resources, able to close that one out, and I think a really
It's
interesting
too far.
game 1.
I'm just looking into adjustments for game 2, right? I think Nishant had a really good game plan moving forward. There's probably a lot of practice from them into Alberto's OCIC team, just because you've seen that kind of moving around pretty often now. Even if you don't see all of the same 6, you see the Corviknight Klefki running around on that in-game battle stadium, and that can be pretty problematic to deal with if you don't have a game plan. But maybe Alberto switches it up. Maybe, you know, you prioritize speed a little bit more. Maybe Garchomp feels a little safer with a Terrastalization with Terra Ground and your Choice Scarf. Could get some big earthquakes off if you pair it with your Corviknight. I think there's a lot of opportunity maybe for that to be a nice spring, especially because we did not see Palaf in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Palafin's another thing to keep in mind for both players. I feel like, you know, they're kind of struggling to trade damage a little bit. I think bringing Palafin would be a reasonable move for both sides. You know, it's a little scary on a shot end, I think, because if you let Volcarona get a Quiver Dance, you suddenly just have a lot of HP to give it with Giga Train.
Yeah.
But I do think that either side can consider it. I think it was... it's another game, too, where I think even if both sides brought all 4 of the same Pokemon, a lot of different things could happen. But I think I think I switch it up if I'm Alberto. I think the 2 things I don't like about that game are, like, there weren't a whole lot of options to avoid getting the whole team burned. His Lumberry is on that Palafin that we never saw. And also, like, you know, he did a great job of controlling the Arcanine's damage output by always matching the Mirror Armor and reflecting the Intimidate. But the fact he was able to do that every time and still didn't win the game kind of leads me to believe that, like, well, I don't know how much how much gap you can get versus how you played game 1, right? It wasn't really a gameplay problem, so I feel like it might be a time to see some different Pokemon.
Arcanine and Iron Hands is the lead for Nishant, and Alberto brings out Klefki and Palafin. This is exactly what I wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of excited to see this too, right? Where it's like, all right, you know, the game plan didn't work perfectly the first time. Let's see what we can do. Well, last time we did see the fake out coming in onto the Klefki to try to stop those screens from coming immediately. You know, we'll have to see if that's what happens this time or not. But I feel like if you're Alberto, there's a lot of temptation to get a little sneaky here. Like, oh, you know, can you get a cheap attack off into that Arcanine maybe?
Yeah, Klefki switching out here, especially if there was a fake out targeted down into there. Roaring Moon going to switch in its place. No screens on turn 1, which does feel pretty counterintuitive to the way a lot of players run Klefki. But this booster energy with Photosynthesis does do a lot with that acrobatics. We saw Arcanine's Will-O-Wisp targets right down into the Palafin. No protect there either, also meaning no fake out. Wonder if there was just a big wild charge targeting down into that Palafin. Not actually that Lumberry now getting broken thanks to getting that Will-O-Wisp off first. Flip turn into the Arcanine does still do a good chunk of damage. I would have been, you know, it'd be interesting to see if that was possibly the Mystic Water Terra Water set, how much damage that would have done. I know there are a lot of Palafin Zero believers here.
I kind of like it. You know, it's a 0, but you know, it actually made a pretty big play there. You know, Klefki switching in and out on the same turn because he used flip turn instead of switching.
Yeah, Klefki does take that big wild charge damage, though, brings it down to under half. So at least, you know, with Prankster, you know you can get those screens up early.
Yeah, I think that was really cute. So for once, though, also Roaring Moon able to get in the field without being intimidated. You know, cycling this Arcanine would take a lot of resources, and now it's threatening a ton of damage in the Arcanine slot.
I didn't know what that was.
Somewhere Dave just cringed in pain.
First, I really like the play by Alberto.
He's busy shuffling his furniture around.
Unconventional use of flip turn, but you know, as long as he can keep that Palafin in a situation where he doesn't need the Lumberry anyway,
we'll never see him again. He'll be pushing his couch around for the rest of his days.
A lot of players have opted for Haze, which is a really, you know, which is a huge boon for those open team sheets, right? Arcanine, though, is just going to hard switch out here, bring in Nishant's own Roaring Moon. We saw how much damage one Roaring Moon acrobatics into another did, especially already with a burn. And that is really interesting, I think, to note, because even though it is faster, it's not going to be able to move until next turn. Alberto gets to terastalize this Roaring Moon first to get that boost to that flying type acrobatics as well, and just begin to put on some major damage this turn. And Nishant, if they want to not take even, it would be neutral damage from an acrobatics into their Iron Hands, they'd have to switch it, because if they terastalize, it's going to be super effective because of grass. Reflect, though, from the Klefki stops some of these big physical moves from doing as much damage. Acrobatics from the Roaring Moon committed down onto the Roaring Moon on Nishant's side. That's enough for the one-hit knockout, definitely showing how big it is to not have burns right out of the gate.
Yeah, wow, really seeing the power of the more offensive Roaring Moon, but oh, get Wild Charge coming the other way.
Oh, it is not enough to get that knockout. That is what Reflect is for.
Yeah, well, Klefki, for a Pokemon that's mostly just gotten beat up so far this series, really making a big play there. Getting another swing with that Roaring Moon is a big deal. I don't know if he'll go for it right now or later in the game, but, you know, that was huge. You know, we saw previously how difficult it was for Alberto to get that damage out, and he's got some opportunities now, right? You know, he can swing one more time with Roaring Moon probably, and then still has that Palafin in the back, unburned, and likely quicker than the Pokemon that are remaining on the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think Alberto really is just trying to time when he gets a free switch in with a knockout, going for a Protect this turn with Roaring Moon, also matching a Protect from that Arcanine on the opposite side. Light Screen from the Klefki on Alberto's side. That is going to last, you know, that full 8 turns. It's going to last a long time, especially if the Fluttermane's in the back. Wild Charge targeted down once again into that Roaring Moon, not going to connect through Protect.
That's a big deal. I mean, now potentially the option is to get some damage, start wearing that Arcanine down. Anyway, things are looking very different than his last game.
Yeah, Roaring Moon once again just keeps clicking acrobatics. This thing moves strong and fast. It's not enough to get the knockout, though, this turn. That Intimidate definitely helping out here. Flare Blitz into the Klefki does get the knockout. I don't think you're too worried if you're Alberto. You may actually get a double switch in here if Nishant actually went for that double knockout by clicking Wild Charge once again. Arcanine does get knocked out as well, though, so this does mean that Nishant is down to their final 2 Pokemon as well, so it will be a 2v2, but if you're Alberto, you're hoping that it's that Flutter Mane in the back.
Absolutely, and he does get those streams when he switches back in, which should, given the state of the game, last for the remainder of the game this time. I think that was one thing that hurt Alberto last time. The game was so slow that we wound up not seeing the screens rather at the end. And now there are 2 big threats on Alberto's side. You have the Volcarona, who you can't really ignore. It's going to get crazy and just sweep the game. And Palafin, who's crazy right now. It's become the hero.
I mean, there is no fake out left. You cannot fake out because Nishant never swapped in that Iron Hands in and out. You have a really comfortable Jet Punch into a lot of things. You can go for Terra Water right now and already have a boost.
He can't go for Terra Water because he already Terra'd you.
Grass, and that would stop the super effective damage from that Flutter Mane
like
with
my
the Power Gem,
grass.
which may feel like an even safer option for Alberto depending on where they see their end game to be.
Freaking
Iron
commentators.
Hands is going to terrestrialize into that Terra Grass, though, will at least not take neutral damage from that Palafin, possibly, if it went for something there. But it does put it at risk of something like a Flamethrower from Volcarona, but Volcarona just going to protect this turn, not going to set up a Quiver Dance, allows to see what this Flutter Mane locks into, and seeing that it's the Power Gem does allow for Alberto to maybe make a decision on what they want to terrestrialize in the next turn. Palafin going for Wave Crash into the Flutter Mane does do enough actually for a one-hit knockout, so now I think you've got a pretty good, comfortable option here with Volcarona.
Yeah, I think that looks bad. Now for grass type, Iron Hand's not going to enjoy facing down this fire type Pokemon, especially because it does not pick up the hit on the knockdown on Palafin. As much as a Pokemon with only water type attacks isn't super threatening to Iron Hands, it's going to take another turn of attacking that Palafin. I think this is just way too big of a lead now.
Yeah, I think you have the opportunity to still click Jet Punch. You can click Flamethrower. You can click Quiver Dance if you want to be safer about it, because you know that there's probably nothing this Iron Hands can do to do enough damage to hit in one hit. Flamethrower, though, not actually enough to knock out here. Looks like Palafin did not go for Jet Punch, but a Wave Crash is definitely enough to finish that off solidly, meaning that Alberto will be bringing this into a Game 3.
He really did learn from OCIC. Now this time the Palafin on his side, carrying the team to victory in Game 2.
Listen, I would absolutely put a Palafin on my side for anything, and Palafin is just such a cool Pokemon. I really like the changes that Alberto made. I think that it was a really good choice on his part to bring the Palafin, and also, like you said, having Flip Turn is kind of a little bit of a cheeky turn 1 opportunity to allow Klefki to come back in, and after hard swapping it out, I think it worked out pretty well in his favor. He staggered his screens a lot better. I don't think he was as worried about speed control either, which was kind of a nice thing to see.
Yeah, I thought it was sort of neat too. I think he managed the Klefki's health really well too, where eventually it would have knocked out the Arcanine. The Arcanine, deciding it was better to be knocked out than to faint, and just knocked itself out instead. But like he had it on the field exactly the right time, where he got screens up efficiently. He could have done it 1 turn faster if he decided to predict he wasn't going to be faked out, but why do that? And then it was a very good low-risk play just to eat the burn there, where there was no chance of that mattering by the time that Palafin went back out there. So why not use the item, right? You're gonna be holding it either way, whether you consume it or not.
Arcanine went for the "you can't fire me, I quit." I think is truly the phrase that we wanted to go for. Do you think Nishant wants to bring their Palafin? Because I think that might be a Game 3 adjustment if you're feeling bold enough to make it. I could also see a Mungus possibly coming. You still then have to deal with the threat of the Volcarona and Roaring Moon. I think is probably too much to ignore.
Yeah, I think so too. I think another interesting element is too, right, is we're still not seeing Garchomp from Alberto, which I wouldn't be shocked if we see this game. But I think having shown Palafin in Game 2 is really interesting, where you now have to kind of be concerned about that. The Arcanine was such an important Pokemon in Game 1, and it's just very difficult for it to play against Lum, Palafin, kind of at all, right? Where not usually the item you have to worry about there. Usually I got the burn and intimidated it. That's a pretty good trade. I got the Lumberry and then got knocked out. Less good.
You feel like you have to devote an entire turn to getting the Lumberry, and that never feels great, right? Because then you're kind of stuck in saying, all right, that's 1 turn I wasn't able to do damage on a Pokemon that wants to just switch in and out and all around. Though Game 3, Iron Hands and Arcanine once again for Nishant. No change here. Klefki, Volcarona, though. Alberto bringing Klefki with 3 different partners.
Hey, Klefki can dance with anybody. It's the interesting pass
He
here.
can definitely quiver dance with anybody.
It's true. Yeah. It's all right.
His NPC's name is Yulia.
We got there. there. These players are
Yeah, we saw that in
by
the
the way. I
beta,
had
didn't we?
commented Before, but man, like this is they both know exactly what they want to do every game.
Yeah, Garchomp switches in for
Now I have the dinner.
I think we saw Yulia in the beta, didn't we, Tom?
Target because you don't want to let that get a Quiver Dance up early.
I was gone last day. I saw a waypoint note that was Yulia's Haven. We didn't see the NPC or anything.
Into the one Pokemon that I think it really would have loved to go into with that Protect. It does hit down into the Garchomp, just does a small, tiny amount of chip damage.
Yeah, sort of
well, we saw the name.
You would love to use Earthquake as the Garchomp here, but a little dangerous to actually do that given the state of the game and the general absence of flying types.
We saw the name, Bet!
Team,
You're not special!
This is the option of switching that in general, though. Even if he has it, you kind of don't want to do that, right? Because you want to keep it for later. And we see he does not have it. So, easy guy plays this. This is the Choice Scarf Garchomp. It's a little different than the Garchomp we saw before, which, could at least use the stopping tantrum instead, but Arcanine predictably
what?
Out of here.
Yeah, Arcanine definitely wants to come back.
Szechuan?
But Amoonguss is the Pokemon that Nishan has brought.
I had really spicy tacos for lunch. It was great. I'm so glad the taco stand is back open. It's the start of an era again.
Klefki not going to be able to get in for free this time. They end up taking some damage from its partner Pokemon, but Garchomp instead clicking Rock Slide down into both of the Pokemon on the other side of the field. No flinch though. Wild Charge targets down into that Klefki. That's a super safe move because you have to imagine that if Alberto was going to switch anything, it would be into something that doesn't take Earthquake damage, and that feels like a free Wild Charge.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, he doesn't really end up hitting, but you see what he's fishing for right there. I think it's a really clever move, and I do think it's still reasonably punishable, right? I mean, like, Garchomp is now locked into Rock Slide, which is, I mean, with the Rock Slide, there's a way. Who knows? Maybe it'll flinch both of these Pokemon for 7 turns, and Alberto's going to be a genius. But as it stands, Garchomp's going to really struggle to do a whole lot, most likely.
Reflect from this Klefki. Once again, Rock Slide from the Garchomp. It is scarfed. It is going to be moving first. Flinch on the Iron Hands. And the Amoonguss does not get flinched, but it does get a Pollen Puff off onto its partner Pokemon. Is going to restore that back up to full. But this is where things get a little frustrating if you're Nishan.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to be difficult to stop these screens while this is happening, but at the very least, both these Pokemon can heal, right? Amoonguss can heal up its friends, then switch out and heal itself. So these Rock Slides not doing a whole lot of anything, assuming eventually the offensive Pokemon on Nishan's side of the field actually is able to attack. But yeah, I mean, free screens are never something you're going to complain about as the Klefki player.
Yeah, light screen going to come up this turn as well.
So do you think Q ended up going back to work? You think that's what it was? He said he wasn't going to work.
Every single consecutive turn until it is
off.
No, he probably has dinner with his family's aunts, brothers, dog. I don't know. He's always got some social thing to go to.
Yeah, I get it. I think I too would have had about enough of that. Yeah, put that to sleep. No more Rock Slides. Crucially too, with it being so quick, with that Choice Scarf does not get a turn of sleep there. So the next turn that Garchomp is in the field, it will not have a chance to wake up, and that will give a nice window here for Nishan to reposition his board.
Yeah, Iron Hands is going to switch out, not going to want to take something like some big damage, but now Fluttermane can come in here, can get some super effective damage off, especially if Alberto has decided that they want to put their Terrestrialization somewhere else. Thunder Wave from the Klefki into the Amoonguss does put it into paralysis, so it may have a 25% chance to not get any attacks off. Garchomp will take its first turn of sleep. Another Spore from the Amoonguss down onto the Klefki. The Klefki's not a Pokemon I think you're really all that worried about right now if you're Nishan, because it's already done exactly what it wanted to do.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I guess having a sleep, Nishan's certainly not going to be complaining about that, but it really just creates the window for Amoonguss now switch out safely, get that regenerator boost, and Nishan can send out one of their other Pokemon to actually accomplish something here.
Yeah, Arcanine coming in will get an Intimidate off, most importantly. Not going to have that redirected since Corviknight is not in this game at all because of, what we know behind the screen here. Klefki will take that turn to sleep, showing that it went for something probably Prankster related because it did go first. Garchomp also stays asleep for this turn. It does have a better chance to wake up, but Moonblast probably going to be lights out for that Garchomp, and it does get knocked out right there.
Yeah, some really nice positioning by Nishan. They don't really expose themselves to any risk, little choice but to allow the screens given how things played out, but still pick up a safe knockout, switch out 2 Pokemon pretty safely, and not a bad situation to be in here, right? Moonblast probably not the ideal the move to be locked into as Volcarona potentially threatens some Quiver Dances, but Arcanine being out there is the right matchup.
Yeah, Fluttermane switching out here, sending in the Iron Hands for Nishan, and that at least allows, I think, for maybe a fake out on the next turn. If you went for a Quiver Dance this turn, Klefki actually waking up here this turn, getting a pretty fast wake up, Thunder Wave down into that Arcanine just trying to once again just slow these Pokemon down. If you can get a full paralysis, it would be absolutely huge as well. Quiver Dance from the Volcarona, a pretty comfortable setup at this point in time. Special attack, special defense, and speed boost will allow you to maybe go for some big Giga Drains or some flamethrowers later on down the line. But Snarl from the Arcanine does help get rid of that special attack boost.
Yeah, I mean, that's all that really matters there. I mean, very technically doing damage, but the important thing here is just not to let Volcarona get carried away. You know, the net result of that turn is really just the speed boost in Volcarona and the Thunder Wave onto Arcanine. Since I think there's about 7 damage on Klefki and 0 on Volcarona. Arcanine's doing its best out here, but with a level of boosted special defense on Volcarona now and the light screen, it's tough.
Fake out into the Klefki this turn though, not into that Volcarona.
What if you were Arcanine?
Here, maybe trying to possibly
it's a canine talent.
Arcanine? He's still pronouncing it weird.
It's our canine. It's mine. It's yours. It's ours, comrade.
All you have to do is continue to click Snarl until pretty much the end of the game. You don't know what's in the back, but you can probably make a good guess.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, you know, it's like the danger, too, I guess, is that, you know, the turn you do get fully paralyzed, which, you know, maybe happens, maybe doesn't. You know, it's a 1 in 4 chance, but allowing that free Quiver Dance to Volcarona, if it happens, you know, it likely would have turned on the offense. It's kind of difficult to do that now, right? Where I think you know, Arcanine has managed to get enough Snarls off where now there's actually damage being threatened on that side, but we do see another Quiver Dance.
Another Quiver Dance, also meaning that this will be a Dazzling Gleam from the Klefki, as that did not end up happening first because it, you know, no real option to prankster anything here. Dazzling Gleam, it's just little chip damage. We saw this Klefki do so much damage in OCIC, but not really matching up to that now. Wild Charge critical hit into that Volcarona, absolutely huge damage. Does get the Flame Body burn, so if you go for something like a Giga Drain, you may be able to get a lot of that HP back up, and that may be your best opportunity. But no, Flare Blitz, a double target down into that Volcarona. It's enough to get the knockout, and all of that setup for naught.
Yeah, I guess we would have seen the opposite result, right? It wasn't just continuing to Quiver Dance until the paralysis happened, and instead it was continuing to boost stats without dealing any damage, and then doing no damage because of the knockout the other way. You even thought the critical hit, so that would have been a lot of incoming damage, but the critical hit's pretty devastating for Alberto's odds of winning this one.
Yeah, Roaring Moon does switch in. You still have the option to Terrastalize here, and we've seen that Terrastalization every single turn. You know that the Arcanine is paralyzed, so it's not going to be moving as fast. Iron Hands is burnt, so it's not going to be doing as much damage with a Wild Charge. If you do Terrastalize here, you can continue to click Dazzling Gleam, but Arcanine is going to switch out. It is most importantly useful for its Intimidate, and Amogus can come in here and probably freely click something like Spore.
Yeah, and also critical too. I mean, you know, the Rage Power option is pretty scary. You know, Roaring Moon's a Pokemon doing a bunch of single target damage, and yeah, there's so many more resources now left. That just slowly grind this one out, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the matter of, do you click Rage Powder? Do you, if you're Alberto, do you try and target down into the Iron Hands? Does the Iron Hands not feel as bad anymore? But Dragon Dance, Alberto's going for setup. He knows that he needs to get this big damage off, especially if you have the threat of an Arcanine coming back in later on in the game. Klefki clicking Dazzling Gleam, just continuing to do little itty bits of chip damage every single turn, and that's really all it can do. Close combat from the Iron Hands into the Roaring Moon. It handles that very, very comfortably. You know, I think this Klefki, its best opportunity is to try and get some full paralysis here.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing all it can. Sport the other way would be pretty devastating, but what also will be devastating is an Acrobatics on that Amoonguss at this point if it's able to happen. And, you know, Klefki's getting a little damage dealt. You know, it's not like impressing us too much on the offensive front, but, you know, with the burn on that Iron Hands from the Flame Body ability of the Volcarona, that and the Dazzling Gleams would add up, and yeah, Iron Hands ends up having to switch off the field here.
Yeah, Klefki's still hanging around too, because now that Reflect is up, it can just easily click Reflect again. Arcanine's Intimidate coming down will at least help mitigate some of the boosting there from that Dragon Dance, at least at this point too. It looks like Nishant actually going for a Terrastalization of their own, and this is a really clever one, a very defensive one. Terra, Water, Amoonguss, this is meaning that you are not going to be taking that super effective damage from that Acrobatics. It's still going to hit like a train. It's not a weak.
It's going to hit like a train.
Klefki's
Never heard that
Reflect as
saying.
well,
Hit like a
meaning
truck.
that this Arcanine may not be able to do as much damage. Helps to mitigate a lot.
I guess
of this
trains would
pressure.
hurt.
But Roaring Moon's Acrobatics.
A train
down
would
to
hurt.
the Amoonguss. It is not enough to get that knockout, but maybe on the next turn. But no, the Spore this turn, no full paralysis, which is I think what Alberto needed.
Yeah, great Terrastalization there. The game looks very different if that's a knockout and there's no Spore coming down here. Instead now, Arcanine probably threatening a knockout in this Klefki. Amoonguss maybe can switch back out, start getting Iron Hands back in to threaten more damage on this Roaring Moon. And the game's still close, and a quick wake up could still make this interesting, but looking like Nishant was able to just barely get enough control of this one.
Fluttermane switching in. Alberto going to once again be clicking another screen, but first the protect from the Amoonguss. The Klefki here does get a pretty free light screen at this point. You know, the protect from the Amoonguss feels a little interesting to me. I wonder if there were any other options that I could go for, maybe something like a side pollen puff if it wanted to, but also maybe just not a whole lot to go for this turn when you know you have a guaranteed sleep turn.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't in a lot of danger. I mean,
Love it when my game comes down to RNG. Pokemon's such a good competitive game.
Especially in 2v2.
This is the reason why, I guess, opting to sacrifice the Amoonguss with the Rage Powder, ensuring that there's no chance of Fluttermane taking a single target attack this turn.
Yeah, and you force that Thunder Wave back down into the Amoonguss, who's already paralyzed, so you keep that pressure off of the Fluttermane. Roaring Moon, though, going to stay asleep, going to be taking a Moon Blast. That might be enough to get that knockout. I'm not sure with the chip damage, but that Reflect is probably going to be huge, and you're going to have to worry again about a Thunder Wave. So you have to now hope, if you are Alberto, Rage Powder fails, full paralysis, you get the full paralysis onto the Fluttermane, and then you can wake up and get an Acrobatics.
Yeah, it's there is a way, and we're kind of in a situation now too, where it's almost become important to attack with Flap.
Great match, real fun.
Where's this Amoonguss down enough that Roaring Moon can maybe get like one swing in another spot with help from a full paralysis, and then protect to avoid having
only 5 more bugs.
Here's step one. It's a protect.
I've done this whole thing during this Pokemon match. My God, I killed 100 bugs during the Pokemon match. Why is Pokemon so slow?
But that Moonblast is showing that it's going to be a Dazzling Gleam, right? So that the Moonblast into the Roaring Moon, not going to do any damage. This Dazzling Gleam, once again, just continuing to whittle down a little bit of damage here and there. You might just, I don't know what you end up doing here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a real little bit where that is not going to turn into a knockout fast enough where he needs a fully paralyzed, and that's not what we see.
No full paralysis here, just going for an Acrobatics down into that Rage Powdered Amoonguss. Does get the knockout here, meaning you're once again clicking Dazzling Gleam with this Klefki, which means you're not clicking Thunder Wave, which means that you're not possibly getting a 25% chance of a full paralysis onto that Fluttermane, which is the end goal that you need
The Rage Powder would have stopped it anyway.
It's enough for that knockout, and I don't know if this is the little Klefki that could, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, the Klefki is going to have to survive an awful long time. I don't know if I...
No, I believe you give up in this situation.
I'm
not sure if you can surrender.
It's going to take an awful
There's definitely a surrender.
deal with that much HP.
I think here's the thing, right? You have full paralysis.
Real trainers never surrender. Slayer, level 40.
Here onto the Fluttermane, and I think if
Real trainers don't play VGC. Yeah, he just conceded it.
Which it looks like he's not going to be doing for us on stream, which I appreciate because it's hard to commentate sometimes over something that is 75% not likely to happen. But no, Nishant going to be moving on to 6-1, one step closer to playing in that day 2 Swiss, looking pretty good for them right now. Alberto,
yeah, but why do we like Swiss people?
Win, I think, a couple more games.
Yeah, I think that was a really intricate, well-played set.
Round 2 Swiss.
We've seen surprisingly many games so far today,
Ban the
right?
Swiss.
We've got a player who's had some incredible tournament results this year, and they aren't able to pull it off on stream.
Oh, they're referring to the cheese, not the people.
The player base is right now, where even the best players are showing, it's tough out there.
It is. The player density is, it's incredible. The talent is so incredibly stacked. I feel like at every single regional, and it's not even you can say, oh, I'm going to play against insert big name player here. Oh, I'm playing against this person who is their first
Slayer.
But they end up going undefeated. It's like no 40. Round is safe. No opponent is
40
safe.
might be a big level. What did I get for 40?
You need to take every opponent seriously.
Royal Trouble. A Fremennik quest that takes you to Miscellanea.
But you know that your opponents are very good. But I thought it was really interesting the way this one played out, where
no, I need to throw to Miscellanea first.
They closed both of the wins really cleverly.
Yes.
Where like I think it was a somewhat complicated endgame.
If I can do that.
A bunch of options for how they could have chosen to try to end those games, and I think the way that they did it was really smart, right? Where it would have taken, something pretty outrageous for either of those games to flip this the wrong way. I think it's really easy to kind of get ahead, like know that you're ahead and kind of like try to close it out too quick and then kind of open the door for, it's still improbable, but less improbable bad scenario to happen against you. The odds were stacked really nicely in this one.
Yeah, I think for Nishant, what they did incredibly well was they understood the techs on Alberto's team and were still able to play around. Because when you're dealing with a team that is truly just chock full of tools, keys and tools, all of that good stuff, when you're playing against a team that is just so full of a lot of different tech options, options. You have to be patient. There's a lot of planning. I like the game plans. Even Alberto's
Well,
game 2, I thought
first
was
off,
really,
let's
really
go
well
talk
played
to
by
Slayer
him.
Man.
You know, Palafin I think was a really cool Pokemon, but I definitely understand the reason you may not have wanted to bring it in Game 3, especially if you assumed for an overcorrection. But that made the Amoonguss so much safer, I think, to just kind of sit in there. You didn't have to worry about clicking Spore into that Palafin. You didn't have to worry too much about all the switching, but there was a lot of switching on both sides of the field, and I think Nishant was very cognizant of where their Arcanine was at all times in those games, and that paid off very well for them.
Yeah, again, I kind of looking back at that first game, I thought Alberto did such a good job of playing against the Arcanine. It kind of still didn't matter, right? Where they just didn't allow Alberto to have any real window to get back into that game. I'm also will be curious to hear what they were thinking with the Pokemon selection in Game 3, because I'm a little curious if Alberto didn't kind of set himself up a little bit there. Like, I think by winning Game 2, by highlighting Palafin so prominently, it sort of encourages the Amoonguss pick that then undoes him in Game 3. Because, yeah, I mean, I think that's some of the solution to Volumberry, right? It's like, well, what happened in Game 2 was the Will-O-Wisp hit, and then it was a problem because he never got a chance to activate the second status effect. Perhaps in Game 3, even if the Palafin was there, like, oh, well, this time I have Spore ready to take advantage of the Lumberry being missing, and then we get to the same place in a different way.
Yeah, I think, like you said, there's going to be a lot of interesting thoughts from both of those players. Speaking of which, we have an interview ready in Bidoo's Hangout with Gabby and Nishant. Take it away.
Where's ZFG or something?
Everybody, I am here with Nishant, who just won an
It's too late for ZFG.
against Alberto.
How's it too late? It's
It
only
feels
8
great,
o'clock.
but before I get started, do you want a donut?
Yeah, sure.
Amazing.
I think this is usually be when he stops his stream if he's still streaming by now.
Well, that's not my fault. That's ZFG's fault. He's gone crazy. My son, he's gone mad.
I'm just saying, CFG doesn't tend to stream this late.
Well, I'm just saying, sucker Mary barrels. I want you killed 16 vampire. Great, thanks. Great, thanks.
What happened?
He said, I want you kill 16 vampire, and I asked him for tips, and he said they're strong. My character said, great, thanks.
Excellent.
Alright, what can I do here? No, I don't want the vampire slayer task. I want to slayer task vampires. Here we go. Feral vampires. Vampire rejuvenates. Oh, vampire rejuvenates are apparently not a good idea. Oh yeah, they seem bad. Okay, and then I don't have a taste of hope, so I don't think I can do Firewatch. Oh wait, is this the one that gives you Bird to Rot Ramble? Maybe I can do this one. No, I can't do this one yet, I don't think. Alright, looks like I'm killing Feral Vampire. They can be harmed by all weapons. What can they drop that's good? Nothing. Why did it say they dropped something good? Okay, well I think we teleport to Shades of Martin then. Go fight the ones over there. I think. Maybe. Yeah, alright. I only have to kill 16 of these, so I don't really think it's going to be that hard. How hard could it be?
Switch off Tracer.
Popper,
a 60-card format that has been one of my favorites for years, primarily because it is a format that prioritizes the most essential ingredient in the enjoyability of Magic the Gathering. That ingredient? Accessibility. Pauper dictates that every card in your deck must be of common rarity. This rule ensures the format will always have an extremely low barrier of entry to play. It also has the side effect of making the format fun as heck to play. I and many others often describe it as legacy light. And best of all, Pauper is no longer just a 60-card format. This is your introduction to Pauper Commander. That's right, Pauper has invaded the most popular way of playing Magic the Gathering, and this video will serve as your introduction to one of the most compelling, dynamic, and accessible formats to date. Pauper Commander, also known as PDH, is a successful, community-supported variant of Commander. It's a format that I believe has something for nearly everyone, from casual players to even competitive players, to deck brewers alike. Presented here, I will share the rules you need to know to dive into the format and build your very first Pauper Commander deck. And because of the sheer breadth of options available in PDH, I'll also be evaluating it from both a casual and competitive lens, giving brief examples of decks geared towards both metas. But first, the ad. Hey, you knew it was coming, but I have to keeps you on your toes. Okay, for real though, Keeps is sponsoring this video. And you know, hair loss is a sensitive topic for some people, and no one should be at a loss when it might happen. Keeps wants to ensure you know your options to combat hair loss. You see, 2 out of every 3 people will experience hair loss by the time they're 35. Get in front of the issue before it happens. Talk with Keeps 24/7 care support, where Keeps has a network of expert medical advisors and care specialists to support your road to hair. Keeps is here for you. Don't feel pressured to commit, but do get your questions answered. Sometimes the best product for Keeps to offer might just be their award-winning all-natural thickening shampoo and conditioner system. No scary unknown cream, just a familiar product that'll strengthen your scalp. And you know, there is absolutely nothing wrong with losing your hair. You can be sexy as Fabio. Your kids remember Fabio? Is that a dated reference? But you could be sexy as whoever the hell Fabio is today, whether you're bald or balding, long hair or no. But if you want to have long hair or just some hair and Mother Nature is working against you, well, that is where Keeps comes in. Head to keeps.com/Tolarian for a special offer or click the link in the description. Thank you, Keeps, for sponsoring the video. Let's begin with deck construction. Just as in regular Commander, Pauper Commander utilizes the command zone. Your deck must have a commander, but unlike regular Commander, in Pauper Commander, your commander must be a creature of uncommon rarity. While there are a plethora of uncommon legends available, in Pauper Commander, your commander does not need to be a legendary creature. The requirement is just that it is an uncommon creature. This in and of itself opens up an enormous new world of deck building options. What about the deck itself? Well, a Pauper Commander, or PDH deck, must contain 99 cards at only common rarity. As in the 60-card Pauper format, if a card has been printed at common rarity at any time within a set, then it is legal, even if there are other printings at a higher rarity. Gameplay rules. PDH is a multiplayer format. 3 or more players are recommended. However, unlike regular Commander, in PDH the starting life total is 30 life points instead of 40. A player can still die due to Commander damage, but in PDH, lethal Commander damage is 16 combat damage instead of 21. While most playgroups will develop their own mulligan rules, the standard is that there is 1 free mulligan at the beginning of each game. In regards to legality in the 99, it takes only 1 common printing for a card to become PDH legal. For example, Monastery Swift Spear is Pauper legal, despite the fact that this was originally an uncommon card in Khans of Tarkir. Since it was reprinted at common in Double Masters, it is considered Pauper legal for both the 60 and 100 card Commander versions of the format. Even though it was once again reprinted at uncommon in Brothers War, Monastery Swift Spear remains 100% 100% Pauper legal due to its one common printing. Pauper Commander is still a singleton format. That means only one copy of each non-basic land is permitted. In regards to Commander legality, it takes only one uncommon printing for a creature to become a viable PDH Commander. For example, because Rada, Heir to Keld, was printed at uncommon in Dominaria Remastered, despite multiple previous rare printings, she is now a legal PDH Commander. PDH has its own banned list, which I'd like to point out includes cards such as Mystic Remora and Rhystic Study. There will be no asking about no paying of no one here. In terms of gameplay, the lessened life totals and lowered lethal commander damage is very welcome. Reducing these numbers is arguably necessary for a healthy game flow, as having no access to rare or mythic cards means we naturally have fewer avenues to knock out our opponents. Another gameplay feature that is quite welcome is the fundamental and gargantuan shift in commander options. The uncommon commander pool for us to select from is over 4,200 creatures deep. That gives players approximately 2,600 more commanders to choose from than traditional EDH. This widened pool means we'll get to play with effects in the command zone that have never been printed on a legendary creature before. Have you ever wanted your favorite evoke or adventure creature to be in your command zone? Well, in Pauper Commander, it's completely legal. As I mentioned at the top, Pauper Commander is a format that will remain accessible and inexpensive for as long as it lives. Out of over 8,900 legal cards, only 240 of them are worth $1 or more. To really drive the point home, over 5,800 cards that are Pauper Commander legal can each be bought for 10 cents or less. There are seriously so many cool things about this format, but the fact that you can build Pauper Commander decks for mere dollars is definitely one of them. With the gameplay rules established, let's now ask ourselves, what sort of deck do we actually want to build and play? The answer to that question mainly depends on which of two metagames that you, as a player, are interested in. I define these two metagames as casual and competitive. Let's have a look at both, shall we? Many Magic the Gathering players ask the question, what do I do with all this bulk? Well, Pauper Commander is here to remedy the situation. Do you have bulk from the past 15 sets lying around in elongated white cardboard boxes? I know myself and many Magic the Gathering players do indeed. My favorite part of Pauper Commander is being able to build an entire deck for no dollars at all, strictly out of the bulk cards I have collected over the years. When building a casual PDH deck from my collection, I find delight in giving obscure, limited all-stars like Vampire Nighthawk and Gelectrode a chance to shine in the command zone. And I delight in finding new homes for so many once-forgotten cards in these bulk boxes. To give you an idea of what I mean, let's take a look at a casual Pauper Commander deck that I've built strictly using bulk commons from my personal collection. I knew as soon as I saw Beckoning Will-o'-the-Wisp in my bulk, I was going to be able to totally indulge my love of flying creatures in PDH. Beckoning Will-o'-Wisps is an uncommon creature from Baldur's Gate that costs 2 generic and 1 white mana. It's a 1/3 flyer that states, at the beginning of combat on your turn, choose an opponent, creatures attacking the last chosen player get +1/+0. I am sold. This is definitely our flying beatdown Pauper Commander. Suddenly my mind began racing at the legions of mono-white common flyers printed throughout Magic's history, many of which I knew I had just laying around. With Beckoning Will-o'-Wisp in play, my old Healer's Hawk, Segovian Angel, love that card, and Battlefield Raptor now swiftly strike with twice the power at our desired opponent. Duskrider Falcon, Freewind Falcon, and Squall Drifter all await in the wings with a dozen more bulk flyers, all of them prepared to swing ceaselessly at our opponents. You can bet all this damage really stacks up, as our commander doesn't just buff our attackers, but all attackers who swing at our chosen opponent. Naturally, the deck will need more than just creatures to function. Upon checking my bulk for interaction, it turns out options were bountiful, as old copies of Minimus Containment, Destroy Evil, Disenchant, and even more were on hand. Pauper battlefields beware, because beckoning birds are about to bombard your board. What about competitive Pauper Commander, or CPDH? There are many Magic the Gathering decks that have been discovered for Pauper Commander through rigorous gameplay to simply be more powerful than the rest. These top-tier decks make up what is known as the CPDH, or Competitive Pauper Commander metagame. If you enjoy optimizing under restrictions or are looking for more than just a casual homebrew, you could purchase and play some of the strongest competitive decks in the entire metagame for under $50 each. Let's take a look under the hood at a CPDH deck now and see what kind of power we can behold for roughly the same price as a Commander Precon. The commander for this deck is Sailor's Bane, a 7/7 dragon turtle that costs 7 generic and 2 blue mana. It states, this spell costs 1 less to cast for each card you own in exile, and in your graveyard, that's an instant card, a sorcery card, or a card that has adventure. Ward 4. This seemingly unassuming and uncommon turtle is secretly a devastating threat in CPDH. Thanks to blistering fast mono blue cantrips like Mental Note, Consider, Thought Scour, and more, we can fill our graveyard with instants and sorceries so quickly that this commander's discount ability will allow us to cast it for 2 blue mana as early as turn 3. Our 7-power turtle is nigh untouchable with Ward 4, so all we then need are evasion spells like Shadow Rift, Arcane Flight, and Slip Through Space to KO our opponent in 3 or less combat steps. Did I mention the astronomically low number of board wipes in this format makes the combat step that much stronger? And you can also rest assured that even at common, blue has the interaction necessary to keep our opponents locked in turtle time. Negate, Into the Royal, and Arcane Denial are all examples of low-cost, high-impact interaction that we have to work with. While building a deck from bulk is enjoyable in its own right, the Pauper Commander format has existed for many years now, and like all popular formats that stand the test of time, this means Pauper Commander is being actively and thoroughly optimized. The competitive and casual decks I've shared here are just 2 examples of myriad possibilities that you can create. If you want to learn more about these metagames and find other Pauper Commander players to shuffle up and play with, you can participate in the thriving PDH community. The official home base for Pauper Commander is www.pdhhomebase.com. Here you will find the associated Discord and subreddit for even greater format discussion and matchmaking. Links to the PDH home base and even more resources, including $50 competitive deck lists, will be included in the description of this video. I hope very much this video has helped you discover one of your new favorite ways to play Commander. With a minimum cost of, just whatever's lying around, and what is usually just a maximum cost of $50, are you considering building your first Pauper Commander deck? Do you already love Pauper Commander and are looking to show more players its merits? Let me know in the comments below. And if you did find this video helpful, be sure to help me out greatly just by sharing it with your friends and playgroup, or sharing another video from this channel with your friends or playgroup, and then sitting down with your friends or playgroup and watching another video from this channel. That would be great. Either way, I'm confident that PDH can be your next best format for many game nights to come. Hey, thanks again to Keeps for sponsoring this video. If you are experiencing hair loss and want to fight back, give Keeps a call. 24/7 customer service with experts in their respected fields to ensure you are getting proper hair care support. Head to keeps.com/Tolarian for a special offer. Click the link in the description. Thank you, Keeps, for sponsoring the video. Next time on Shuffle Up and Play. Today, Legacy, but not just any Legacy. We have 2 extremely talented Legacy players and myself to battle it out. What's your deck?
My deck? You want to know my secret before the game starts? It's okay.
Yes, I want to know your secrets before the game starts because I have to beat you with Merfolk.
Professor, no one's playing Merfolk in Legacy anymore.
We just got a new card.
An Asian too. This is another powerful card.
This guy thinks he's playing Commander. I'm gonna kick this spell. And I'm gonna say that Urza's Saga that becomes a basic island.
Shadow Spear.
The lifelink's pretty bad. He's at 7. I want to kill him. I'm going to...
Another Slayer task done. Slayer.
How does it feel to be Slayer?
Beast layer.
I suppose I should at least go do my freaking Lopper dailies.
Yeah, I need to do that too. And I need to play piano at some point. Or I could take today off. Whomst could say. Alright, what is the next Slayer task gonna be? I hope it's a good one. It's...
I want you killed 12 matchstick.
It's me accidentally attacking the zombie in front of the Slayer Master. Wow.
Maybe they shouldn't put the Slayer Master next to a bunch of zombies.
He likes killing them when he feels bored. Kill 104 shades. Ooh.
That's a lot of shades.
That is a lot of shades.
Are those strong?
No, just not very useful. I had a shade task before, and it's fine. It's harmless. It's harmless. Lore Shades give how much Slayer XP? 38. That's pretty good. It's pretty good for how not that strong they are. They are extremely weak to the Gatter Hammer. Is it slow? Yes. Oh, that'll be fun to try. Alright, let's go to Shades of Morton. Why not? But each one of these guys gives 38 XP, which, you know, that ain't bad. Excuse you guys. Yeah, the only problem is they don't really drop anything. And by don't drop anything, I actually do mean that. They don't drop anything. They drop these remains that are only useful for a minigame that I'm not gonna play. I thought about playing it, but the only useful things come from I need to get level up my woodcutting a bunch, which I'm not gonna do right now. That's one reason why I wanted to level my woodcutting up to 60, and I just couldn't be bothered. Got her. Give me something good. Give me something good. 4 uncut diamonds. Yeah, okay. I want to try the Gatter Hammer. So these 100 bastards are going to give me like 3,800 XP, which will give me a Slayer level and bring it up to 41, which is pretty much all I wanted right now. My dad's still linking me pictures of dogs. No,
What?
we had a conversation. He just wants me to get a dog. He just won't stop talking about how I should get a dog.
Like, you need dogs to protect you from things such as, like...
Okay. That's a big honking hammer. Alright. Do you think this hammer will be good?
No.
Me neither. But let's try it. It says they are extremely weak to the Gatter Hammer. Extremely. It says a Dragon Scimitar does more damage, but I don't have a Dragon Scimitar. Alright. Bonk.
Just for safety.
Bonk. What?
I'm tending these onions.
Bonk. 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 Not super impressed.
I have protected the plants in my house.
Congratulations. Go find another shade. Bonk.
Right, these plants is not purple.
Bonk. It only hits up to a 12. I can hit up to a 12 with my other weapon. It says it has a 5% chance to do double damage, though. Oh, I guess that's when that... Okay, I got a 12 and it didn't say it was my max hit. So I'm guessing that's what that was all about. Bonk. Well, I guess that means they could probably almost one-shot occasionally. Which that would be amusing.
What if you were Breezy Marie?
That'd be weird.
Yeah, that is an odd name. Alright, no thrilling way, no... There's a writing way in here.
Writing way?
Writing way.
Oh, writing. They said rating. I was like, okay.
No, writing way. You must ride writing way.
I don't think it's that kind of writing.
Why do you think he's the NPC that gives you the freaking mount for the quests? Impossible.
Are you ranking up today?
Oh god, I am actually, aren't I?
I don't know. You tell me. That's why I asked the question.
Yes, but I had forgotten. At least at the quests before ranking up are nice and easy.
Oh, that's good.
Even if I do have to fly to every room in the freaking burrow.
Okay, I've decided we're gonna switch to a poison spear, and I want to know if these guys are immune to poison or not. So I can't seem to find an answer in the wiki. So I'm going to make my own answer. Via violence. I've chosen violence. I always choose violence. Oh, they are immune. Okay, well. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Now listen.
Act 3 never ever.
Look, they released another song. What more do you want?
Padding Way Selenylene. What the fuck?
What are you rambling about, boy?
I'm trying to read this bunny's name. Her name is Padding Way Selenylene. She does not have a plate, but her message is kitty fluffs and bunny puffs are very soft and deserve lots of pet. Slash pet, obviously.
I don't really know what you said, but I wish I could unhear it.
Hmm.
Hit points, 53. Stab these guys with a spear. Make them disappear. That's what I say.
Weren't they immune to poison?
Yeah? Spear's still strong.
Wasn't hammer stronger?
This hammer's slower.
Hmm.
This is much faster at kill. These guys aren't offensively very strong, so I'm not really, I don't feel like I'm missing out by not using a spear here. Did Pokemon come back? Poké come back?
Probably.
Seems to have.
Start adding up. That's really, really big for the side of Zachary, I think. You know, it softens up a lot of Pokemon for much, much easier knockouts. So definitely something to think about. But right now, I mean, he switched around a lot on the side of Emmanuel, but he doesn't really have like a huge foothold. He's got the Pokemon advantage, but I don't even think like losing the Tatsugiri is the worst thing for Zachary. I think that's kind of almost exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, Tatsugiri, I mean, it wasn't the strong point of the first game. I mean, it was able to take that final KO, so we didn't see any Pollen Puff, Palafin survival shenanigans at this point. But beyond that, it was all about the other Pokemon, and this Cerulege in particular, over on Zach's end. So it'll be the Sylveon coming in place of the Cerulege. And that Sylveon, I mean, we talked about it quite a lot, considering it has like this really strong spread attack, is something like this Hyper Voice. So
Literally walk away. The Shades want to impale themselves on my spear while I'm gone, that's fine.
You poison them both, assuming they're not the Amoongus, and then you're able to just clean up with the Hyper Voice to follow up. So if there's another Mortal Spin here...
Oh, I mean, oh no, the Shades. I hope they don't impale themselves upon my spear. That would be, oh no.
Pretty decent little chunk of damage to start adding up, but look what we got out of the Tyranitar.
It's going to be the Rock Slide. So connecting with the Glimmora will set up the Toxic Debris. So at this point, the Pokemon in the back is already poisoned, and the Palafin's already swapped in. Hyper Voice doing some damage. There's going to be not a flinch over on the Sylveon on the other end from that Rock Slide.
Look how well that Tyranitar is set up though, right? Like the Tyranitar started taking more damage from the poison between turns than it is some of these attacks. The Earth Power essentially becomes chip damage when you're facing down the Assault Vest and the boost from the sand as well. So Tyranitar in a really good position, but Palafin definitely punished a little bit for that switch in, right? Like I'm not saying it's as bad as it could have been. It's not poison, so that's a big win for the Palafin. But it is definitely going to be suffering a little bit here,
Come here.
As it is just taking a lot of damage.
Shut
It's
up,
also
just
getting
don't
residual damage from the sand.
They don't want to
every
get owned.
single time. So we'll need the assistance of the Amoongus and its Pollen Puff.
Yeah, that's the thing about setting the sand on your own side is sure, it's going to be really nice for the Tyranitar, but for the other Pokemon on your team, it could be a little bit of a detriment unless, of course, you have like Garchomp, Sandvale, all of that stuff. Going into this turn, the Sylveon just looking to protect to make sure it can't get targeted into this time around. The Jet Punch, though, is going to be targeting into the Glimmora with the Clobberry. A super effective hit, but it is going to be hanging on. That'll be another layer of toxic debris going down. Now it'll be the Tyranitar. Actually, so first the Mortal Spin. We'll get there. We got a little thing called Speed Tears. We're gonna make sure that this Palafin can get nice and poisoned before the Tyranitar goes.
Yeah, making sure that you're getting that kind of residual damage, that little bit of tick every single turn that will just start weakening things and force you. You know, you have to use Pollen Puff way more because you're getting more residual damage every single turn. So that is going to be quite nasty. But the Glimmora has done its job. If the fourth Pokemon wasn't an Amoonguss, that would be feeling really good, right? Because you'd be able to get it toxic poisoned on the way in. I actually haven't seen that yet for any of our
Please
players.
protect me from these, quote,
Successfully
small
use
bunny.
toxic debris to get toxic poison set up. But, you know, that's
Protect
for later.
these
We'll
from
get there in
nuts.
the course of these regionals. Tyranitar currently free of the taunt, not that it matters. It's an Assault Vest version. But, you know, just, you know, good to know kind of how far through this game we're going.
And
Also,
for the
Smoky
final
Blunts is here.
Pokemon, it is going to be the Ceruledge, so Free down to just 2 left, going up against the 4 Pokemon on Emmanuel's end. 3 out of the 4 Poison, Tyranitar, Palafin, definitely getting lower and lower on the health bar. So you are essentially on a timer at this point. Sure, you only have 2 more Pokemon to be going through, but we already got to see in Game 1 that Ceruledge, just how problematic that it could be, especially with that Grass Terra type facing down against the Palafin. So this is where there's going to need to be a decision on Zachary's end, and we can see the decision from Emmanuel's. Instead of the Terastallization Flying type onto the Tyranitar, it's going to be all steam ahead with this Elephant, but it will be the Terastallization in return.
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing the Terastallization come through on the Ceruledge actually swings things so much in the favor of Zachary Thornburg, right? Like being able to immediately say, okay, if the Terastallization isn't on your Tyranitar, you have nothing that can hit me right now for really good, super effective damage. So can, of course, play around that. Huge Jet Punch, though, easily getting that knockout with the assistance of the Terastallization, which he was missing in that last game.
So now it's going to be this 4v1 situation, though. A quick KO onto a very damaged Tyranitar is going to make sure that it's not going to be a problem whatsoever. So even if it was going to be a Terastallization onto the Tyranitar, recognizing that that could have been problematic, so I'll Terastallize, make sure the Tyranitar is dealt with, and deal with the Palafin in all due time, as this poison is...
Oh yeah, I just thought of something
Yeah,
I
this
can
is
do
actually
that's
one
even
thing
more
that's very
effective
different
than
to
just
game number
sitting
1, though,
here.
for Emmanuel's side. He still has
I
access
need
to
to
that Iron Bundle. Now, the
buy
Iron
some
Bundle is
olive
going to be able to, of
oils.
course, land much better attacks onto this
change
massive
server.
Ceruledge, but it's such an obvious Pokemon that, you know, has to deal with it. You know, it's going to be able to wrap this one up. It is, of course, 3-1, though, so I think unless this Ceruledge can protect a whole bunch and let the poison do the work, I've got a feeling it'll be absolutely fine.
At this point, to the Freeze Dry into the Ceruledge.
We'll see.
Just a good amount of damage in the
see how
Palafin
long
will
this
be able to
lasts me.
follow up with the Wave Crash.
Yeah.
So just doing as much damage as it can,
World
even with a
Switcher.
not very effective hit, is going to be enough. The Ceruledge could not this time around, and it will be Emmanuel taking a clean game 2 to bring us into a game 3.
Yeah, I think that was like, it was the right play, right? It's like you had to beat the Tyranitar that turn, but I don't know. I'm sort of wondering on that one, like, okay, you got the last Pokemon left, you definitely struggle a little bit to get out of it. So game 3 coming up, I think the Tyranitar is the perfect adaptation, and I think you have to stick with it.
Yeah, especially too that turn where it was the Tatsugiri taking a bunch of damage. The Tatsugiri targeted into a protected Pokemon. All of a sudden, next turn it was heavily damaged, and the Sand was able to finish taking that KO. So the Tatsugiri not getting what it needed in that position, and just some smart protects coming out from players to make sure that Emmanuel in that situation could make sure that his Pokemon was nice and safe, and any targeting was not going to be effective. So intrigued with this game 3 now. Obviously the Tyranitar, big adjustment, but Zachary now knows about that adjustment.
Yeah, he knows that it's coming, and he knows he needs to play around it a little bit differently. So certainly some options. I'm not sold on this Tatsugiri on its own. I don't think it's done enough
Morton
in either of the games, even the game he won, to really justify the inclusion there. And you know, it feels like there's certainly better options maybe for that slot. So something we have to consider. You know, one thing Zachary's team kind of got slowly whittled away, right? Like he just lost a Pokemon here, lost a Pokemon there. It never felt like he had like a clear foothold in the game. Like he made the right play at the end, right? He made the Ceruledge forced to be dealt with. But the Ceruledge isn't going to be able to do it on its own. The Ceruledge isn't that kind of Pokemon that can sweep through the whole team with like big spread attacks, you know. And unless all that poison had racked up a little bit better, you know, he needed stuff to be in like Shadow Sneak range, which it just wasn't. So when he's forced to Bitter Blade just to keep his health up, it's always going to be a tough old time.
I mean, the 2 adjustments that he'd be bringing instead of that Tatsugiri, you can bring the Dondozo by yourself, which feels a little on
Gold.
Subtime, yeah. Or there is the Splattermane. That would be some strong aggressive damage coming out, but also, as with every Pokemon over on Zax, and a little bit of a different look. I mean, it could be fun to see something like an icy win from the Splattermane to maybe do anything, but all the speculation is for nothing because it will be that Tatsugiri. Same leads the trainers have been going with the first 2 games. We'll see it again here.
Yep,
Same
that's a very kind of obvious
How
play,
exciting.
but like, for me, you know, Emmanuel has the option, right, to just kind of do exactly the same play he did last time, which is just freeze dry and switch into the sand. And then this Tyranitar's in a great position, so unless this Tatsugiri does decide to keep itself safe, which, you know, Tatsugiri can be one of those Pokemon that struggles to do that, right, if it's particularly required. I feel like it's just going to be in a great position, so yeah, this is the play once again. Tatsugiri's gone at the end of this turn.
Yeah, so things kind of playing out a similar fashion, but the thing is since it wasn't the first turn protected, there's Draco Meteor, but it misses.
The gozy
That is gonna
gozy.
be a huge blow because obviously you can see at that point it was, all right, well the Tatsugiri is gonna go down, but at least I'll get some damage. Our gem though will deal with the Iron Bundle with a 1-hit KO, so at least it will be an even trade for both of our trainers.
Yeah, it's 1-for-1, and both trainers getting kind of the big play from their win repeated here in turn number 1. So being able to get that Tatsugiri knocked out with the sand, of course that's a big miss on the Draco Meteor. Not getting that damage down. I don't
Well,
think
you know,
knocking out with the sand.
I'm
and
hitting
with a side
casual
burst, it would
8s
still
and
be
9s,
helping
and that
out
guy's
a
hitting
whole
casual
lot.
20s.
And that would be,
No
you know,
big
putting
deal.
this Tyranitar
We're all
dangerously
friends here.
close.
We're all
Palafin
pals.
now gets to come in immediately after, so actually losing that side, the Iron Bundle, you know, yeah, you got to trade it 1-for-1 though, and get your Palafin back in, which is exceptionally strong. So feels like now this is a really cool play that I think we're about to see come through from Emmanuel Boktor, being able to really lock down the Cerulege, because the Cerulege was the big problem here, right? The Cerulege in game number 1, of course, the Zachary one. If the Cerulege stays without terastallizing, then you can just deal with it with Palafin, right? There's no way it can stand up to that kind of...
I saw a
threat.
chopstick once.
Or the Tyranitar goes for its Terra type, and if the, you know, the Palafin does, sorry, not the Palafin, the Cerulege goes for its terastallization itself, well, you've now got a flying type on your team, which is kind of where he was lacking in game number 1, so definitely feeling good. That said, this flying type can now be punished a little bit more. Cerulege did not decide to mix things up.
No, instead taking the Jab Punch and now going with the Bitter Blade. I mean, it was so low, so it will be able to deal a little bit of damage to this Tyranitar at this point and be able to roll up. But the Power Gem now firing off. It's not going to be enough thanks to the Assault Vet, thanks to the sand. So now Tyranitar is going to be healthy to now fire off a Terra Blast. Of course, the Cerulege is already so low. That is going to be a KO.
Yeah, and this one has slipped away in that turn. This one definitely in Emmanuel's side of the field now. Can do pretty much whatever he needs to at this point to try and wrap this one up. The Tyranitar is, of course, going to take a sand damage. It's very funny to see a Tyranitar taking sandstorm damage. But you're now down to a Glamora and a Sylveon. The Sylveon isn't hitting the Tyranitar super effectively. Not that it needs to. It's rather low anyway. But, you know, you're in a kind of sticky situation, right? Where it's like, okay, can these 2 Pokemon alone win you the game? You're down 2-3. The Tyranitar's pretty low, so it could just be 2-2. The big question for me is, can he stop the Palafin? And I'm not so sure at this juncture how easy that one's going to be.
I know last turn I would have loved to see maybe that Protect the Cerulege, recognizing that could have been something, and instead attacking with the Glamora, being able to then double into it this turn, but now having to make use of the options that are available. That Palafin, I mean, it's definitely one of those Pokemon that as soon as it's able to start running away with the game, it takes off and does not look back. So this definitely could be a little bit of a tricky situation. Sylveon will be the one protecting this time around, which will make sure that it won't be targeted, but instead it'll be the Wave Crash into the Glamora, dealing so much damage even with the things of that berry. And the Toxic Debris, considering these 2 Pokemon are already out on the field, is not really going to matter in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Toxic Debris down, but you're not going to be able to catch it on the end there. You will get some poison here, though, with the Mortal Spin. So Tyranitar and Palafin both poisoned, putting them on a timer, trying to force things down to this Amoonguss play later on, potentially. But, you know, what does the Tyranitar go for? If this Rock Slide is able to finish things up, it's going to be very, very close on this Glamora. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, being able to connect is the first struggle of Rock Slide, but The Glimmer already brought so low with how much damage that Wave Crash was able to do. It was just incredible. So now it's going to be Sylveon up against the world in this case. Sure, you have 2 Pokemon that are poisoned on the other side, but still this 3v1 situation. At this point, too, it will be Tyranitar. I think just
Whatever your
holding on
name
to the end of this.
was Dickon.
Tyranitar is going to be dangerously
Dickon?
close. It's got the poison.
And it's
There
gone.
It is.
It's gone. So 2v1.
Indeed.
Okay, it's a 2v1, but don't forget your Amoonguss that's coming in from the back doesn't get poisoned.
Yeah.
So you're going to be able to bring that in and start causing chaos. I mean, we want to talk chaos. Let's just talk about Spore, right? At some point, I think he's just going to be able to Spore this Sylveon and just start wailing on it for free. So, you know, the focal point of Zachary's team, a Pokemon that he's been loving for a while, just isn't able to get it done as Amoonguss. You know, takes away those toxic spikes. Very nicely done there. But yeah, what can the Sylveon do? The Sylveon needs to be attacking pretty consistently. You know, maybe there's a world where you try and buy some time, let this Palafin get knocked out. But even at some point, right, like Amoonguss is just going to keep putting you to sleep. Sylveon's going to go for the next Protect, and yeah, this is the beginning of the end for Zachary here.
Yeah, the Wave Crash is going to do so much damage, bringing that right down low. It will be able to get some recovery back with the Citrus Berry at this point. But, of course, not being able to get that double is going to hurt because that will be the Spore to then shut it down on this turn.
Yeah, Sylveon going to sleep will, of course, need to take its mandatory turn. Next turn, we're going to get some Sandstorm damage. So Palafin getting caught there, Sylveon getting caught for a little bit as well, and the Amoonguss. So everyone gets its fair share of that Tyranitar's earlier problem. The poison onto the Palafin is going to be enough, going to be able to wrap that one up. And now it's just Amoonguss versus Sylveon. Now, while I usually bet on the Sylveon, it's asleep.
I know that's the tough part of things, so, because I don't believe Zachary's used terrestrialization yet, has he? Because we didn't get to see it on the Cerulean.
No, he hasn't.
It is a flying type Sylveon, so that with the Terra Blast is something that can actually be hitting the Amoonguss. The Amoonguss doesn't really hit well back, but this is then where you're hoping you're going to be asleep for this turn, and you're going to have to hope that the next that you can maybe wake up before anything too detrimental can be coming out from this Amoonguss. So it literally are on a timer. The Pollen Puff, we'll see how much it does. It does so little. And the Sandstorm going away. So there is...
Little puff.
There is a world.
This is Sylveon's game.
What?
That's the perfect call. He hadn't
Pollen Puff does a little
Sylveon
damage.
is just going to be able to sit there and say,
I
you
mean,
know what, at some point I'll wake up and I'll Terra Blast you. Because these Pollen Puffs,
Little money.
is he going to need 2 more Pollen Puffs?
I think 2 more. And that will be the wake up from Sylveon this time around. So that's going to be the Terra Blast flying type coming out to then hit super effective damage into this Amoonguss. That is a lot of damage, but the thing is, Amoonguss does have a little bit of that recovery itself, so it's going to be a really close one between these 2 trainers. There will be another Pollen Puff going off. See, it's
one more.
so close.
Okay, honestly, the damage from Terra Blast, I think, lines up almost perfectly. Let's see if he gets the knockout. This is dangerously close.
If it's not the knockout this turn, then this is going to be Emmanuel's game. 15 health is now the safe play, going to put the Sylveon to sleep with Spore. So regardless of how low it is, now the Sylveon put to sleep now can go ahead with the very little damage dealing Pollen Puff as the Sylveon is required to sleep this turn.
Let's see if it gets it. I think it's got to be there based off the last couple. It's done it!
The Amoonguss, that good Sylveon, is going to go down, and Emmanuel Proctor 2-1 victory to secure a spot in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, the bar went down on that first Terra Blast. I wasn't quite sure on the exact numbers. As soon as that Citrus Berry, it looked like enough. And Emmanuel banking on that one, being able to say, you know what, after the Citrus Berry, I can take another Terra Blast. You know what I'm going to do after that? I'm just going to pop you to sleep and guarantee my follow-up Pollen Puff. What an insane way to end that set with both of them coming down so close, but perfect play. I think both trainers opened up to their outs. And, well, the Amoonguss, you know, initially before the terrestrialization, I was like, oh, Amoonguss has this, right? Like, you just Pollen Puff a little bit more. But then at some point, you know, we got
Elaborate, this is literally all just confections.
Yeah, like the Terra Blast is a lot of
Candy
damage.
Way?
But then apparently
He's supposed to be cooking way, but I don't see anything here that wouldn't go to a candy way or confection way.
I didn't, and that's why that game came down to the wire.
Did you map how many Pollen Puffs you needed to be hitting into a flying terrestrialization Sylveon?
Nope, didn't do that one either.
Well, this is why they're up there and we're here, I guess. But
I think like we say like 3-hit knockouts too many. I think like from full health, that's probably a ridiculous amount.
someone's got a math.
They do have pudding.
Yeah.
I said the maths. But really close end game, honestly, considering that was a situation where at first the Sylveon was looking to be in a really dire situation. And that's also a game, too, that really, I mean, a lot when you're playing against
This food will show you you should be in bed. Oh, no, he's not going to talk. He's going to leave.
The first time it was spored, wake up after one turn. I mean, that's something that could have been locked up. That was really close considering the situation that was in before. I mean, like, nah, the Sylveon's done for.
Yeah, I mean, it flip-flopped so quickly at the end there, right? It was like, Sylveon's done, Sylveon's winning, Sylveon's... Oh, no, like...
The terrestrialization. Literally the terrestrialization that changed everything. Because at that point, too, because we hadn't seen it on the Sarah Ledge, sure, that was the thing that was to the detriment of the Sarah Ledge, potentially. I mean, still, if there was that protect and the hit from more, it could have... I don't know, it comes down to such weird things, but since that was saved for the end, got to the situation, the Sylveon was almost able to get Zachary into the day 2.
Yeah, I really liked the kind of pin that we put down with the Palafin and the flying Tyranitar as well. Like, the double target in that turn is like, okay, like, that's getting knocked out, guaranteed. There's no way out of this one. Have fun. Like, that was definitely, like, the Sarah Ledge is the focal point of the team, I think. Big thing for me is like the Tatsugiri once again underwhelmed. I was a little bit concerned about seeing that turn 1, and I think
no, really, leopards. You need something in there other than cakes.
The thing is, though, the Tatsugiri
carrot cakes.
Sure, we're like, oh, we just saw the run back. And the Tatsugiri.
Oh, they've got a few different fruits.
Yep.
And that was damage that if that was on the Tyranitar, it actually would have been enough that when it was that weird Sarah Ledge.
All right, let's go look at the last station and try to figure out what they're gonna make there.
That would have been enough that with the Glimora,
Got a bunch of lights and stuff stored here.
The Tyranitar, it wouldn't have had that opportunity for the Terra Blast. So things like that too. Sure, the Tatsugiri was underwhelming, but honestly, if the Tatsugiri just hit that move, if it just hit that, that could have been, you know, the star of that moment.
Well, actually, as I have to give a shout out on this one. The last time we were in this venue, or I was in this venue at least, was this is the anniversary, I guess, of Joe Brown teaching me maths. Draco Meteor is 50% accurate. This was the place where Joe convinced me that moves either hit or they don't. So, yeah, shout out to Joe, and I guess, you know, that one, on the coin flip, Zachary lost that
I
one.
have a finding way.
You hit it or you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
You find your way.
At this point, now that we have a couple more players going into day 2, it's time to head over to the lounge with Gabby to talk to Emmanuel.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Emmanuel, who I believe just punched your ticket into day 2 tomorrow.
Yes,
so let me be the first person to say congratulations.
Wait.
Second of all,
I mean, I have the actual fight. I have a very tiny rabbit that can now follow me, based on that description.
I was realizing closer to the end, as the moves were going on, and Zach was talking to me, that I had messed up, and he had kind of thought that I was going to do smarter decisions than I really did, and I kind of bit him, but I'll take it.
I mean, where there is a spore, there is certainly a way.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I mean, admittedly, I was sort of watching both sides play out and I was taking notes. I wasn't paying too much attention towards the end, but it really felt like even though, you know, yeah, the Amoonguss was dealing like 2 damage, and yeah, had there been a critical hit, you know, maybe things would be different, but it really did feel like you identified the correct Pokemon at least to be standing there. Like, were you thinking sort of through that game plan, or were you just sort of hoping, you know, Amoonguss is bulky, maybe it'll work out?
Yeah, I kind of realized that I wasn't going to really do anything with my Arcanine, given that he has the ability that's going to eat up my fire damage, even when he tears, so that was really a no-go. I tried out Flutter Mane game 1, and he destroyed me that one, so didn't really want to try that again. I really thought maybe I could get him on a Pair Song endgame, but it feels like he's not going to let me take KOs, especially seeing Flutter Mane.
Yeah.
Zach is well aware that Pair Song is what I want.
Why is exercise equipment in quotation marks?
I mean, Pair Song is also very difficult to play, like, in general, so that was a great recognition.
I have no trap as well. So
Oh, it's where trapping way goes to exercises.
Has that happened to you yet today?
Yeah, that's won me 2 matches. I've been very happy with it.
Honestly, 2 matches, we take those.
Yeah,
Potentially body-enhancing materials is the...
Sort of stood out for you for your tournament run today in terms of maybe
Is this a thrilling way again?
I know.
Has a lot of dozo counter.
Not from what I saw.
And the haze, so
I didn't actually bother reading the like text to pick it up from like the keeping way. I only read the first bit.
Okay, doesn't need.
I didn't run to a single Dozo team.
Look, I read when I picked up the quest. I didn't read when I picked up the material.
I didn't read.
Yeah, it wasn't a smart choice to bring.
But do you
Yes.
believe?
Nice, and I mean, you're locked into
What
day
do
2.
I hear?
Have you even thought that far ahead? Do you have a game plan going into tomorrow, or are you just?
I'm happy to make it to day 2.
Yeah.
That was the whole goal coming in. I'm very happy with it.
Well, congratulations. Like, it's a really cool accomplishment to make, especially since you mentioned this was your 3rd VGC tournament.
Yeah, yeah.
So you were in San Diego. How did that go?
It went well. I went
All right.
7-3. And
Oh, that's really good. That's better than well.
But yeah, it was a tough losses. I guess like all my player performance played really well, so like I gotta give it to them.
All right, we're gonna deliver this exercise equipment and see what we find.
If anything, I got lucky during the San Diego run, so I'll take the 7-3.
And then before that, it was a tournament in
Dallas.
Dallas. That's what I thought you said.
2 years back, I tried out Dallas, I guess pre-COVID. And yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed it, but kind of moved on to other things, and kind of when Sword and Shield, or when Scarlet
Gaming
came
Loperate.
out, I was excited to come back into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was that just the draw coming back in? Like you just saw, a trailer. It was like, yeah, I want to play these games.
I think I like the competitive. I like Dynamax competitively, and like I was kind of watching Worlds and saw like I thought it was really fun stuff, and I was like, okay, I want to get back into this. I had a good time in Dallas. I want to come out again.
Nice. Well, I do want to ask real quick. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give at home, maybe to friends, family, any fans in the audience?
I mean, shout out to Zach. Honestly, like I feel like he was coaching me.
I
through that
I
whole
think I
set.
just gave Loperitz
I don't think he meant to, but
some kind of
really
drug
giving me a
to
hand
enhance muscle gains or something.
Just shout out to everyone who's coming out here.
Weird,
I
bro.
feel like I'm meeting awesome people every single round, so yeah, I'm really happy about it.
Nice. I mean, that's the important thing for these events. Come, have fun, make friends, and punch your ticket into day 2 and have a good time tomorrow, hopefully.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Emmanuel, for talking to us. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back here with some more incredible Pokemon action here in Vancouver, so please stay tuned.
Don't kids have to go to bed? How are they gonna keep playing Pokemon?
I strongly suspect most of the people in that tournament are not, in fact, children.
What? Next you're gonna be telling me this live action trailer is not in-game footage.
I'm handing out some carrot steak.
That's not real. It ain't real!
Freaking Loperit's mad that they cooked the carrot.
Understandable. I just realized they're not going to actually even give those new DLC Pokemon names, are they? I bet their names are actually going to be Teal Mask and Indigo Disc. Because that's just a thing now. Pokemon could just not have names.
Can you be wrong about this? That'd be great, thanks.
No, I can't. Even the Ultra Beasts had names. Why did they stop giving them names? It ain't right. It ain't right.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Joe Brown here. Let's take a quick look at some of the highlights from the 2023 Pokemon VGC Regional Championships in San Diego. This was the first official VGC event played in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so the singular goal of the over 500 trainers was to become the very first champion in the new era. This was also the first opportunity for trainers to earn championship points on their journey to the World Championships this summer. The story of San Diego was Dondozo versus the field.
Even though players have come prepared to this tournament, I actually would put my money on Dondozo winning the tournament.
With almost a quarter of all trainers bringing Dondozo to San Diego, the odds were high that Dondozo would order up a victory.
Showing how the Dondozo can just win games on its own.
Emilio Forbes proved that the Dondozo Tatsugiri commander combo deserved to be feared by going undefeated through 10 rounds of Swiss. The lone player that has not lost. Flying was the Terra type of choice for Dondozo, and Emilio was flying high through day one of the competition. With a top cut of 32 trainers, some traveling from as close as LA to some as far away as Korea, San Diego was an exciting debut for Scarlet and Violet on a global scale. Wolf Glick started day 2 where we left off, with a dominant victory in top 32 over international champion James Beck. Then, in top 16,
Luke Cuckham
faced off in Angel Miranda and Chuppa crossed the fourth. Chuppa continued the Dondozo domination with a special twist of his own, Pawmon. The hands-on Pokemon has access to Revival Blessing, which can bring a fainted teammate back into the fray, and led Chuppa to victory. Dondozo wasn't the only water type surfing it up in San Diego, because Rain Team showed up in a huge way. San Diego was Aaron Brock's first regional tournament, with Pelipper setting up the rain and giving Dreadnought double speed.
Would you believe it? Dreadnought. Okay, I can't believe it, Aaron. We actually get to see the Dreadnought in
Slayer.
Aaron used that duo to swiftly defeat the competition. He then faced Dragonite enthusiast Giovanni Costa in top 8 and waited until Game 3 to finally let his opponent know it was time to bite back.
Now comes out and sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation.
I guess I can just look at the green items we make for the quest. Painting supplies and radio supplies.
Aaron's rainy day would come to an end when he faced off against G-Sock Lee in top 4.
Guessing that will be a paint station.
With unexpected heroes Baxcalibur and Paldean Tauros. Trainers weren't prepared for that duo, so G-Sock was perfectly positioned for this tournament. And if those two weren't enough, Terra Poison Garganackle was the rock that held the team together. In the finals, Chuppa and his Dondozo tried to prove that the most popular strategy would prevail, while G-Sock wanted to show that variety in team building was crucial. Baxcalibur reigned supreme in San Diego, and Paldean Tauros was the right metacall for G-Sock Lee to bring home the title.
And the final knockout crowns G-Sock Lee, your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
How will San Diego's results impact future events in VGC? Will Dondozo be back for vengeance, or will a completely new strategy steal the show? Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need to follow or join in on the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. I am here with my friends Maeve and Faye Mata, who, in addition to being a fantastic voice actress, is also really good at fighting games and VGC.
Well, you know, that's debatable.
but I really love doing all of those things. It's so cool to be here with you guys.
I know. I'm so happy to get to see you at an event where you actually competed, because the last time I saw you was at Worlds last year, and I know you had an amazing time dressing up and cosplaying and spectating, so it must be, I'm sure, a little different.
And this is my first one that I'm actually playing in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've been doing everything wrong. Actually, when you called me up for an interview, I brought the slip over here. Like, I would. Luckily, I would. And I brought the slip with me here, and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to do this again. Yeah, I had that handled. But
it happens to us all. I've actually walked away with slips before and like gone home and then
that's relieving.
Like,
I mean,
oops.
in a good way.
I actually have a slip on my fridge from a very old tournament.
Really?
That happened because of that, yes.
Oh, now I wish I did it. Well, not really, because then I would.
No, because they'd still be, they'd be like, why don't we have the next roundup? And it'll be us in back refreshing pairings. And it's like, what is he doing?
I mean, at this point, I can't top cut. So really, I'm just having fun. I'm here with a bunch of my siblings and friends who I convinced to enter the tournament with me and go to Vancouver. It's all their first time playing VGC too. So yeah, spent some time training them in what little I know, but it's been a blast so far.
So what team are you running, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, so I'm it's a tail room team.
Oh, no, dude, you're talking to the perfect person, because that is my jam.
I also ran tail room in 2019, so I'm
Really?
about it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, honestly, it was just like, it's flashy, it's cheeky, and I just kind of snuck a shiny Sylveon on there.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, everyone's like, you know, you should really put Fluttermane in that space. And I was like, but Sylveon.
But its shiny is green.
Yeah, it is green.
Yeah.
It's not the right color.
No. Yeah, it doesn't fit the aesthetic, and honestly, play with your favorites.
Agreed. Hard agree. I mean, I had so much more fun that way. I mean, you just see the Sylveon yelling at everyone, and that's hilarious. And it's Terra Water.
And, oh!
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
So it's extra blue and crystally.
Incredible.
Yes. It makes my day.
I mean, that's the most important part. Like, if you're going to sit through 9 rounds of a tournament and you're not having fun, I just don't think that's the play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, why just have, I don't know, the same top teams? Like something else, but you don't like any of them.
Yeah.
You know? Actually, that's something, so in trying to teach my siblings and my friends how to play, part of the convincing was like, oh, I mean, I could make this work if we all run the same team and we go, but of course, everybody has their favorite Pokemon. So they were like, oh, what if I did this? What if I did that and used this Pokemon or this team instead? And, you know, you have that feeling of like, Raichu does not work right now, but maybe Palmont, you know, it's
Palmont's really good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was fun trying to figure that out, but also I guess part of that was I got to learn many other teams as well as my own, but actually didn't practice my team as much.
Well, speaking of practice, right? I know you said you practiced with your family. Was there anybody else that you practiced and prepped with for this event?
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Jake.
Yeah.
Yes, Jake, Aaron, Wolfie, of course. Wonderful people, wonderful friends, very talented and very kind and very inviting. Like, I wouldn't be here, honestly, if it weren't for those guys. And I even met you early on and like trying to learn how to play the game. So
yeah, you and I prepped for some grassroots together.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun, I think, back in the online era.
It was amazing. Yeah. And yeah, you guys made that
Last
a
shade.
lot more enjoyable being stuck at home.
Well, do you find you're enjoying playing versus spectating? What do you think the biggest difference is when you're coming in prepped for competition?
I definitely love playing and being part of it, but I think, I don't know if this answers your question, but for any event ever, I just love the vibe of the community. Like, honestly, my favorite part of today has been seeing my siblings get into it, get excited about winning, and telling me about how their match went when they didn't know anything like a month ago.
Whoops.
Actually, it was really
Forgot
fast.
to turn my olive oil
My
into
sister didn't think she would
super
win a
juice.
single one, and she did, and we were just celebrating that. Her partner and my brother won their first match, and I didn't. And it didn't matter because I was just like, this is wonderful. Like, we're sharing this activity together, and I'm in LA, they're in Seattle, so we don't actually see each other that much anymore. So it's really nice to share something like this, and including, like my sister said, she met some new friends at her table, things like that. It's just and like really great sportsmanship in all my matches. Everyone's been wonderful. So yeah, I have to say, it's like the community that stands out while playing and like being part of it, theory crafting, but also spectate. It's like all of it together is a really beautiful thing. So I'm loving VGC, and I already loved Pokemon.
I mean, I'm hoping that we'll see you compete again, but do you think you'll be able to talk the fam into coming back down to another tournament?
Yeah,
or?
actually, they came to me and they were like, yeah, so you know how you wanted to go to Portland?
Oh, let's go!
Yeah, I was like, so, and we just have these like non-verbals, you know, we just look at each other and we know what we're about to say. They were just like, yeah, I think we want to do it.
Have them visit you and then also go to Fresno, and then they've hit 3 events.
No.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
So we're actually already planning on going to Worlds.
Yeah,
let's
very
go.
fun.
I mean, it's Japan. You have to. Yeah, we're all just really excited. So much travel this year, but it's really invigorating in a strange way. I guess it's because it's after a lot of the quarantine stuff, or like just like I'm meeting you guys in person for the first time.
Well, it'll be the second time.
Yeah, I mean, like when we go into when we go to these events, we're like actually meeting in person versus all the FaceTime we've had online. But yeah, it was great meeting you at Worlds. I have not forgotten that.
Oh no, it's good. I remember having so much fun and like getting to see you in your cosplay, and I remember you had like posted it on social media, and then even Pokemon retweeted it, and that was really cool. I was like, oh, that's such a cool moment.
I love Cynthia.
Yeah, I thought it was super fun, and I think it's great to see not only you now enjoying it, but then being able to bring in your family. How old are your sister? Are they all competing in the Masters division?
Yeah, all 20s, pretty much. Yeah, I won't age anybody.
You don't have to age any. I was just curious about divisions.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's totally
Masters.
Yeah, and I mean, also knowing that you have Worlds to look forward to already. Like, I don't know about you two, but when they announced the dates finally in the Pokemon Direct earlier this month, I was like, oh my god, let's go! Like, booking my flights literally today. And to just be able to sort of like come to these smaller events, knowing that it's building up to like the big hype of Worlds in Japan is just so exciting.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So we're gonna see both of you there, right?
Oh yeah. I already booked my flights. I'm going.
I will see. I'm not fully sure yet. Just working PTO.
Just sneak into my
Believe me,
luggage.
I promise. I want to go to Worlds so badly. So we will see what ends up happening for me there. But
well, I'm going with an empty luggage because I'm taking a bunch of like weeb stuff back.
Oh,
so it's empty. You can, you know.
I don't want to talk about luggage right now. I don't think I'm in a good mood to talk about luggage today.
But you made it work.
I did make it work. And you know what? That's what Pokemon's all about.
It really
Making
is.
it work.
Yeah.
Pokemon, we make it work.
I mean, like, you can only plan for so much before everything goes chaos, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Pokemon makes it work.
Why plan at all?
Exactly.
That's some strong advice that I got earlier today. Was just win. Just win was good advice. So just make it work is.
Okay.
There we go. That's another one I can add to my list today.
I feel like just win is a little bit polarizing, but just make it work. That you can apply to anything.
You know what? You're right.
That's true.
Yeah. I'll workshop it with Scott before tomorrow, before our top day, day 2 of Swiss.
So in regards to just VGC in general, so you mentioned Shiny Sylveon, amazing Pokemon. Do you think you'll build your next team around the Shiny Sylveon, or are you going to mix things up?
I'm probably going to mix things up.
Ooh.
So before we even saw the rule set, I really liked Qianpao.
Oh
That
yeah,
does not
it's such a
surprise
good
me.
Pokemon.
I mean, look at it. It's white and blue and icy and yeah, it's. I mean, I might not even use it, but I'm looking at it right now.
I guarantee you that Pokemon will be meta relevant. So you will find a way to use that Pokemon if you want to play with it.
It's so cute.
It is also very
it's
cute.
good with Palafin, which is also, if you keep it in a zero form, is also kind of in that same color scheme.
Oh.
I know. You and we've talked a lot about some different Pokemon that you like, just in terms of color scheme, and you know, maybe someday Alolan Ninetales will come back into the format.
Come play Pokemon Go.
Yeah, actually, true. Pokemon Go Alolan Ninetales.
Alolan Ninetales with the Shadow variant is like super strong in Go right now.
That's my buddy Pokemon right now.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, well, so I don't play Pokemon Go that much, but when I do, it's definitely my buddy Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and people are like, well, why don't you purify it? And I'm like, well, actually, it's slightly stronger in this. But also, it's cute, okay?
It is really cute when the Shadow Pokemon look angry.
Yeah.
It's really cute.
Yeah.
They're trying not to be cute.
Some people are like really cute when they're mad.
Yes.
All right. I think it's amazing seeing you cast different Pokemon.
Thank you.
You're so talented.
Thank you. That means a lot. It's something that I love, and it allows me to be with people that I love. So I will talk about Pokemon, whatever you want me to talk about, I will. But speaking of talking about things, I think I heard over the PA that round 9 pairings are up, and I don't want to keep you back here. Unless you want to be back here, at which point we can totally play.
But I mean, I don't want to hold up the stream either, so
no
whatever
worries.
you guys are comfy with, I'm just happy. I'm happy to be here. I can't top cut at this point, so it's all just for fun.
I'm glad to hear that. You already said hello to your family. Is there anybody else you want to give a quick shout out to, or?
Well, I think I said hi to everybody. Well, hi chat.
There we go. If you're watching,
I hope you're doing great.
Let us know how you're doing in chat. And Faye, seriously, thank you so much for talking with us.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Anytime. And let's play sometime.
Yes.
Any Pokemon game.
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, we will figure out when that'll happen during our next break, but we're going to take a quick break as we get ready for round 9 of Swiss. It's our final round of the day, so you're not going to want to miss this. Stay tuned.
I'm Jisung Lee, and I'm originally from Korea, and I'm currently living in Canada.
A nice start here would do it. Coming out for the Baxcalibur, so that priority move going into the Tatsugiri. And that final knockout crowns Jisung Lee your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
Oh, honestly, I feel like just dreaming, because like I've been saying to my friends that like if I go hop and hop like 5 wins, 5 losses on the Swiss rounds, I would be like fine, but I kind of overdid my goal, so yeah, it just feels amazing. Yeah, it was really good because I got to see a lot of people whom I only talked via online, and I got to meet them in person and like talk and play games, so yeah, that's amazing. Winning Worlds would be some of my like final stage as a player, because I started playing this game watching Seijun Park, another Korean world champion, winning it, so getting on this stage might mean some kind of ending for, you know, like animations or movies where it's like the change of generation.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
Your super effective damage?
It's so much. It's not quite enough in this case, but when the move that you have is that wild charge, that recoil is not enough, so the match is canceled. Wolf Glick taking the series, your Orlando Pokemon Regional Champion. Look at that.
Feels great to win a regional, especially this early on into a game's lifespan. I was able to win the regional with a lot of my favorite Pokemon as well, which feels really nice. I think what's cool about competitive Pokemon is that every year it grows. Like, it's really cool seeing how far competitive Pokemon has come, and, you know, in Sword and Shield we saw huge advancements in competitive Pokemon despite the fact that we only had one World Championship, and so now that we're kind of back to full force, I'm really excited to see where the game goes over this next, you know, life cycle. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So I don't know. I don't think that my odds are amazing by any means, but I think that I have a shot. And I think every year I have a shot. So I think that no matter what happens, I think that I'll be there and I'll do my best to win.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Vancouver Regional Championships as we're getting ready for round 9, our final round on the day as players are looking to try and cement their way into day 2. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here with Adam Dorcott once again to close out day 1 of competition. This is it, last chance for day 2.
Yep, as is tradition, we've gone for the winning in on the last round of the day. You've got to make sure to guarantee your position in day number 2, you've got to win this last round. So this one really is for all the marbles in a number of cases. You know, some people, there is of course, you know, numbers that we have to think about and bubbles and all of those horrible things. I like to deal in the absolute and just be like, all right, you know what, you want to go to day 2? Win it, let's see it.
Yeah, why are you gonna be one of those people that's anxiously waiting around for the end of the day for the, you know, the
I want to kill a 62 fire giant.
or if you are going to be that bubble, when you can just win out and just head back to your hotel, go out and celebrate, go back and prep, like anything other than wait for the standings list.
I like how we say it so easily, but I'm like, yeah, we're back here though.
Hey, I've made my one day 2 at an event.
Okay.
So.
Did you have to wait for the paper pairings, or were you in early?
No, I was in. I secured it.
Look at that.
Yeah, I know. I did good. It was for TCG, not VGC, but hey.
Oh, well, you knew because you knew the match points.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I secured my spot in day 2.
Yeah, they don't do like the bubbles like the same way we do here, right? Because like the numbers sometimes work out. They're like, we're going for 32.
But yeah, but then at that point, you don't have to wait for any pairings. I was able to just leave, get out of there. I didn't have to wait for anything. So
that's fair.
And for players in VGC with a 7-2 record, is the exact same situation.
Yeah.
So.
When I was a player, our events were only one day.
Back in my day.
Genuinely, if you did bad at these events, you were eliminated before lunch. That's how brutal it was. So times have changed.
My only one VGC event that I got to play in at a regional was the 10-day San Diego, and hey, by the time, you know, we were halfway through the day, I was like 4-1, so it was pretty good. So, I had to play out to find out that I was going to go 5-5 and, you know, spend my whole day not making day 2, but like, it is what it is.
At least you're in San Diego, at least you're in a nice place. It's one of the great things about these regionals, but alas, we'll get away from our storytelling and we will start focusing on the games here today. I think, you know, the players that we've seen already today have been phenomenal. I think, you know, fair play to them. I think everyone's put on a good show. I think everyone's done a really good job of showing kind of team building, creativity, and obviously great gameplay. So now we're like a little way into Regulation B. We're definitely learning kind of like the right way to do things, and that's allowed room for growth.
You say the right way to do things, but also looking at the pairings and the players that still had the chance to make the day 2. I mean, there was a Tankathon out there. There's a couple Iron Valiants. Like, you're saying the right way to do things, but like there is still a lot of what some would classify the wrong way that are still finding success and have this chance to make their way into day 2.
What if the right way was to play off meta picks?
What if the right way was the friends we made along the way?
That is the right way. You know, we talked about it with Gabby, right? Like, you're not making it with friends, then like, why are you doing it? So a lot going on. Of course, we are going to take a look at some of those pairings out there that we were talking about. We do, of course, have our stream match selected. It's going to be Matt Tidd representing Canada up against Ian Haldeman, but some other great matches in there as well. I think players that we'd already seen, so we kind of wanted to give some other players some opportunities to show exactly what they have available to themselves. But Carson Conver versus Donald Smith, Gavin Michaels versus Zach Drokamp. That's a matchup that could have been a possibility 10 years ago as well. Dylan Salmonera versus Nishant Joshi, and then of course Len Duell versus Alvin Moe. So definitely a number of players, all of these as well, on that X2 rating, wanting to make sure that they get put into day number 2 the easy way.
And these are just some of the highlights. There is more matches out there too as players are looking to stamp their way in. It's just, when it comes to the stream, unfortunately, there's only, you know, one of us. We can't stream all of the matches. So there's a couple of highlights for anyone who's trying to keep up with their players who they could be cheering on for going into the next round. But of course, being able to have that Canadian representation on our stage as it looking to try and make way into day 2 is always, you know, it's the Canadian ways, or one Canadian VGC regional. So
yeah, I mean, you want to be able to represent your region as best you can. It's something we talked about at the top of the day. So you know, getting yourself in this position, at least you're on the cusp of making it in, and you can't win the tournament without making it to day 2. So one step at a time. I think this is going to be the kind of the option to try and solve this one. But a lot of great players out there, a lot of players also, you know, Pacific Northwest as well, trying to get that representation coming through into day number 2.
Yeah, and this is, we have to state again, this is the last chance, last round for players to be able to control their own destiny to make it into that day 2 for any sort of shot. So this is where, you know, any experienced players, this is a situation they've most likely been in before. Anyone else out there though, I mean, it is nerve-wracking to know that everything comes down to that final moment, because it's something that you would have liked to secure maybe a round or 2 prior and not get to the last round of the day.
It's definitely extra work and extra pressure. That if you could avoid it, it would be absolutely great. Of course, we've got a bunch of players that we've seen already who have secured that kind of day 2 berth and will be trying to do their best to make sure that they can, you know, grow on that and build on that as well. So definitely a little bit of wiggle room to see, you know, how you can close out your day. But you know, we want to focus on the players with kind of something to play for in every single round, right? Like, the players who are already in, all right, I'm sure they're going to play great games, but I want to see winning innings.
We're going to see those players again tomorrow, so why
Yeah,
are we
it'll
going
be
to keep showcasing them today when we can catch up tomorrow, you know?
Yeah. We got time tomorrow as well. We got great games coming tomorrow as well. Before Top Cut, I mean, I've honestly been loving this change to Day 2 Swiss. I think that's something that's been really, really cool. You know, it's something that as a community we asked for a long time, we were listened to, and we got given that opportunity to, you know, finally play kind of the similar formats on TCG, but it really makes that top 8, really, I'm not saying top 8 was never quite right, but it takes out some of that variation as well. The fact we play more games, more Swiss, means the best players over 14 rounds are going to be the players that we see in top 8, and I think that's like a very fair way to kind of look at it.
Yeah, it's definitely a longer day than for those who are skilled enough to be, you know, playing another day of competition, but being able to have a little bit more in your control, because things like resistance is terrifying. And of course, there is still going to be some of it out there at any point in competition, but being able to have this a couple more rounds to play out, where like all of a sudden, if that day 2 in those 5 rounds, you just go undefeated, well, you don't have to worry about a resistance. You just got to play a couple more and you're good. So
yeah, I mean, I think it's cool as well for some of these like stories of players who just like sneak in on day 1. Like, you know, we talk about matchups a lot today. I think being able to kind of navigate some of those tough matchups, right? Like, yes, if you are taking a hard loss to, you know, the one player in the room who's playing the strange and unique counter, you know, that used to kind of rule you out potentially of top 8 just on like resistance, right? And I'm not knocking people who bring these kind of counters, but if you lost to the, you know, the 1% chance of you running into this team, and that like team is at that low usage because it's not the greatest team, that could really hurt your resistance. And then even if you manage to keep up, then, you know, you were of course getting in this like awkward situation where it's like, yeah, you could keep up and potentially top 8, but your resistance was going to be really, really hurt by that. So now we go to day 2 where everyone's kind of on a level playing field. We build up the scores a little bit, and like you say, right? Like, get to play 5 extra rounds, you win 5 extra rounds, you deserve to be in the top 8, I think.
yeah, yours good. And I feel like too, you've heard any story from any player where it's like, oh, I would have won this event if it wasn't for this one weird counter team that I just happened to pair against, or I had the winning team, but during my rounds in Swiss, like I went up against them, or like there's always like that one blocker. So being able to have something that takes that away just that little bit in some scenarios is definitely a really nice change for everything.
Yeah, I mean, the more rounds means I think just a statistically more solid top 8, right? Like, I think that's the big thing here. And, you know, I'm not saying the players who have made top 8 before this change didn't deserve it. Of course they did. Like, and obviously you've got undefeateds in there. You've got players who just dropped 1 over the course of the Saturday. But now Sunday gives you that chance to, like, okay, like, you got your bad beat story. Obviously, go tell everyone. You know, that's kind of essential.
Go exchange those stories over dinner.
Yeah, it's not a true bad beat story unless you share it with as many people as you know. I think that's like an absolute essential.
If
do you not agree? Like,
if less than 10 people heard your bad beat story, was it really a bad beat?
Nope.
Like,
no.
Come on.
I think this is just an idea, and I'm just going to throw it out there, right? Like, do you know what Speaker's Corner is in London?
No.
It's in one of the parks. It's basically where like anyone can turn up and speak about a topic to the general public.
Oh no.
So usually they stand on like a little box. I think, you know, maybe at some point we just get like a little podium in the corner, and like at the end of day 1 we just let everyone get it out.
Just in between rounds, you
Oh,
lose
no.
your round and you can go over to the corner where there's always someone standing in the box. My opponent hit Quick Claw Fissure Torkoal against me for me to lose my game 3 where I would have had that winning matchup, and you all take turns on the box, and you could You either go out there with the worst story and you get all the sympathy and applause from everyone, or you can feel a little better about yourself because someone had a worse bad beat story than you.
Yeah.
This is a tournament organizers. This might be a.
This is a freebie as well. I can't believe we just gave this away for free. And here's the thing, it could happen across games too, right? It's like, you know, it happens in TCG, like I needed to top deck off, I was drawing 7, I had 9 cards in deck, I didn't hit. Come on.
And it would have been the next card up because you know the TCG players always, if you needed that one more card, you lose, you flip that card just to see, just so you know, and when it is that card, like, I don't know why we flip it up anyways, because it's like, you're not going to feel better about yourself, you know?
Oh, it just makes you feel worse. Yeah.
Exactly, but you do it anyways, like.
Yeah. Do they have the same thing in Go, do you reckon? Do you think we could get this across all the games?
I don't know. This is a Gabby question.
We'll bring it up to it tomorrow.
Well, yeah, we'll ask her at the lounge, like, hey Gabby, what's like the equivalent of the bad beat stories in Pokemon Go? Because maybe they don't get a box. I don't know.
I think we have to share the box. I think that's how this works now. We have to share equally with all the games. Good deal. You know what? I'd be intrigued to hear some Pokemon Go bad beat stories. Just to, I'm not super well versed in the game, but like we talk about matchups, right? It's like sometimes they're like, yeah, I just wasn't expecting that matchup. It's like you had 6 Pokemon to pick from. You only needed 3. Like, come on.
I mean, at that point too, you could be like, oh well, my opponent, they had this Pokemon, they had this jump left that they should never bring into my team a million years, so I didn't think they'd bring it. I brought these 3 and they brought it, and then I lost because I shouldn't have brought it. I think it could be the bad beat.
I mean, honestly, I've been there with VG teams, but that's by the by. That's I'll be the one to demo the box. Like I'll set the tone for the box. Admittedly, it'll be an older story, but like I can at least explain how it's meant to work.
That could be a really, really interesting one when you go into day 2, of course, when it's like, you know, the best of the best, and then hearing those bad beat stories, because I feel like, you know, it could really get interesting. I say that, but then also, like, anyone who's taken their 1 loss to then get smacked 3 more rounds in a row because they're going up against weird stuff. I mean, actually, it's just a good idea all around.
Yeah, I think it's interesting as well. Like, you know, when you look at these day 2s, you know, what sort of teams, like, I loved in that graphic of like the teams that changes between day 1 and day 2.
Yes.
Like, makes a lot of sense to me. And you can see like what was the bait Pokemon for each tournament, where like everyone thought it was really good, and we were like, oh yeah, everyone should be using this. And then it's like day 2, it's like, actually, you absolutely shouldn't have been. Like, you completely slept on this. Unfortunately, like for us, it's always the Great Tusk stat, right? It's like day 1, we're like, oh, Great Tusk at 25% T, and then it comes in at like day 2, like 40, and we're like, okay.
Wait a second. I feel like we're the only 2 casters that are still like, nah, we do not like Great Tusk. Great Tusk is a bad.
I never said it was bad. I just said it was like underwhelming and like.
It's very straightforward, and then it'll get a really big KO, or it misses a KO, and then it gets very easily KO'd in return. So some players make Great Tusk look like the best Pokemon should be at like a 70, 80, 90% usage stat, and then other times you see Great Tusk and you're like, oh, this is why Garchomp's still kicking around, you know?
The other thing with Great Tusk, right, is like how many Pokemon now have these like cool Terra types, right? Like they get like a defensive Terra type, or like they add a coverage move that then becomes like even stronger with their Terra type, and like Great Tusk is just like a round Terra.
I get half a circle on my head, and that's going to be it every single time, every terrestrialization that you're going to see every match.
It's like, you know what, I think that I want to do more damage with Headlong Rush. Ground Terror, let's go! I'm like, okay, sometimes it works, but other times I'm like, imagine if this could terrestrialize into something, I don't know, defensive that would help you, maybe? Like,
I mean, what is it going to really survive against, though?
I don't know. I'm just trying to offer options for the Great Tusk, and I think something, you know, I'd like to kind of talk about with you know, Great Tusk is one of these unique ones, right? Like, why is Great Tusk being used way more than Iron Treads? Because Iron Treads seems cool to me. It seems like a very cool design. Like, I enjoy playing against it in my game.
I've never played it against it, so I cannot offer any more insight. But maybe we can get some insight sooner rather than later. Maybe a lesson learned to us from Matt Tidd, who actually has one of those on his team.
Yeah, Matt Tidd is now the teacher, and we are the students in the School of the Iron Treads. It is not a mistake. We have put the correct form up there. We will be using that alongside the Hydrodon.
It's a shame all streams are dead.
The Gyarados.
No, Pokemon stream.
In and out a little bit, as well as the
It appears to be talking combinators if this thumbnail is up to date.
It's almost, I think it's almost ready.
and then the Power Fin as different water types.
Well, also the parry-in, it'll be the Armor Rouge, no Indeedee, with it actually facing off against the Cerulege counterpart in that. So that's also a really cool thing, because
yes, this looks like the start of the match.
Sorry, the Armor Rouge by itself, this is not going to be the first time I make that mistake during this battle. But the Cerulege, we do get to see it by itself at this point. So it'll be interesting to see with those two Pokemon facing off, which one's going to be victorious.
Yeah, I think that's really cool to be able to kind of compare the two of them. You know, and then like both of them
define like a
Iron Hands. That's something like many trainers have really perfected the art of using. Both got the Amoonguss there as well. So it's like, okay, we've got a few differences, right? We've got this like Iron Hands Amoonguss pairing. Then they've got the differing water types in the Gyarados.
Why is one of the players a bandit?
You then got obviously the strange matchup between the Armor Rouge and
Fake answers only, please.
You know, the split over to the Cerulege. And then like the last two are just wildly different, right? You've got Fluttermane and Dragonite versus Iron Treads and Hydreigon.
You just rolled the dice with what's left for really strong Pokemon that we have out here. Oh, I low rolled and I got an Iron Trend. Well, I guess we're running with it.
I'll take one Paradox and one Dragon type, please.
Honestly, I feel like that's how a lot of people do their team building. That's not a bad call.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, if you can kind of try and figure it out and play it that way. I mean, honestly, Dragonite popping up in usage is something that I feel has eluded us today, at least. Neither of us really taken that time to see it, but, you know, outside of that, definitely, you know, Hydreigon, I think, is kind of back, right? Maybe like the use of Iron Jugulus by some of those big names over in Europe has kind of turned attention back to it. And then it's like, oh, I don't want to use Iron Jugulus. But you remember Hydreigon? That Pokemon's still really, really powerful when it gets in a good position. So feels like maybe the time to try and execute it. Honestly, I think both these trainers should be forced to just bring Armor Rouge and Cerulege every battle.
Just handshake that one?
Yeah, to match it up and see how it goes.
The only way this would have been more perfect is if we were able to get the Great Tusk on the other side, honestly.
Yep. Yeah, that Fluttermane should be a Great Tusk. I think that, honestly, disappointing. But, you know, how was Ian to know? A little bit of a throw, Ian. Sorry, bud. how was Ian to know that that was what he was going to be facing off against?
I mean, I am excited to see the run back at the Cerulege, though, coming out on Ian's end, because we got to see in just the round 8 match was that the Cerulege can do a bunch of damage, so that's such a good Pokemon to have by itself. And considering the lone Armor Rouge on the other side, should be really interesting. So I am here for that.
Yeah, I mean, how many people, we talked about it earlier, how many people have done their Iron Treads calculations? Because I'll be honest, I don't think it's as many as you think. I mean, the Iron Treads just naturally faster than the Great Tusk as well, and that's going to throw some people for a loop, but none of the super fun things coming to the fore in the leads.
No, maybe in the back, maybe for a different time. It'll be the Iron Hands, Fluttermane going up against the Armor Rouge and Amoonguss. And to be fair, though, we say none of the fun things. I still think this concept of the Armor Rouge without Indeedee is pretty interesting, because that's a Pokemon, I mean, it's one half of the Psy Spam core. We get to see it with the expanding force and do all of this damage. And now that it's by its lonesome, I mean, it's definitely a Pokemon that's paired up with the Trick Room Setter for a reason. It's not necessarily the fastest, so being to stand by itself, I'm intrigued with what it can do.
Yeah, let's see how this turn shakes out. So we're going to be going for the early Terastallization on the side of the Armor Rouge. This is pretty much I'd say the most prevalent grass type in the format now. When it comes to dealing damage, you know, you've got a Amoonguss, but yeah, I feel like Armor Rouge is really making a name as a grass type.
You know, it only has to compete against the other strongest grass type in the format, Cerulege. So there we go. To start things off, though, it will be a fake out into the Amoonguss, followed up with a hit into the Armor Rouge, but this Armor Rouge doesn't need anyone else to set up a Trick Room or it. It is a strong, independent Pokemon. It is going to be able to do it itself.
Yeah, it doesn't need any help. Is, of course, able to set that up and just start laying down the damage, I think, of its own accord. So it does have to be careful if the Cerulege shows up. But right now, it's put itself in the driving seat, right? It's really saying, you know what, I'm able to control this game. I'll set the Trick Room up. You're not going to be able to do enough damage because of my defensive Terastallization. And from there, we'll be able to keep things rolling. You know, you're not going to be able to get hit super effectively by things like the Shadow Ball, which is absolutely huge here. So certainly able to cause some problems. And now it's up to the Armor Rouge to, I think, just try and get as much damage down as it can early on. with the support of its friend Amoonguss.
And Amoonguss loves the Trick Room. This time, though, just that Pollen Puff. So a couple of different options that it has in a Trick Room scenario, but the Pollen Puff to bring the Armorers back to full is going to be so nice. Volt Switch, I mean, not looking for damage. It is instead going to be the pivoting option from Ian. And this is where we get to see something from the back that could be a little bit more able to stand up to the situation, and that will be the next best grass type, Ceruledge.
Yep, Ceruledge coming in, but there's already been a change of type here, so it's not like you can Shadow Sneak the Armor Rouge and cause problems that way, right? Like, you're not able to just start causing problems like that. Of course, the Ceruledge, would love to deal with the Armor Rouge before it terastallizes, but now it's terastallized, it's like, oh, okay, well, like, I guess I can go after you, but like I'd love to be able to do it with something like a Shadow Sneak to avoid getting messed around by the Trick Room.
Point two. It's actually interesting because all the jokes about the Ceruledge being the next best grass type is actually going to be steel terastallization on Ian's end for the Ceruledge. So same kind of concept with the fact that, well, it can't get hit by a fire attack thanks to the flash fire ability. But that could be pretty interesting with the fact that there is the Amoonguss over on Tidden.
Yeah, I think the Amoonguss, can start causing problems for it, right? And like, it's Amoonguss in Trick Room. Let's not forget that. Like, being able to go for the Pollen Puff first just feels really good. So yeah, there's the confirmation that it's that Steel Terror. We definitely weren't lying here. But now it can just get spored. And yeah, that's a really big problem for the Ceruledge, because the Ceruledge wants to land that Bitter Blade into the Armor Rouge. It's not going to be allowed to do that right now, which is a big problem.
Yeah, just a little bit of an issue. The Psychic, though, going to be just starting to deal some damage into the Fluttermane, considering there was the Protect last turn around, so it can go ahead and go for the attack this turn. It'll be the Moonblast into the Armor Rouge, bring it yet again back under half.
Yep, and we're just kind of keeping things low, but what can Amoonguss do? Oh yeah, Amoonguss can, of course, just make sure it heals it up with the Pollen Puff at the beginning of the turn. And I think without the big damage coming through from the Bitter Blade, then we're going to be in a definitely kind of sticky situation going on to the next couple of turns. So we're definitely playing a slower game. We're definitely letting Trick Room kind of take its time and cause problems this game. And now, we've already gone through, this is the third turn of Trick Room. As it's been Pollen Puff, Spore, Pollen Puff, and let's see if the Armor Cannon is able to do the work that it needs to. It's able to get the knockout on the Fluttermane.
Yeah, Fluttermane down, and now will be the question of whether the Ceruledge is going to be sleeping for another turn. It already take its mandatory turn of sleep, so there is the potential to wake up at any moment. It's just not going to be this moment.
Yeah, and if it wakes up and lands the Bitter Blade, this game is completely thrown open. But the Ceruledge is just comfortably asleep for this turn and is going to be able to suffer a little bit there. Of course, the Flash Fire is going to make sure that it doesn't get completely taken out super easily. But, I think it's definitely kind of an early advantage in the favor of Matt Tid. I think as soon as this Trick Room's over as well, that's when the game is definitely a little bit more open, because right now, this Amoonguss is keeping the game on lock. It's getting Pollen Puffs into the Armor Rouge. The Armor Rouge is staying healthy and able to, throw out big attacks. But then on the other side, it's like, okay, if you bring something in that can't stop me, I will just spore you and put you to sleep. So, yeah, one option for Ian here is going to be that Amoonguss, which you can't put to sleep. So he's now able to play the game a little bit differently. But Amoonguss does not appreciate Psychics.
It doesn't appreciate Psychics. I also not really quite sure how much it appreciates this board state. I mean, the Pollen Puff can heal up your own Ceruledge. I guess it also will do super effective damage into this Armor Rouge since it is the grass type, but you can't spore anything. You can't Rage Powder anything. And if you're just protecting, what was the point? So it's definitely in a lot different of a situation than the Amoonguss over on Tid's end, despite the fact that it is a Pokemon that can normally take advantage of the Trick Room as well. Tid, though, just going to take this chance to swap out, bring the Iron Hands in, bring in a new Pokemon, as well as the capability to go for a Fake Out next turn. As Ian just looking to keep that Amoonguss safe.
Yep, get that Amoonguss safe for a little bit. Make sure it doesn't get hit by this monstrous Armor Cannon coming out of the side of the Armor Rouge. And see if your Ceruledge can wake up. It is going to on this turn. So let's see if it can fire back. Oh, it's going to weave in a Bulk Up. I quite like that, actually.
Yeah, a good opportunity to get the attack up and the defense, and considering the Pokemon over on the other end, this could be really interesting, especially too since there is that opportunity to, when you do go for the Bitter Blade, you'll be able to do a bit more damage as long as it's not into the Armor Rouge. But you'll be able to heal up thanks and have that defense boost. So really interesting move.
Yeah, I like the Ceruledge build. I actually think a number of people I've spoken to have said that you know, it's something to look at. You know, I know some Serial Edge aficionados who really rate the option, so let's see how things go. Now that Trick Room's over as well, I mean, is the Armor Rouge going to go for Trick Room too? That feels a little bit greedy to me, but it could be important to setting up this late game as well. You've got to be careful setting up Trick Room when you're facing down an opposing Amoonguss as well. You know, and just call it that way. So Amoonguss leaving the field, I think, you know, he's really relying once again on this Serial Edge to just get easy one-hit knockouts.
See, my answer to the Trick Room thing is like, what's really stopping you at this point? Serial Edge just going to protect as Amoonguss leaves the field and the Iron Head coming in. The Armor Cannon into that slot. I mean, it's going to be doing significantly less than it would have if the Amoonguss had stayed in place. Now, Volt Switch coming out will be a chance to just get the Iron Hands over into his end, gone, and bring, you know, actually his own Amoonguss back in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the choice of Amoonguss or Gyarados. That does mean, of course, that we're not getting any Iron Treads this game, so I'm feeling a little bit calmed here. But I'll let that...
Iron Treads?
Yeah, I was told there was an Iron Treads on the team. Why am I not seeing it? But alas, you know, we do get confirmation that the Amoonguss is the Pokemon coming back in. And really right now, it's like, you know, the Armor Rouge might have to start considering setting up the Trick Room. I think it has to at some point, right? Because otherwise, Serial Edge is faster than Armor Rouge. And, you know, there is a world where the Serial Edge can just hit you with a Bitter Blade, which after the drops that you're getting from all these armor cannons, if you get hit with a Bitter Blade, that is going to hurt, and that is going to be like a knockout level of hurt. So you have to be concerned about it. Oh yeah, Armor Rouge Flash Fire.
Yeah, we're good. We don't. That's the weird thing about this Armor Rouge and Serial Edge, because theoretically, both of them are now weak to the other. But then when you look at the ability, like, wait a second, this is why these terastallizations are just so good. A Pokemon that can get hit, however, it will be that Amoonguss, and that is going to be a clean KO at this point, considering there was the attack boost with that Blitterbait, and that will be the Serial Edge able to heal
These
back
fire
up.
grants are fun.
But
Big,
with all that going down,
big Slayer XP.
Won't be able to take
Strong.
advantage of the Trick Room anymore, but that Armor Rouge sure can.
Could save spot.
The Armor Rouge definitely can.
Will not save spot.
What does
Because
concern me
I'm
a
not
little
a
bit here, though,
coward.
You really need to win the game with this duo, I think. Because if you bring Gyarados in front of an Iron Hands in a Trick Room...
Save spot those immediately.
No, I'd rather poison them.
So a lot of
They're
pressure on this duo
truly,
right now.
truly the technique of a skilled individual
They need to hit each other with.
who's not a
Flash
coward.
Fire is something that
How about we poison you?
causes a conundrum, so they're limited to like bad moves against each other, which is weird. Or suboptimal moves at least, like not their signature moves. So it's certainly something a little bit difficult. This Gyarados, yes, is going to be able to land the Intimidate, but really needs to make sure it does not get hit by this Iron Hands.
Issue is, though, the Serial Edge clear Amulet, so it won't get that attack drop, so still will be able to take advantage of the +1 attack we got earlier from the bulk up. And with the Protect, is not going to get hit with the close combat coming out from the Iron Hands either. A great Protect and close combat in return. It's definitely a move that is going to bear a lot better into the Gyarados from Tid's end, as opposed to something like a Switch or Wild Charge.
Yeah, I mean, not calling that does give a little bit of wiggle room over to the side of Mantid. Being able to get the Gyarados in. Getting Intimidate down onto the Iron Hands always helps, being able to lower that damage, but you know, you have to be careful, right? It's like, will you get caught by a Wild Charge or Volt Switch at some point? If you do, Gyarados is done for. No matter how many Intimidates you land, I still feel like you're going to need probably 4 to stop that being a knockout.
Yeah, it's the map is not great on that one. Basically, Electric Great Moves is just a danger for Gyarados, and that's about where that calc ends on the death. But it will be just swapping back out as both trainers going for a pivot as Amoonguss over on Ian's Ed and Armor Rouge making a reappearance over for Tid. Close combat into the Armor Rouge is not going to be doing much damage whatsoever. It will just be the defense, and the special defense drop is now the Wild Charge from the Iron Hands on the other end. Both players going for what would have been super effective hits into their target, just to be at the last second with something that's going to take.
It'd be really funny if they got a Root Scimitar drop.
Like a really nice switch there. Both trainers getting it solved, so definitely heads up play. I think this next couple turns could be decided by one of them making a read, right?
There will be no drops.
That is going to be a huge pivot of momentum for these trainers. So
What about 150 fire roots?
see how.
I mean, I guess Fire Giants.
That's a lot of runes.
Right now.
I guess Fire Giants dropping fire runes kind of makes sense.
Does have access to potentially
Yeah, that
score,
makes sense.
Not the Armor Rouge, because the Armor Rouge is of course going to be that grass typing. But if you can go after the other side of things, you can definitely cause problems that way. Another Intimidate down on the Iron Hands, which just leaves the field immediately after.
It's just non-stop, like, it's like a little bit of a tactic between these two, just constantly pivoting. Amoonguss, though, no spore to be seen, nothing to be seen except for that protect. Make sure things are good, as the Psychic was targeted into both of the slots. Both of these trainers making such good reads into the other, while also making such great plays themselves.
Yeah, the Serra Ledge is kind of in a slightly weird position now, right? Like it lost its bulk up, which I thought was going to be kind of the difference maker. But without access to Bitter Blade, or without kind of a premium option to use Bitter Blade on outside of the Amoonguss, it definitely has felt like a tough Pokemon to get into these positions. So Iron Hands comes back in for the Amoonguss, obviously getting some help with the Regenerator. This Psychic, Amoonguss for Iron Hands is you know, a Psychic weakness for a Psychic weakness. I think this is where Matt is going to be able to start turning the screw and applying that pressure.
Ian's looking to maybe get some pressure and going on turns, though, setting up with the bulk up. Not the only one, though, with the Dragon Dance. So both traders pivoting around a bit, being like, all right, this position, this is okay. And both respectively going to try and set up Dragon Dance from the Gyarados. That's definitely really interesting, because I feel like Gyarados doesn't necessarily do the greatest of damage until you get one of those Dragon Dances, in which case that Pokemon becomes absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, that Pokemon definitely gets out of hand with one, maybe two boosts, right? Definitely starts to cause a lot of problems. It's definitely hard to take down, but this is why, you know, he's gone for the bulk up to get more damage out of the Shadow Sneak. That is not near a knockout, to be honest with you.
Yeah, though, the Dragon Dance Waterfall heading back is not going to be doing the most of damage either. The only thing really dealing a considerable amount was going to be the Psychic, and it didn't really need to be doing much at this point to be taking the Iron Hands down. So, slowly getting a little bit closer. Now Amoonguss back out. I mean, that is not going to appreciate the Psychics either, and it's down to final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Flash Fire has completely locked the side of Ian down, right? He can't hit with his actual big attack Bitter Blade into the Armor Rouge. So, yeah, he has to try and Shadow Sneak it down, and while you're trying to Shadow Sneak it, it's just going to Psychic your Amoonguss. That is a lot of damage from Amoonguss to try and take, and yes, it may be able to kind of draw the attraction away. That is a lot more damage out the Shadow Sneak, but you know, Waterfall, Psychic should just start wrapping this one up, and then it's like, okay, well, you've got single targets only, you know, how are you going to deal with that? Of course, it doesn't get redirected, so it does get to land the attack itself, the Armor Rouge at least, but, you know, definitely not the premium amount of damage. I think maybe the Amoonguss alone there could be a big problem, actually.
I don't know, it's kind of weird though, because the Amoonguss, I mean, it can't spore into the Armor Rouge at this point. The Gyarados with the Lummet, not going to be able to spore into it, at least for that first turn either. So it's kind of a weird situation, whereas at least if you can take care of the Serra Ledge, that's down so low health, like, well, actually like a third of health at this point. If you get rid of that, well then you've got the game locked. So interesting decisions here. Rage Powder, yet again, is the Shadow Sneak just looking for a little bit more damage. It will be enough this time around, though, to be taking down the Armor Rouge to bring both trainers down to their final 2.
Yeah, I think as well, like that last turn, right? It's like if you Psychic into the Amoonguss that turn, it's huge amounts of damage, and then your Gyarados will knock it out. So, you know, it feels like a really big miss there from Matt Tid. You know, obviously, you know, trying to wear down an Amoonguss is like the slow and awful way to do it, because it just gets to heal up with this citrus berry. So now things feel a lot much, you know.
Alright, drop the free lobster.
I'm
I'm gonna be here forever. Drop the one lobster. That's enough to sustain me.
The Serra Ledge can get taken out by this Iron Hands if it can land a close combat into that side. But Amoonguss is going to buy a bunch of time for this side of the field. So definitely feels sticky. Gyarados, you know, only limited to the Waterfall, which I'll be honest, that Amoonguss is going to keep eating them up unless you start adding in more Dragon Dances.
It could be the turn for it, recognizing the damage and knowing that there is Protect on the other end, because of the fake out pressure that Tid has with that Iron Hand. It will be the double Protect, so like that Dragon Dance is absolutely perfect, because the Gyarados is not doing nearly enough at the moment. Of course, the fake out from Tid just to keep Ian honest as this point, but being able to see this Dragon Dance with Gyarados, it's now going to have another attack boost to its name. So the Waterfalls that were doing not necessarily the most damage, they could be a little bit more considerable.
Yeah, those are going to start to add up now. Those are going to start to cause problems, and you know, he's really hoping that he can land something into the Serral Edge, but Amoongus keeps redirecting attacks away, and that is going to keep being a massive problem. Swordfall does a lot more now, though, as it's starting to be a little more serious, and Serral Edge takes the turn to bulk up. So desperately trying to win the game with just that one. This is going to be a wild charge from the Iron Hands into the Amoongus. Not enough for the knockout, so look at that. 3 minutes left until the battle ends. But, you know, both the Pokemon on Ian's side of the field are dangerously low. But can the Serral Edge clean up the game after those bulk ups?
That's the thing, though, but this point, the Amoongus is so low. The Serral Edge protecting through this turn. But unless there's the one from the Amoongus as well, it is going to be going down. No protecting, so the Waterfall is going to be doing enough damage that if this were to go to time at any point in the world, it would be able to take with the 2-1-2 advantage, but to protect this turn, it should be able to follow up on the next turn to take down Ian's final Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be the easy wrap-up. Waterfall into the Serral Edge. Shadow Sneak would be quite an ask to try and get there, as we do see the towel thrown in by Ian Holderman. So we are going to game 2 with Matt Tid up 1-0. That was quite a lengthy game, actually, with a lot of positioning as the focal point there.
Close to wrapping up our day as our first game goes to time. These players said no. But I mean, when you do have an Armorers and a Serral Edge facing off against each other that can't really do anything to the opposing Pokemon, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. That endgame definitely did get a little curious considering the targeting and not that Psychic into the Amoongus, because sure, if you get the Serral Edge down on Ian's end, well then, you know, the game's locked, but all of a sudden, the Shadow Sneak being able to take care of the Armor Rouge, it definitely gave a bit of a window of opportunity, but still be able to wrap it up, and now knows that, sure, these are the 4 Pokemon that I can use to win going into this game. Probably won't see a pivot, but I'd love to see the Iron Treads.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I still want to see it, right? It doesn't really vibe so much with the choice that he made to like double Trick Room, but then he could just play like a really fast mode, right? Like I still think the team functioned really, really well in the fast options with just like Dragon Dance, you know, give yourself a little bit of support with the Iron Hands and the Amoongus, and then just kind of keep going. So don't mess around with this Trick Room option, which, yeah, it made the game go the distance, and of course Matt did win. But I feel like, you know, looking at things, he may just be wanting to turn the screw a little bit and say, you know what, let's not deal with this kind of, I don't want to say mix up, but like, okay, if we're gonna be playing this this option where it's like, okay, you're relying on Serral Edge and it's Steel Terror, I don't want to get caught in the Flash Fire mix up that I got caught up in. And then it's like, okay, let's hit it with something else. What if we just hit it with Earthquake?
Well, that's the thing, too. That's why seeing something like the Grass Terrestrialization on something like the Serral Edge is so nice, because then, you know, Earthquake's not really going to do too much. But seeing that Steel instead, you're opening up a weakness that your Serral Edge would have had in the first place without Terrestrializing. So definitely where that makes that difference. Heading into Game 2, already an adjustment, though. The Dragonite coming out from Ian, but here it is. It is the Iron Dreads and the Hydreigon out from Tid.
Yeah, this is actually kind of the pairing we pulled up in Team Preview, right? It's like, okay, well, we've got this, you know, a Paradox and then a Dragon type. Usually it'd be Great Tusk, so we'd be having those ancient Paradoxes, but no, it's Iron Treads, it's the modern version, its speed is up. I'll be honest, anything that's based off or similar to a Donphan moving at top speed is absolutely terrifying.
So is this Pokemon, though. Do you see the angry eyes on this Iron Treads? It's not a Pokemon I really get to see too much. I got Pokemon Scarlet, so it's the only time I've actually really looked.
I played Violet, and I was like, what is going on here?
When you go up against the Titan.
Yeah, yo, the Titan one is genuinely terrifying.
Oh,
but,
I mean, definitely believe
in
that.
this matchup, there is no holds barred. There is no setting things up, no messing around. This is going to be, let's do preposterous amounts of damage. And Fluttermane says, yeah, I'm opting out of this one right now. I'm leaving the field. Let's get a nice supportive Pokemon in that can take hits. But Iron Treads? You know what move that can use? If it hits the Iron Hands with an Earthquake, that is a large amount of damage. And I think, you know, with the pivot to another flying type, now you see the team, right? You've got a Levitator and a flying type. This is all just making a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, that's kind of the setup that you start to see before shenanigans happen at this point, as Terrestrialization is going to be the first burn. It will be that Dragonite into the flying type. Very common with the Dragonites. There was this time where it was going for the normal. Some still do, but being able to take advantage of the Terra Blast, and of course not going to get hit with anything else. It will just be not maybe the ground type that we thought, but still a decent amount of damage considering bulldoze into the Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, being able to kind of deal with that is pretty nice. Gyarados takes a lot of damage from that Terra Blast. That is a very large amount of damage, but this Iron Treads, right, is like kind of definitely able to start causing problems. I think it's interesting it doesn't have anything to protect itself with, because now it could just get felled pretty easily by this, or not felled, but like the combination of like Fake Out and something could cause problems. But looking over on the side of the Dragonite, I don't think it has anything that could deal with the typing of the Iron Treads. So this is still a matchup that's really in the balance here. And like the Iron Hands has this really juicy target opposite it called a Gyarados that may be diverting its attention away. So let's see how this one is played out. Let's see if the Iron Treads can start to put down more damage.
We'll have to wait just a second, as it'd be, yet again, both of these trainers just constant swapping Pokemon in and out, and both bringing the chance to bring Amoonguss in. Not falling for the Gyarados, though. It will be the Fake Out into the Iron Treads, but the Iron Treads not going to be targeted with anything else considering the swap.
That is the kind of lowest damage turn I've seen in a long time. That's 8 health that was done by the Fake Out into the Iron Treads. Of course, not very effective. But now we've got this double Amoonguss play where we're going to end up in this really sticky situation where it's like, whose Amoonguss is going to Spore? Whose Amoonguss is going to Rage Powder? And it's like, I think for Ian,
you catching these riveting games, Talon?
Bad idea because he's probably facing down Earthquake. So I think he's
I have it up. I haven't been paying that much attention.
Okay, well,
it's just chain switches.
To Earthquake, then he may have to
Excellent.
This could be a big play. It's like, can the Amoonguss just take it and deal with it anyway? So certainly a lot to kind of map through, and like which one would potentially go first. Iron Treads leaving the field. I understand. We get to see more of it later, though.
Yeah, you're saving it for later. That's okay. That's why dessert's always the last part of the meal, you know? As it will swap out, and Gyarados coming back in for the Intimidate, most importantly, more so on the Iron Hands, which is actually just going to swap right back out.
Yeah, I mean, I think
did notice in the last match that the teams were almost identical.
The Amoonguss, and we just now chose, like both trainers chose what they wanted to Spore. And it's going to be the Spore from the side of Ian first onto the half-health Gyarados. And I think I know what's coming here. Let's wait for the confirmation. Oh, it's the Lumberry, so that's a really smart switch.
Yep, so that is going to make sure that no shenanigans happen. But look, in retaliation,
oh my god, what is this bullshit I'm watching?
I wonder what that's holding.
Yeah, it's flying types with Lumberry.
No, why do they both? No, Ivan, what is this?
Pokemon, baby!
Fucking nothing!
It's been 4 turns of nothing, yeah.
This is so awful.
Because now both of these Pokemon could be put to sleep, so it is something that they have to be watching.
Is the Gyarados taking some damage?
You can actually spore this slot only once with those 2 flying type Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely the kind of big problem here is like they get to do it once, but like next time those spores are going to start sticking. But now the Amoonguss seems to be pivoting away, just like different options. The Amoonguss, I will say, on Matt's side, it is facing down a flying Terra Dragonite. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. You do not want to let that just land for free. But talking of flying Terras, it's a flying Terra Gyarados, and the Amoonguss on Ian's side is now kind of feeling the same way, right? It's like, do I want to take that here? That is a very good question.
Yeah, it's like, maybe not really as Gyarados with that flying Terra will go for the Terra Blast. Bringing it
Marintale.
It will, of course, be able to recover back a little bit of HP thanks to that Citrus Berry. But now it's time for a different flying Terra Blast Pokemon to be targeting into an Amoonguss. And this one is going to be a one-hit KO.
Yeah, that is a huge amount of damage from this Dragonite. Getting that knockout, and the big thing here is, you know, the Amoonguss over on Ian's side didn't waste its time with the Rage Powder, right? Like, obviously that Terra could have been going towards Gyarados, so I think that was an important Terra from Matt, being able to keep his Gyarados safe to land that damage. But now the Gyarados, hey, it did become relevant, right? The Lumberry was gone, and of course he was able to cause those problems. So we're going back to the Iron Treads, which actually is in a really bad position here. I don't think it has like a great matchup into this Dragonite right now. Yeah, like obviously kind of try and wall things, but you know, definitely, you know, could maybe try and just finish off the Amoonguss and then start causing problems to this Dragonite. So the problem is, like, both Bulldoze and Earthquake, yes, they will deal with the Amoonguss, but they're just going to leave that Dragonite, which has been a really big focal point so far in this game, at least.
Yeah, Dragonite is one of those Pokemon that you definitely don't really want to be leaving around, considering it can deal a considerable amount of damage, and even just late game options in something like that extreme speed, having that priority to be finishing off the KO, and it actually does hit for a decent chunk of damage. The Amoonguss is going to be one preserving, though, over on Ian's end with the Protect this time around. And with the Iron Tens going for Earthquake, the Amoonguss was the only eligible target with all these flying types around, so it's not going to be doing anything whatsoever. And now it'll be time for the, well, one of these flying Terras to do something. The Gyarados will take its turn of sleep. It will be that Terra Blast targeting down over on Tid's and into the opposing Gyarados to pick up this KO with a critical hit.
Yeah, I don't think it needed it based on the damage we saw earlier, but that is a big loss for the side of Matt Tid. I mean, being able to get scored and then easily knocked out the next turn is absolutely huge. So it's down to the final two, the two that he started the game with, the lead, Iron Treads and Hydreigon together. But honestly, you know, if you need some Pokemon to clean up a game, these two feel pretty good at being able to complete that option. You've obviously got the synergy, being able to Earthquake freely as well. Definitely feels like it could be a winner, but a Rage Powder here could be pretty big. I will say, you know, Iron Treads, something that still takes me a moment to get my head around. Actually faster, right, than like, you know, the Hydreigon. So it definitely feels a little bit strange. Obviously that you can train it a little bit differently. That could be a big factor here, is what is able to knock out the Amoonguss and make sure the targeting goes right. And it is Iron Treads going first.
Yeah, and that is going to be huge with this Earthquake, then being able to... Oh, it doesn't actually pick up the KO, though, so instead, it will be the Earthquake target.
Congratulations, you have knocked out one Pokemon, Mr. Bandito.
So unable to hit into the...
Big plays!
Back now with a Terra Blast, and that will be a hit into the Dragon. Now the Amoonguss is dealt with, so next turn, you know, next time around, we can hit into the Dragonite. But now Iron Hand's making an appearance.
Look at how big the plays are down. They're very large. Incredibly huge.
Something with a big out.
Yeah, that's huge. Being able to save the Iron Hands for later is absolutely massive. And kind of, this Earthquake feels so underwhelming, right? Like, I really like that we saw the Iron Treads, but the pivot to Dragonite has been really big here because it just doesn't care about it. Yeah. You can also see why some people may not love Iron Treads. Like, yeah, it's a neutral hit, but you would have expected it to maybe get that knockout on the Amoonguss. Yeah. Like, you know who wouldn't have missed that? It's a great Tusk. So,
Garchomp.
Yeah, Garchomp definitely not. We're big Garchomp fans on the desk here together.
That'll be the fake out into the Iron Tread. So going to be even less, as it will just be an extreme speed the Hydreigon taken care of. So the Iron Tread that we were so excited to see is now in a World of Hurt 3v1 situation, and that is going to be Tid throwing in the towel to bring us.
And there goes the battle.
See it, but this adaptation from the side of Ian was so good, right? They go to the Dragonite. It's almost like he called it, right? He's like, yeah, you know what? I think you're going to start playing this Iron Treads silliness. So yeah, I'm just going to bring my flying type. You're not going to be able to Earthquake me, and we will beat you that way. So that felt like a really nice adaptation from Ian, just kind of reading a step forward. And this does mean that for both these trainers to advance comfortably, at least, into day number 2, they're going down to the equivalent of best of 1.
Well, even not even just a read position needed for Ian's end, though, but the Dragonite also just fares really well into the Armor Rouge that Matt did bring into the game 1. That same Armor Rouge that he did lose to, that he couldn't really hit with anything, much like the Cerulege.
Alright, I'm going to revive the Pokemon Stadium series, and we're going to make it the official Pokemon,
it works either way.
Pokemon battling tournament.
And you're gonna hit a big Terra Blast into it.
It's going to replace VGC. It will also be singles only and have a sleep clause and not garbage.
This is a really
they don't believe you.
Because your adjustment didn't really
also, the animations won't be garbage.
I definitely don't believe you now.
Kind of feels bad to a little bit of extent.
Yeah, I mean, like, the big thing here as well is...
One more Fire Giant. We're gonna risk it.
Simple, you know,
risk it for the brisket. That's what I always
say. This guy's
say.
risking it with another Fire Giant.
Yeah, we got 3 prayer
so it's like, do you just
and 20-some HP. What could go wrong?
In the same way, because I think that's got to look tempting right now.
really does. You just have to then wonder if Ian on the other end's like, well, you know, this Iron Treads didn't work, so maybe we'll see the Trick Room, so maybe we'll see what I can deal. The thing is, at least though, for Matt, saving grace is the fact that with the Covert Cloak, it will have to just...
Well, you just took 7 damage, so...
And the Armor should not be able to set up
What could
that
go
Trick
wrong?
Room. So Ian would have to go all in to make sure this Trick Room
Don, what could go wrong?
Tid can't go off.
You could die.
What could go wrong,
just
though?
knocking out the Trick Room.
You thought about it?
And actually with this team, I feel like it's a little bit
You could die by taking damage that is lethal.
wasn't super easy. That's what happened in game number 1. But at least
I don't
it's
understand
the
what
only
you
thing
mean.
you've really got to worry about is like the redirection from Amogus. That's the biggest way to keep it safe right now. It's
I'm gonna live forever!
The poison even doing anything?
Yeah.
But you know you've got your own Iron Hands and you can start playing that.
Oh god! Don't aggro me!
Over a decade of seeing this, they
Yeah, bury your bones and get the hell out.
Bury my bones? No, no, no. These get saved to go lose on the wilderness altar later.
You can be getting the win con that you want. Trick Room equals good. Trick Room equals...
And people are gonna gank you and steal your bones so that you
Yeah,
can't,
exactly. That's what.
Over on the other
That's what needs to happen.
even
It's a
if this
requirement.
Dragonite wants to try and
Steal
camp,
my
it is gonna be
bones, jump my
multiple,
bones.
so it can get Trick Room, so
Like, surely there's a German server where you can safely deposit them.
so won't be able to necessarily do that big amount
Yes,
of
there
damage,
probably
but
is.
maybe want to.
That's a really nice thing actually about open team sheet. You know, don't have to
Cat,
worry about
I did not ask for
silly
you.
abilities that mean your fake out doesn't work. I've never thought about that one because you know I'm just Dragonite is just multi-scale now to me, but it's now going for that early Terra, so that makes a lot of sense. You know, maybe expecting to see the Armor Rouge Terra as yeah, we're going to be exchanging fake outs early doors or trying.
It'll be the fake out actually from Ian going faster, whether it's a speed tie for these trainers or whatnot. However, it will be a survival, but Tid not wanting to set up the Trick Room at all, instead just dealing some damage into the Iron Hands on the other side. And I have to wonder if that is not wanting to go into the Trick Room or...
I mean, I think it's tough, right? It's like you go for the Trick Room and okay, maybe like the Iron Hands can cause problems. You're not confident in the Armor Rouge suite because of the Dragonite with its Terra type and Terra Blast. But it feels like a lot of damage to give up on the Armor Rouge. You start looking in the back of his team, it's like, where's that safe switch in? Where's that option to, you know, like, yes, he goes Grass Terra. Okay, well, then you just get knocked out really easily. It's like Amoonguss kind of suffers the same fate, right? It's like, can Amoonguss get in without just getting Terra Blasted by this Dragonite? And I do feel like this Dragonite is really shutting him down. Yes, the Gyarados is now going to have to land the Intimidate, but again, it's like, okay, well, you're still facing down an Iron Hands, which is going to absolutely love that matchup, Intimidate or not.
Yeah, tough situation. Like, I mean, the Dragonite, I mean, there is a reason that this Pokemon is able to splash on so many teams. It's so strong. Even the Terra Blast, the first turn around, it was hitting into a non-grass type Armor Rouge.
Right, hopefully I can finish this Slayer task without having to go back another
amount
time.
of damage without even needing to hit her weakness. And the Wild Charge into the Gyarados, that is 4 times weak. The Gyarados goes down.
Wow, he's just getting completely owned now.
Disastrously bad for Tid.
Yeah, I said it. I mean, at some point he's going to be able to feast.
At least something's happening.
Gyarados, and he feasts on the turn it shows up. It's kind of obvious, right? It's like, you know what? At some point you're going to want to intimidate my pair of physical attackers. Well, guess what? I'm going to call that, and that is a really big turn, a big pivot. Now you've got Iron Hands and Amoonguss. So really, you've got Iron Hands.
The big plays.
Trying to wear through the whole team on the side of Ian Haldeman. That is a huge turn. He's got 2 Pokemon he's not even revealed yet that he will be able to try and use to win this game. So this is going to be a huge uphill struggle for Matt Tid if he wants to be able to win this game. Keeps the Dragonite safe for a little bit longer. And yeah, hey look, we're going for an exact mirror.
Hey, why not, right? As the fake out going into that slot is just going to be nothing but a little bit of chip into that Amoonguss. Close combat into the Iron Hand. Not the most significant of damage, just looking to deal a bit as Amoonguss over on Tid's end is going to be going for the Spore into this Iron Hands.
Yep, that is a definite sort of advantage here, is like the Amoonguss was already in, is able to Spore, and now you're able to start laying down damage, but neither of these Pokemon, like, I mean, the matchup isn't great for either of them, right? Like, they don't have super effective hits to be landing, they're just kind of trying to wiggle things through, and what's actually interesting here is, like, the the terrestrialization is still an option for the side of Matt Tid. So he, could get this Iron Hands in a position to not get spored. But once again, like that just turns him into a grass type, which is the huge problem here in this game. It's like I was just double checking. I was like, pretty sure that's grass, and I was like, oh no! Like at some point, the Dragonite's in the back with Terra Blast.
Yeah, the Dragonite's sitting there in its Pokeball, and it's like, oh, I'm going to have a great time when I re-enter this field. That is for sure, as it will be the grass terrestrialization coming out for the Iron Hand. So it's looking for the right now, and that's the tricky part with these Terra types, because sure, for this time around, you're not going to get spored, but later on, things can get tricky. And this Amoonguss, I mean, it will be difficult for Tid to get through at this point, too, when all you have is this Amoonguss and the Iron Hands on your hand. At least you won't get put to sleep, and Pollen Puff can at least keep you healthy.
Yeah, I mean, it can keep you healthy, but at some point, you're about to answer to Dragonite, which is not looking very fun, and yeah, I mean, the game can really be slowed down. Like, Tid can really slow this one down. Just like keep Pollen Puffing his own Iron Hands and use his Iron Hands to deal bits of damage. But at some point, you've got to own up that there is a huge damage threat coming from the back. Not just the Dragonite, one more mystery Pokemon that we haven't even seen yet. You're lowering your defenses too. So yeah, this is starting to look what I would call a little bit dicey.
At least there is the... Since you have the Amoonguss on your end, there is going to be, if it around, a little bit of damage. Fired off on the other, there was the attempt to be healing up from Ian. That's not going to be realized this time around. But with the Dragonite coming back out, I mean, this is something I think gets redirected, so you might lose your...
Die, monster!
But with the flying terrestrialization on the other end, you can deal a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I mean, you can deal a good amount of damage with the
free or
the
more XP,
wild
baby.
charge and such in the Iron Hands. But the problem is, it's like, if he just waits out a little bit of time and sees where things are going, you've still got multi-scale active.
What if we go over here?
And the multi-scale
is this an actual safe spot that I can hit with my spear from?
Protective from the Iron Hands, just kind of make those decisions a little bit easier. It's like, okay, well, if I throw down the Terra Blast, I'm going to be in a super solid position to potentially just get that knockout. And obviously, now I've got a little bit of chip in case there's any concern about the calculation. But that Dragonite has, of course, dropped its Intimidate from earlier. Yeah, I've got a feeling that Dragonite's about to kind of turn the screw here and help Ian Haldeman just advance comfortably into day 2. But I'm willing to see if Matt has anything in the locker to try and balance this one up.
Yeah, we got to see in Game 2 that the Dragonite was more than capable of faring with the Amoonguss when it was full HP, so it's definitely... This Amoonguss is not looking too fantastic in this situation, but it's still willing to stand up to the battle. We'll go ahead and go for that Rage Powder to make sure the Terra Blast won't be hitting a super effective hit into the Iron Hands, at least not this time around. So the Amoonguss is going to go down, and it's going to be just this Iron Hands up against the world in this case.
I can assure you that next turn the Iron Hands is going to get caught, though. This Wild Charge is a big hit, but the multi-scale is just not enough. That is absolutely essential to being able to keep this around. The Iron Hands is going to get chipped down as well. But that means, that earlier close combat is back to haunt you, as I believe this one is going to be wrapped up.
300 $.
From the Dragonite.
Wow.
That'll be a super effective hit with this Terra Blast hitting into the Iron Hand, and more than capable of taking this KO, as Ian Holtman will be advancing on to day 2 with the 7-2 record.
Yeah, I think this is actually quite an interesting thing to look at, right? It's like multi-scale just saved the Dragonite there. Being able to keep that multi-scale intact felt so good. So being able to do that was absolutely essential, but a really nice set of games from both of these trainers. I think being able to play through that kind of slog that we saw in game number 1 where the double flash fire was causing
and where would we be without the Pokemon commentators to tell us things like multi-scale is good?
Grass types don't get flash fire. Well, this one does, which is very strange. But outside of that, like...
Or sit there talking about battle, like how they're predicting the battle is going after the attacks have already gone off, and they can clearly see what's happened.
You know...
Game number 3 as well, so we did get to see the Iron Treads.
We just don't know.
But boy, did it feel underwhelming.
As lay people, we just don't know. We're too bad.
Situation at that point too.
Yeah.
Because like even looking through Tid's team, I am looking at the options, and this Dragonite was just so difficult to deal with. I mean, when you see something like the Iron Hands available to Tid, you're like, oh, well, you just hit the, you know, electric move into the flying Pokemon, you take the KO, but that multi-scale, as well not being able to have the opportunity earlier on to hit into it. So it was just really smart play from Ian, and then the Dragonite just always being in such a good spot to deal with anything that Tid, I just really even feel like there was a chance for Tid to take advantage in that match.
This is another one of those situations, and I know we've talked about it before, where it's like, the terrestrialization giveth, but terrestrialization absolutely taketh away. And the amount of people who go, I don't want to get spored, so they grass Terra, and then get punished by like a flying Terra or something else that like actually hits you super effectively, just feels like something I've seen one or two times too many to be able to ignore it anymore. And I think that's something that you got to think about. It's like, if the Terra change gets you out of this turn, does that change win you the game? Because like the amount of times where I'm like, oh no, if only you could un-Terra, we wouldn't have this problem. Like,
yeah, but then at that point too, I mean, Tid just would have, like the adjustment is to not terrestrialize. Like congratulations, you would have lost the game 2 turns sooner because you just would have been spored and taken care of that way, right? So it was like, you were just done either way at that point. You either don't go to sleep or you get KO'd by this Dragonite, and playing to the out of, well, I'm not going to get scored, at least opens up to maybe having this opportunity to hit into the Dragonite, maybe having this opportunity of, you know, something with the Amoonguss. You know, there's very slim chances, but I feel like it was a bit more of a chance than if the Spore was able to just shut the Iron Hands down right then and there.
yeah, I mean, also, you got to respect the Dragonite multi-scale. That's something that, you know, you look at that Wild Charge, it's like, okay, that's just the same, straight up super effective now. And then it stops at half, and you're like, oh wait, it's multi-scale, and like that feels really good to be able to sit and enjoy. So, yeah, a little bit concerned that, you know, not concerned, but intrigued that Matt didn't go for that Trick Room again in game number 3. Is like, it did you so well in game number 1, and then you just left. Like, you had the perfect opportunity to set it up too, and you just didn't. And like, I think, you know, if you'd have been able to attack the Dragonite first a couple times, that would have helped out a big way.
Sold Giant Head. Nice. That's for XP.
You just got to be one of those people that's waiting for that sheet to go up, and fingers crossed that your name is within that top 32.
Yeah, that is that's a tough one. It'd be cool to see the Iron Shreds in there. I'd love to see some more gameplay from that, but you know, I think overall that was a very well-deserved victory for Ian, who did of course lose game 1. Like, he was 1 game away from being the sheet man, if you will, like waiting for the sheet. But
I don't want to make that a thing. We're not calling
that one's a bad one. The pairings pal, right? Like
pairings pal, all the friends that are made as you're sitting there waiting for the pairing sheet together.
Yeah. Anyway,
sad.
it's a tough position to be in, right? And like, nobody wants to bubble. Like, it's always tough to watch people bubble like that. So you know, he avoided that fate though by just playing games 2 and 3 so well.
Yeah, so congratulations to Ian, who is standing by with Gabby now with our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Ian, who I think ended the day on the best possible
Oh,
note.
look, it's time for interviews again.
So congratulations.
Thank you so much. It feels amazing.
I can imagine. So
This guy looks like a member of Nintendo Treehouse. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Generic white bread man.
Okay, I think I can take it from here.
Yeah, so Gyarados was really good for him in the matchup because I have a lot of physical attackers, so Intimidate is a real pain to deal with, especially since it's like a water-type Intimidator, not Arcanine, so I couldn't like bring Paleth into the matchup, which felt really bad. So the turn where I caught it in game 3 as it switched in and hit it with Wild Charge and KO'd it was really important.
Yeah, and I think there was also a close combat that worked out really well for you too, if I remember.
Yeah.
Well, you know, congratulations. How was the rest of your run? Like, when you look back on the day, and it's okay to say everything's blurred because I get it, but was there any moments that, or any moves that you made that just really stood out to you? Like, yo, this is like legit.
Honestly, I had maybe a moment like that every single round. Like, everyone that I played was really good. The level of competition was super high, so it was honestly just a really fun tournament to play.
Nice, and you know, going into tomorrow, do you have a game plan? I mean, I know there's a couple more rounds of Swiss for y'all before we get into the single elimination rounds. Are you gonna go back and check out the VODs, or are you just gonna wing it and see how it goes?
We're winging it.
The
game plan is win.
I like it. You know, a wise Pokemon trainer says,
Slayer,
"No."
42.
And yeah, there you go.
Simple as that.
All right, well, sorry to cut things short. I know it's been late, and I'm sure you just want to get some food, maybe get some sleep.
That'd be great.
Is there anybody at home you'd like to give a shout out to, though, real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to all my friends and family watching. Mom, love you. Shout out to my friend Brandon who came here with me. Shout out to Gary. I know you're watching at home. I love you. Shout out to the entire Utah Pokemon Discord. And I'm sorry to everyone else I missed.
I think that covers your bases quite nicely. So, Ian, again, congratulations on making day 2. Thank you so much for talking with us back here.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be wrapping up day 1 of competition here in Vancouver, so please stay tuned.
Got him. Bloods for the Blood Rood. I'm getting all the levels right now. God dang. Another Insult Giant Head. What the heck? That's a lot of prayer XP I'm getting. But still no Rune Scimitar. Is this a scam? Yes.
You will never get a Rune Scimitar.
Might not at this rate. Might skip straight to Dragon. It's okay, I'm a spearman now. It's like I'm really playing Elden Ring.
You don't seem to be twirling it with Black Flame, so not Elden Ring.
Okay, well, I only twirled with Black Flame at the very end of the game, so... Okay, I need to get these items. Stop hitting me while I'm trying to loot.
Well, that is it. 9 long rounds of VGC and our day one is complete here in Vancouver.
It's been a fun day. I think we've seen a lot of really cool teams. We've seen some really good games, as we do every single time. But it does mean that we're very, very close to, you know, figuring out who's going to be going to day 2. That takes us a step closer to figuring out who's going to be our champion here in top 8. So I've had a great day 1. I think it's been a very okay. At the beginning of the day, we were a little bit harsh on your hometown, but I will say
what was that?
We'll talk about that later. But I think
What was that, Gabby? Come on.
Yeah, I think honestly the gameplay is made up for the chill weather.
Hey, it's not even that cold. It's just rainy, okay?
It's cold and rainy.
It's just a little bit of rain.
Yeah, well, I know enough about the rain. But it's not all about our opinions of what's going on in Vancouver. We want to hear yours as well. So get involved over on social media if you're watching today, and let us know
when are you going to tweet at Pokemon?
What teams you want to see more of tomorrow, potentially, and go from there.
Probably never.
Twitter, it's going to be #PlayPokemon.
They want to know what you thought.
Pokemon as well, for highlights of all of the action.
I thought their game is shit.
Videos on YouTube.
Oh, time to tweet.
Such as regionals.
They asked. Who asked? They did.
Pokemon. For those of you more traditional in your social media, facebook.com/Pokemon there as well. And for those of you who like the visuals to come out of these events, and of course everything related to Pokemon, /Pokemon on Instagram, and then of course the #PlayPokemon over there as well. So plenty of ways to get involved, whatever your social media of choice.
And there's other ways to get involved too if you're interested in competing at the events and you're maybe not interested in
take the poison.
beautiful city of Vancouver. I know, crazy, right? As there's going to be a lot of other regionals that are going to be transpiring for players to try and get their invite before Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. So, I mean, there is Charlotte just around the corner, Fort Wayne too, but like just at the end of the month. So even a lot of things coming up for anyone who's wanting to play some Pokemon.
Yeah, this is a busy month. We are all over the country, literally hitting both coasts essentially, and somewhere in the middle as well. We do have Europe in the middle of April, but then May, we kind of, if you get involved now, I'd say like May could be a really good jumping in point, right? Like where we go through another couple of events, one on each coast, and then we kind of thunder our season to a close as we approach the North American International Championships. So that's all future us problems. The other future us problem we have is of course picking a champion here in Vancouver, and that is going to require some day 2 Swiss action along with some top cut brackets as well.
Yeah, so anyone who's disappointed that today is ending, there's going to be a full day of Pokemon VGC tomorrow. Going to be starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, and I think there's a time zone change, tonight too. I don't know, your phone's probably normally right, so just follow that, but make sure to be coming back tomorrow if you want to be watching some more VGC, but that's it for today.
Yeah, it's going to be springing forward is how you're
Wait,
gonna,
is tomorrow spring forward?
and autumn back.
I wish I was dead.
I just follow my phone. It's either right or it's wrong. It's a 50-50.
Oh no, that is definitely a choice. But anyway, that is enough from myself and Sierra for today. So we will see you guys tomorrow to choose our VG champion here in Vancouver.
Forced me to finally update my calendar. By update, I mean turn the page. It is how awful.
They can't do this to us. They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it.
Thought we were canceling this awful practice.
Well, another thing to thank the Republican Congress for, probably. Assuming they'd rather deal with 50 bills related to anything trans or CRT. Or trans CRT. Well, what now? What do you watch now?
Everything is dead.
And then I came here and, sleep
saved up and
jump back
tournament.
into
Yeah.
it. That's awesome. So you've been running.
Wait, why is Pokemon?
Yeah, but I mean,
why is the Pokemon stream back?
Before this weekend, I hadn't even played any in-person games.
Maybe it switched to one of the other channels. It looks like some of the one of the others is still going. I'm guessing it won't be
No, I mean,
won't be long.
Very well for not having a lot of practice with the cards. It is actually fascinating. I'm sure many people know it's different play online versus in person, but hey, you crush it.
And what's actually funny is we've realized that the Cramomatic one with the coin flips is actually like substantially more difficult to play for us than like the normal Regis that we've been playing for a long time because you really have to like make some decisions where you're just like can I discard this or like am I gonna Draco for 2 and like help? Like it's just a little bit more convoluted, and I've definitely found myself just like thinking way more hard than I would have had to with like the Path version that I was testing before.
Yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. So you've touched on the Cramomatic that we don't normally, I guess, see in traditional Regilis at this point in time. But there's a lot more in your deck that is very untraditional for a Regilis. So do you want to get into that? What is in your deck that differs, and why did you choose those cards?
Well, the Drapion, I think, is a pretty good start.
With the Thornton.
Yeah, so I mean, before we like sleeved up this deck, you know, started testing it, we were playing like 3 Choice Band, 3 Gigas, Powerful Energy, which is like, you know, helpful against Mew, but even then, sometimes you can lose the game because they just go like, oh, turn 2, Loss Up, something like a Registeel, and play Lost City and Lost Zone, and then they do it again, and you're like, oh, I lose the game. Well, for our version, I was like, we're not playing Choice Band, so I was like, what if we just played Drapion? I was like how bad would it be if we just like tried Drapion? And my friend Oliver is like, I'm down to try it, and then we put it in, and we're like, oh, this is like pretty nice. Like you can knock out a Mew turn 1 with Registeel or something, and then you can just go in, and they have to like take 5 prizes without you drawing anything, or else you Drapion them. And if you open it, you can Thornton it out, or even I have a foreign friend who benched a Mew by like using Ancient Wisdom to attach 3 energies, and then Thornting into the Drapion and knocking out the Mew for a win. Because there was only 1 Mew in play, so it only had -1 energy, you know?
Absolutely.
So there's just a lot of cool plays with that. And I've used Thornton even more for not even using Drapion. It's just been like a really nice card to have.
Yeah, I love hearing the inception of that entire idea. I mean, it's just wild. And another thing is, like, people don't expect it either at all from a Reggie deck. I'm sure when you flip your cards, they're like, okay, I know how to play Reggie, but you're just pulling out all the stops on them and things they don't expect. So
I enjoy playing unexpected decks too, so that's nice.
That's great. So through your matchups today, so far in day 1, how have they played out for you? I suppose, as far as like, have those cards been surprising to your opponents? Has it helped you a ton? What's the MVP card for you?
Yeah. Well, the first 2 rounds started off a little bit rough. I started 0-0-2, so I tied my first 2 rounds, and it was like I would go to game 3 and time would be called in the first turn of the game, and you know there really wasn't a lot of time, and I played against Kudra, which is a bad matchup, but I managed to pull out a tie with like a really fast start in the second game. And then like after that, it was sort of like it just like went really nice. Like the deck just started working. Like I started getting turn 1 attacks every single game, and I was like
18 more Fire Giants.
Yep. Someone I flipped, I think, like all 6 heads on Cramomatics, and I was like, this is amazing.
Oh my gosh.
So it just made like, I don't know, I feel like I have momentum. I'm just like running through it, and I've just been playing against like Lugia or Lost Box, and just like getting turn 1 attack and feeling really good. And yeah, I just
I want to see a cool drop from them before this ends. They better. They better drop something cool.
For sure. Okay, so here's a question. I'm kind of throwing in our players some oddball questions just because I like to.
Ideally, they give me the other half of the key that I got from the Temperas thing.
Deck that you've ever played.
Because they have a pretty decent chance at the like general rare drop table.
Deck that I really enjoyed at the last North American International that I played in 2019. I built this Quagsire toolbox deck that played.
Maybe like, 'tis not meant to be.
Energy. I'm not sure if that was the right term. I think they reprinted Blend, right? It was something like that. It was a 4 energy types. They played like Zera Aura and Shining Mew and like a 0-1 Electro GX line with Ditto Prison Star and Articuno, and I would just go and played like Buzzmos, a tag team, and it was just like Machamp Marshadow and like Suicune GX, and it was like a lot of fun. And I just tested for the tournament by playing against like I think it was Azul or Igor Costas like ability Charizard deck, and I just like tested on my bed against myself.
That's
Then I showed up, and I played a few games before the tournament. And I played it. Same thing. Started out 0-2, won 5 straight, won on the stream, but unfortunately lost and had some bad luck at the end of the day. But it was a really, really fun deck to play, and it was really crazy, and people really did not have any idea what was going on with it.
So you've been an innovator for a while.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I got a third at Worlds with Vileplume Toolbox deck. Yeah, my friend played, and like nobody else knew the list, and we just went in. And it was
Fire Battle Staff. Well, that's some cashola and the main cola.
I'm a big fan of like off-meta decks, I guess, or counter decks.
Can you stick those runes into like your rune bag there?
They are in my rune bag. Oh no, it only holds 3 types.
Reggie deck into our stream, and
Are those 2 types not already in there?
Yes, they're not already in there.
I can't tell because I see a little white symbol and red symbol, but like I can't actually tell if it's different.
They are different.
Shout out to my mom. I love you. Thank you.
I don't believe you.
It's a lot of fun.
There's air runes in there, and nature runes and fire runes. And that appears to be chaos and blood runes outside of them.
Why do all the runes look the same?
Pulled the trigger at the last minute to play the deck with us.
The icons are kind of small.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
But I put the runes in there specifically, so that's why I know.
Right over to our casters to continue our tournament here.
Thanks a bunch, Boo. Yes, Chip Ritchie here with Kyle Sablehouse, and we are ready to get into our round 9. One final round of Swiss remaining for day 1 here in Vancouver. One of these players may move on to day 2. One of them will have their tournament run in short. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here, Kyle.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the standings first to see how our players line up here after 8 rounds of competition. And at the top of the list, 2 pretty good names.
Yes, we see Ian Robb there, 7-0-1. He actually just defeated Stefan Tabacco in the last round. Stefan was 7-0, but did take that L to Ian. So now Ian and Green tied for the first seed, 7-0-1. No more undefeateds remaining in this tournament. Of course, we see Sam Huff there at the 6th seed after getting his win in the last one. 20 match points. Look at our top 16 here. All of these players have already locked up a spot for day 2, by the way. We see Jack Moore, who we featured earlier on in the day, Riley McKay as well, Corey Godfrey, Caleb Gedimer, and Justin Bakari, all names that we've seen plenty of times in the past.
A lot of big names already locked up here for day 2. Let's see what feature matchups we have lined up as well. This big clutch round 9, a lot of 16-pointers trying to get.
You should probably go attack that big thing that isn't a fire giant.
Well, that thing's easier than a fire giant.
The heck? It's bigger.
Giant.
Lucas up against Isaiah.
Why are moss giants in the lava caves?
Daniel Lynch up against Simon Trottier.
Fire moss.
But our screen match will be Natalie.
I don't believe you.
The pro Miltank player up against Abe Morales. Excited to see how this one will play out. If you are on Pokemon Twitter at all, you have certainly seen Natalie's name pop up on your feed. The pro Miltank player. And now we're going to see if she maybe put the money where her mouth is, you know, rocking with the Blissey Miltank. Got to get it on the stream. You're on the winning end. Let's see what happens here in this round 9.
Yeah, let's take it to the stage and see it for ourselves.
See Natalie on the left, of course, like we mentioned, playing that Blissey V alongside Miltank. I know she's excited to be up on the stage and certainly excited to get into this next round. She'll be going up against Abe Morales here, long-time player, well-known person in the community as well. He's going to be playing a Lugia V-Star deck. Not really a surprise, something we're pretty used to seeing, right?
Yeah, Abe's been looking for a big opportunity to prove himself, traveling to a lot of events, trying to get into a position here that he finds himself in now with a opportunity to make day 2. Start getting some of those ever important championship points.
Nothing too terrible, I think, in either player's prizes. It's a little awkward to see 2 research on Natalie's end. It's pretty important to draw through the deck, and Blissey is one of these decks that does not have a real dedicated draw engine. You are kind of reliant on your supporters. We also see 1 Miltank and 3 energy cards. Over on Abe's end, 2 energy. Shouldn't be too big of a deal since they are at the bottom of his prizes.
Yeah, off my rhythm. I've thrown off the Emperor's Groove.
Resolve and other interesting ways just to get
I'm sorry, but you've thrown off the Emperor's Groove.
Beware the groove.
Could be a little more difficult, but of course, that can help out.
The fist bump has commenced. Game 1 getting underway. Once again, the win and in. get a win in this one, move on to day 2, lose, and your tournament run is over. Natalie starts things off with a Blissey V in the active spot, and also has that Radiant Greninja. Not something you see too often, or would maybe have to do a double take when you look at it here in this deck, but it's something that most people, when they play the Blissey deck, do tend to go in, since getting your energy cards in the discard pile makes a lot of sense, and Greninja does not have to discard just basic energy. It can discard those specials, as we see with that double turbo.
Yeah, nice to see that in the discard pile early on. Not much else to do this turn, and we do see that toughness on the Miltank there, as we do know that sometimes it can be a little tricky to knock out.
Move my mouse.
Won't be affected by those Vs on the other side.
So how is this matchup going to play out? Obviously, I feel like Natalie is probably very well tested against the Lugia deck. I mean, she plays pretty much this deck exclusively at tournaments, so she is very well aware of what strategies she wants to go for. But as Abe, I would have to wonder if he's ever played against a Blissey Miltank deck. So for both players here, what's the general strategy you think going to be?
Yeah, it's interesting, as Abe is certainly going to be put in some awkward spots early on, trying to deal with this Blissey. You want to attack into it and take knockouts, and usually that's going to be by way of powerful energies on the Lugia V, trying to get the additional damage that you need. But you could see a Cable Toughness or even a V-Guard energy, anything could get in the way to help and keep this Blissey alive as long as possible.
Yeah, and how does it work out as well with Miltank? Because obviously Abe has a lot of single prize attackers, but things like Archeops only deal 120 damage. When Miltank has a Cape of Toughness on it, it's a little tough to get over.
Yeah, and then you'd start to wonder how you're going to use every single one of those resources. The amazing Evital, that's going to line up great with potentially knocking out a Blissey V, but then how do you use your Radiant Charizard? As 250 damage is perfect for Blissey, but you're going to have to start using some of those single prize Pokemon to attack into the Miltank at some point.
Marnie being played on Natalie's end. Abe was able to get one Archeops in the discard pile, but it was via the win, so did not even play a supporter for number 1. Even still, though, Natalie will be playing that Marnie and slamming the path to the peak as well, trying to slow Abe down and limit the options to find a V-Star on the next turn. Natalie also plays down that Evital. That's another pretty key card.
Evital.
She is playing 3 copies of this Cry of Destruction. Evital, it kind of feels like Blissey almost has a little bit of a control element to it, or disruption maybe it would be more of a fitting way to describe it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It can change the pace when it needs to. You can of course go for that very aggressive route with the Blissey, but you're going to be at this point in the mid game occasionally where you have a lot of energies that fall from the Blissey. Either it gets knocked out, or you heal it with a Sharon's Care or something like that, and then you can take this turn off. Use the right destruction with Evital, you can attack with the Miltank, slow down.
I wish I was evil tall.
Regain your composure, get that built up.
All talls are evil.
That you lost early on, and try to close out the game with
what the heck?
Pretty interesting to see the Manaphy being grabbed right away. Maybe want them to
That's kind of rude.
I said it. We're all thinking it.
Damage onto Natalie's side of the field, so
Not sure we are.
getting Manaphy set up and
shut up, Pat. You're probably tall.
Over to Abe, who does have Pumpkaboo and Lost
Evil.
Vacuum. There's only one Archeops in the discard right now.
Yeah, this might be single Archeops territory, though. Your opponent didn't do very much. this was a very slow turn. We saw path. This was before even an energy was able to come down with the Radiant Greninja or attach for the turn. Marnie found no energy, so Blissey is doing absolutely nothing right now. Abe really gets to control how this game plays out and could really start to go aggressive here if he uses that Pumpkaboo or the Lost Vacuum now.
He couldn't even get a knockout with the Blissey. Well, now he can, since he drew an energy card, because with just one Archeops, he'd only be able to get 2 energy cards, and while one of them could be double turbo energy, it would actually take him, I guess if he got double turbo, it was powerful, right? And that's kind of a tough use of your powerful energy, right?
Agreed. You want to make sure that every single time that you're amplifying the damage, that it's to its maximum value. As you're going to have to be working through the capes or using those on the Archeops to try to get through the Miltank and the extra hit points that have a toughness.
So now Lost Vacuum will Lost Zone 1 card from Abe's hand, and also Lost Zone a Stadium Lord tool card in play, choosing to get rid, of course, that path to the peak, and now flips the V-Star marker and uses Primal Turbo right away. This can grab 2 energy cards out of the deck, and we know that there is a extra energy waiting in the hand as well, so this Blissey V is going down shortly.
That doesn't leave much on the other side for Natalie. The only saving grace now is that at least the path was countered And it doesn't feel great, obviously, that you're going to get knocked out, but it does leave some top decks open. Any energy could lead into potential drawing more cards. I think there was a Zinnia's that was drawn off of the Marnie, so you could see something happen next turn. And really all you need to do is find a twin or double turbo, and you can Cry of Destruction, remove all these energies from play.
So Abe is actually choosing to load a powerful on the active alongside a double turbo and hold on to the capture for a turn, maybe waiting to see what Natalie does, what Pokemon he wants to grab next turn. And of course this capture energy does function very nicely as a pivot option on something like the Archeops. The problem does become whenever you only have one Archeops in play, you can't accelerate everything you may possibly want.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're maximizing every time that you're attaching, and it's pretty likely that your opponent's going to use Cry of Destruction, but we actually see the Milting promotion here, so we'll see if Natalie feels like this Zinnia is going to draw into anything.
And here it is, Zinnia's Resolve, only seeing 4 cards. This is a supporter card we don't see too often, but you discard 2 cards from your hand in order to draw a card for each Pokemon your opponent has in play.
Tough. Finds the powerful energy. It's going to be the single energy attack there. This Miltank is going to be sticking around a little while.
Yes.
You would have to see the retreat here into a different Pokemon to get a relevant attack off into the Miracle Body.
Of course, thanks to that Miracle Body ability, Miltank cannot be damaged by Pokemon V. Of course, Pokemon V-Star are Pokemon V, so Abe's only option to attack into something like the Miltank will be Pokemon like the Archeops, will be Pokemon like the Radiant Charizard, potentially. Even Oranguru could get in there with a couple powerful energies. With Cape of Toughness, though, I wouldn't expect to see that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Abel want to approach this situation. With only one Archeops in play, can he afford to retreat off something like this double turbo?
Yeah, I wonder if this turn is now spent grabbing Luminion, and then you reach for the boss's orders, start to target down a Pokemon like that, and all that you're worried about in the future, and you can deal with that now. And then of course you'll have the retreat available, but you're not worried about losing those energies anytime soon.
Yeah, while the Miltank is really difficult to deal with, the Evital feels like it's the real threat, right? Because that can just come up and start to remove your energy cards from play, and that's a situation as a you do not want to be in.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players have to deal with this when they're playing against Control and they've got the 4 Cry of Destruction. You start to do the math, and basically you have to take at least 3 prize cards before they get rolling, or they're just going to steal too many energies off your board. Right. You don't have a way to close out unless you chain Luminion, and that's never where you want to be.
This is exactly the play that Abe is going for. Boss's orders being grabbed. Have to imagine Evital's the target. It's definitely more valuable than targeting down something like the Manaphy. Radiant Greninja not doing the most here either. Just bring up that Evital, deal with the threat like we mentioned. And take that out of play. You don't really care too much about the Miltank. It's not going to be doing too much damage with Drought. It deals 10 base damage and then 20 more for each Pokemon you have in play. So it can start to put on some pressure. Does force you to deal with it at some point, but for now, Evital is definitely the greater threat to tie up.
Now the only decision for Abe is gotta get some energies down if you only have the single Archeops, and this is pretty awkward as well, as you see that Speedwing lines up really great for the knockout on the Miltank. But if you ever want that Pokemon in the active spot, if it gets knocked out, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
The good news is, when you're playing against this deck, you're not really worried about getting knocked out in one turn. It doesn't really work like that for Blissey. It needs to charge up, get additional energies down. Miltank certainly isn't going to get the one-hit knockout. It never reaches that 150 point. So you actually can feel relatively comfortable seeing the Archeops there, and I do love seeing at least one powerful. Going to need that second one to get the knockout, I believe, though.
Yeah, threatening as much damage as possible seems good. There's a first one powerful already in play, and Boss's Order, sure enough, brings up Evital. Get that Pokemon into the active. Of course, Boss's Orders, the supporter card. Switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon with the active. We see Evital coming up and being knocked out. Abe is now 3 prizes down. 3 prizes taken. Natalie looking for a way to respond.
Well, it's going to be on the back of Marnie. Top deck Boss isn't going to help out here. 5 cards to help out. And
Rune Scimitar.
First, you need to see at least an energy.
Rune.
You got to be kidding me.
Scimitar. Got it.
Nope. PvPing you right now.
You couldn't discover the Greninja, couldn't attack with of the mill tank. It's just a drawing a pass. There is the path to the peak.
Scimitar.
But maybe Natalie doesn't even want to play that, as Summoning Star has already been used, and she doesn't want to cut off her own access to Radiant Ninja.
Yeah, you would shut off the
nice.
from your opponent, but
in the last 5 or last 6, I guess. Number
Well,
6 from the
you
end.
might be worried about it if your opponent drew a quick ball.
Oh no.
And could Boss's Orders your Evil Tall again?
That's alright, that makes it a little more difficult there.
And I wonder if that's the route Abe is going to go. He did find the quick ball. Let's see if that other Luminion is in the deck. And also, he's chosen to play this Evolution Instance, I think ideally to try to thin. Wants to grab a potential Archeops out.
Let's go to game 2.
And Natalie, yeah, I think this is a smart concede. Recognize your opponent got too far ahead. Scoop up the cards. Let's go to game 2. Abe winning game number 1.
Yeah, I think regardless of how Abe plays that out with the Boss's Orders or just
another ensouled giant head.
Jegus is going to be in a favorable position to easily close out game number 1, and this is perfectly spotted from Natalie, understanding I need every second on that clock right now if I win 2 games.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to, is the time management. It's really difficult to know when to concede in the Pokemon TCG, and no player ever wants to give up. You feel like you've always got a chance, and even if you don't, you want to stick it out to the end and see what maybe could have happened. But Natalie recognizing that the time is her real enemy in this spot. It's not Abe, it's the clock.
Chip, I have video footage of me playing a Bridget and then conceding in game 14, round 14 of a tournament. I love conceding, especially when you've won the first game.
I remember you and I played in a regionals on a stream at one point in like round 10 or something like that, and I played a Bridget and started moving cards around, and you said, yeah, I'm just going to concede and go to the next game because your hand was bad. You were like, get me out of here.
That's my strategy is when I see that we're playing best 2 out of 3, it only means 2 games. I'm looking to play 3 games. It's not going to happen. I just want to play 2 games going first really well.
Yeah. So Natalie here, like you mentioned, going first, will most likely be choosing to go first in this one. The Blissey deck does not do much on turn 1, and it really doesn't do much turn after turn. It's attach an energy, play a supporter card, attack. Right? Yep. That's all you need to do. It's really kind of a beautifully simple deck in that sense. But there are still another layer of options available as far as how you want to approach each matchup with your myriad of attackers, right? Something like Evil Tall is not going to be a great attacker into Lost Box. It actually plays all basic energy cards, but it's what you're going to really want to lean on in matchups like Lugia and things like Mew as well.
Yeah, there's an impending doom that feels like that's always going on with the Blissey. You can see your fate and you understand how the match is going to go because everything is always on the board or in the discard pile. And sure enough, when you have all those cards lined up, we might see Abe in a position where he has to scoop things up real quickly. So it can definitely.
Oh, when you see the poison proc and you see free damage, it feels so good. I only want to use spears for the entire future. There's nothing better than seeing poison.
Maybe the frogs are all hanging out together.
Another ensouled head, dude.
Able to draw 2 cards last game.
I think I'm gonna get a prayer level from all those, or something. There's a lot of them. So many.
No, I jinxed it.
No,
I'm sorry.
A couple of Marnie as well. One of those Team Yell Towel used to heal one of Natalie's Pokemon. Of course, Abe prizing a couple of energy cards, 3 energies to be exact, and that amazing rare Evil also to note as well.
Well, if you're going to lose the Radiant Greninja, it's a pretty great way to start the turn. You got that Path to the Peak locked in. Blissey's ready to go with the double turbo also.
Yeah, but what do you do when your opponent opens up with double Evolution Incense and Ultra Ball?
Well, you wait 30 seconds for them to play all the cards and then you cry.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Abe has done here. He does not have a supporter in hand currently, so isn't even going to have access to something like Luminion as well, thanks to that Path to the Peak coming into play. So Abe may not even use Ultra Ball for that second Archeops, might even choose to go with something like the Read the Wind to try to draw some more cards. Seems pretty strong in this one.
Yeah, I agree. You think that your opponent is probably going to be focused on themselves and not go for a Marnie. They're often trying to get those energies in the discard pile in the opening turns.
Playing the last
so
spell.
You probably have a window there where you can
playing what?
with just Read the Wind.
The last spell.
Get those cards where you need to. It is a little risky when you don't get the second Archeops.
SPELL.
Maybe you see the Ultra Ball played for...
or LAST.
Maybe the Pumpkaboon, you just hold it.
Yeah, a Rangaroo could be really nice as well. That's set up like the V-Star on top potentially. But Abe is actually going to choose to just use Read the Wind. Actually, not even going to get down double Archeops. Archeops. Really interesting. What do you think of this line?
Yeah, there's two ways to read it. It's either he's playing way too quick and he needs to calm down, or it's genius because it looks like his best. And I think that could definitely be interpreted as such. And right now it looks great because we saw the supporter for the turn from Natalie. It was just the professor's research drawing all those cards. And Abe's got a god hand that he's sitting on, and he's going to have a really great turn, too.
Yeah, he's got just about everything he can need. I mean, that Ultra Ball can even find out that Pumpkaboo. Natalie will get off the attack here on turn 2. Blissful Blast, dealing 10 damage, and then 30 more damage for each energy card attached to the Blissey. Something just feels right about seeing Blissey doing well at a regional championships.
Yeah, it's good to bring it back. We haven't seen this do well since, what, was it Milwaukee?
That's right.
Yeah.
Connor Lavelle got 2nd place.
Yeah, it's been fun to see this. Have another go at it here on the stream. And the Abe is definitely going to try to
Slayer.
see the evolution instance now.
Alright, well, I can't complain about that at all.
This could be a big turn, depending on what the additional cards
that was a freaking good one.
Top deck were.
Yeah, I don't think I see something like the Lost Vacuum. That would be a way for Abe to get the easy knockout here on
Ensouled Giant Head.
honest,
How much?
need anything like that. Has a powerful
They give 650 prayer XP each. God dang.
Cards, I don't think a single one of them was a powerful.
That's gonna be a
And I got 6 plus however many from the first set.
After this is
8 or
all
9.
said and done, I mean, I totally expect to
Total,
see Abe here
probably.
just go in with this Lugia, get all the powerful energies onto the Lugia V-Star, and take a one-hit knockout on this Blissey, and leave Natalie with just a little Dunsparce in play.
Beer mixer.
Roll away. That's what Dunsparce is thinking after this game.
Yeah, this is not what Natalie was looking to see. This is such a big turn. Has the Lugia V-Star in hand.
Oh yeah, Abe, okay, did play that Ultra Ball, grab that Pumpkaboo. Now we'll get rid of that path to the peak with that Pumpkin Pit ability. Summoning Star can be used. 2 Archeops coming into play. Primal Turbo will accelerate 3 powerful colorless energies into play most likely this turn. And even could combine it with something like a Marnie as well, as he's got Luminion.
Your opponent just used Professor's Research. They drew a bunch of cards, but didn't do anything with any of those cards. Just holding on to a bunch of resources now, and do some weakness there. Try to limit the hand size, leave him with just Dunsparce and fresh cards. We do see the powerfuls coming down. Needs 1 more to get the job done.
Yep, and it should be in the deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. Woo. Sure enough, and Natalie just has to nod her head and kind of sigh as well, as your opponent is setting up perfectly. And even though it's a matchup you are very capable of winning, this position is looking rough. She's going to need some help here off of these 4 cards from the Marnie.
Yeah, you want to be in a situation where you're finding those energies over and over again, using the Blissey V, and continually doing a decent amount of damage to your opponent. And
or just getting a couple Eviltall in play. I almost feel like is even better, right? I think Eviltall is really going to be Natalie's main strategy in this matchup. And with just 4 cards, and a couple supporter cards already in her discard, by the way, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's really crucial that you're able to hit the cards like the powerful energy or the double turbos, and it's just none of that's happening right now.
Rune Skimitar. Rune Cactar.
See that Eviltall? Oh, just the pass, and Abe.
You gonna equip it?
Oh, and Abe
Win?
Gets the boss.
Boss in hand.
I think he drew it for
Win.
turn.
That's so sick.
Depends on what my next Slayer.
Playing out cards, then the deck down a little more.
But I don't think I'm gonna do any more Slayers tonight.
Potentially 100, but this is unreal. There's actually just game with the Raikou.
Oh, he just has it.
Yeah, he has the Aurora energies lined up. That's gonna be a beautiful, amazing shot to take a double knockout here. Close out round number 9 and move into day 2 in under 20 minutes.
That was a fast one. Congratulations to Abe. Moving on to day 2. What an amazing play with that amazing Raikou to close out the game. You definitely have to feel for Natalie, though. She is known for this deck. This is her signature deck. She plays it to every single tournament. She's made day 2 many times in the past, but just in this spot comes up 1 game short. And there was really nothing she could have done differently either.
Yeah, just continually just left with no cards to get the job done. Played it all perfect too. Had the paths locked in every single turn. Abe had the perfect answer.
Yes. I mean, that's the story of Lugia, right?
Okay.
It just seems...
No more Pokemon card game. That's boring.
As the 2020s have progressed, delivery apps like Uber Eats, Postmates, Grubhub, and DoorDash have exploded in popularity. And if you use these apps frequently, you've probably had an experience just like me since COVID started. You're not in the mood for anything particular that night, so you scroll through restaurant after restaurant looking for something that'll catch your eye. And one restaurant finally does. But not because it's what you're in the mood for. It's because something about this restaurant feels off. The app says it's 0.1 miles away, but you don't recall ever passing this store or seeing its storefront. And the pictures on the app don't look like a local restaurant near you. They almost look like stock photos. Even the restaurant name doesn't seem like a local family restaurant. It feels like something that would be on a neon sign in a white millennials taco restaurant. Something like Taco Bout It, or Love Tacos, or You're Tacoing Me Crazy. Now, some people might already be aware, as I was, of what these restaurants are. But when I decided to make a video on it, the rabbit hole kept sinking deeper and deeper. So today, I want you to follow me down this rabbit hole of food and restaurants. But I must warn you, it's sticky. So bring a baby wipe or some hand sanitizer, or stand next to the sink and keep washing your hands.
Your new task is kill 91 ogre. Okay.
More people skipping
That's
eating
annoying.
out and bringing the restaurant experience home. But
Yeah, it's
how
probably
that
not that
food is
annoying,
paired
actually.
is getting a big change. More competing companies are now teaming up using ghost kitchens to prepare your meals.
Now, what is a ghost kitchen? Well, the definition can be a little bit broad and too general because the business model is very new and ghost kitchens come in a few different forms. But in YouTuber fashion, I have the Google definition. So apologies, I'm gonna sound for a second like a 8th grader giving a book report. The Google definition of a ghost kitchen is a business operating from low rent or non-commercial premises that prepares food ordered online for delivery directly to customers. Which is a true definition, but also doesn't sound like anything specific to me, or give me a clear picture of what their business is. However, as I've been researching this video, I've boiled down ghost kitchens coming in mainly 3 different forms. Some take place in something called a virtual restaurant kitchen, others make their food in mobile trailers, and some are in existing restaurants. But I want to start with virtual restaurant kitchens. So a virtual restaurant is a restaurant that exclusively sells through delivery apps. The actual building it's made in is a virtual restaurant kitchen that houses many virtual restaurants. And nothing showcases one of these places better than this TikTok I found from a guy named Clayton who is delivering for Uber Eats.
So this is what is called a ghost kitchen. It is a select set of restaurants that are featured. Food's cooked here. As an Uber Eats driver, you come up here, you select your restaurant. Mine was supposed to be Drunken Dumpling, and then my order was Omar here. And what's crazy is, then, for right now, I'm waiting. There's your order board, and then once that's ready, one of these lockers will unlock, and the food will be ready. And this will become our future. I mean, it's already our present, but this will become like all foods. Greg. Yay, future technology.
Now there are
Future. Well, now I'm waiting to be Drunken Dumpling driver. Featured. The food's cooked here. As an Uber Eats driver.
I already done the depths of despair. I'm not. Good to know. Alright, it's time for me to go ham.
You spoke incorrectly. You should have said it's time to eat some slime.
But I'm gonna go ham instead.
I think you want a nice healthy helping of Gudra slime, clearly.
I want ham.
Come up here. You select your restaurant. Mine was supposed to be Drunken Dumpling. And then my order was Omar here. And what's crazy is, then, for right now, I'm waiting. There's your order board. And then once that's ready, one of these lockers will unlock and the food will be ready. And this will become our future. I mean, it's already our present, but this will become like great. Yay, future technology.
Now, there are definitely cases of one person owning a virtual restaurant kitchen, but these places are mainly owned by tech startups. So there is a chance that a pizza place that you get delivery food from and a Chinese food place that you also get delivery food from are not two separate restaurants, but one kitchen owned by the same company. But I started to wonder how common these places actually were. Could I find one near my neighborhood? And I did. I won't be showing the address, but I sat down at my computer to look at delivery apps until I found a specific address that had multiple restaurants in it. And if you look here, as I started to go through just Uber Eats as an app, I started to find that this address had a lot of restaurants in it. If I were to ask you what you thought a lot of restaurants running out of one kitchen would be, it kind of depends on how familiar you are with ghost kitchens and virtual restaurants. So you might be thinking, I don't know, 2 is a lot of restaurants. Potentially 4. Could it be like 5 or 6? So I counted the individual restaurants on Uber Eats that came up for this specific address. And I found 10 restaurants running out of the same kitchen. Does that sound like a lot of kitchens to you? Because if it doesn't, I lied. There are 20 restaurants running out of this one location. And if you're thinking to yourself, that's not that many, I lied again. There are 30 restaurants running out of this single location. And one final time, I lied again. There are 44 restaurants on Uber Eats that all share this one address. And you have food places ranging in completely different cultures and food types. There's a dim sum place, there's a curry place, there's burger places, pasta places, pizza places, chicken and waffles, taco places. This was actually discovered by my girlfriend Chrissy. She started looking at individual menus in this one location and finding that some of the items looked really similar. So I picked a random item from one of the restaurants that was featured here. It's a restaurant called The Codfather, and I found a beer-battered cod sandwich for $16.95. Right here it says in the description, it is a beer-battered North Atlantic cod, slaw, red and white cabbage, lemon herb aioli, and a brioche bun. So I looked at another obvious choice at the same address, at Sunset Beach Fish and Chips. And would you look at that? There's a beer-battered cod sandwich for $16.95. That is a beer-battered North Atlantic cod, slaw, red and white cabbage, lemon herb aioli, and a brioche bun. Interesting. 2 separate restaurants on Uber Eats, appearing to be completely separate businesses, selling the same item with the same description for the same price. So I looked at another place that had a beer-battered cod for $16.95, same description. And I looked at another place, and another place, and another place, until I had filled up my cart with 9 identical beer-battered cod sandwiches, and I'm going to go with Chrissy to pick it up at the same exact location. That's right, we're gonna drive to one kitchen to pick up the same sandwich from 9 separate restaurants. By the way, the sandwich is $16.95 for just the sandwich. So I'm about to pay, what's that times 9? I'm gonna do it in a calculator. You can't force me to do math off the top of my head. I could have done it now, but I need to find my phone. All right, so if I just do the quick math on here before fees are involved, I will be paying just $152.55 to potentially try the same sandwich 9 times. So Chrissy and I started the drive. It took about, 20 minutes to get there.
God, those
It's beautiful. When we pulled up to the restaurant, it had the name Chibo. What confused me is that when you look it up, Chibo is a local restaurant in LA. It's been open since 2002, I believe. But when you look on Google Street View, the storefront used to say Virtual Dining Concepts, which is one of the startups in the ghost kitchen industry. Now, to be honest, as we walked up, I was a little bit nervous because I don't think one of their regular employees would care, but I also doubt somebody has ordered from 9 different restaurants with the same item. The order kind of makes it obvious what I'm doing. So I walked up to him and said, "Hi, we're picking up for like 9 orders under Eddie." And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, no problem. Do you want me to put it all in one bag? Is that okay?" So we waited for a little bit. Here's us waving, just in case we're saying hello to you, specifically watching, we're waving to you. And then finally, we got the order. So
I gotta get home. Oh.
it seemed so casual. They did not care that we ordered from 9 different places and it was the exact same one. So we drove back, bags in hand, left bag hanging lower than the right bag. But before we bust these bags wide open, a quick word from our sponsor. Thank you all for coming to this press briefing today. As many of you already know, I am now the President of the United States because Joe Biden lost to me in a wager match of Overwatch 2. Now that I'll be traveling and doing business all over the world because I'm the new president, our sponsor today, Babbel, is perfect. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world. Its intuitive lessons help you learn a language through real-life conversations. Lessons are designed by real language teachers, and Babbel offers a 20-day money-back guarantee. Joe actually just texted me that he got the app, and he has a little voice message to share with the country. Hello, siento, soy tan malo en Overwatch. I bet, Joe. I bet. We're friends. Babbel also teaches real-world conversations. Lessons prepare you to have practical conversations about travel, business, relationships, Overwatch 2, and more. If you're going to travel to a country or experience a culture in any way, the best thing you can do is learn their language ahead of time. So click the link in the description for 60% off your subscription. And that's coming from me, Eddie Burback, President of the United States. Now back to the video. When we got back and I started to unpack them, I noticed that all of the packaging was the exact same. All right, so let's start with just 2 of them. I've got the rest of the packages right here, but they also weren't labeled, so I have no idea which 2 restaurants these are from. This could be the Codfather. This could be Sunset Beach. This could even be Burger Bitch. First one is in this wrapping. Here's the, I mean, it looks good. It looks good. This looks like a good fish sandwich. These are 2 different fish sandwiches from 2 different restaurants. Legally, I do not want to say that these are the same sandwich, so I won't do that. You think that covers me? The bun feels cheap for $16.
Oh yeah.
It's good. I now know what this fish sandwich tastes like. Legally, I don't want to say that this is the exact same sandwich, but my taste buds are saying this is the exact same sandwich. Then we decided to take every single sandwich out to show them all at once. What we are looking at here are 9 sandwiches from 9 restaurants that all claim to be different businesses when you look at them. And I decided for science I was going to take a bite of every single fish sandwich and give a thumbs up if it tasted similar to the last one. Now, as I've aged, I don't do as well with greasy foods, specifically something like a fish or chicken sandwich. And I can't tell you the toll that this took on my body later that day. I didn't even capture it. I was tired, things happened in the bathroom I will never speak of ever again. But I will say that my opinion was these 9 sandwiches tasted exactly the same to me. But I think it's really important to mention that this restaurant is taking up 44 slots on delivery apps. They are competing directly with small businesses, some of which are owned by families. Now, I don't know if Chibo the restaurant owns this or if Virtual Dining Concepts bought Chibo to use their name as a brand, but would you be surprised to learn that there is another Chibo within 4 miles of the one that I just showed you? And together they take up 77 restaurant slots on Uber Eats. So whether or not Chibo is its own new company or just a front for virtual dining concepts, I want to take a second to talk about VDC. Virtual Dining Concepts, or VDC, is a major ghost kitchen company. And when you go to their website, they have a collection of brands that they work with. You have Mr. Beast Burger, which we will talk about later. You have Phase Subs, which finally answers the question, can my sandwiches just be made by gamers? But as I was reading the brands, something caught my eye. NASCAR Refuel. So I clicked on it, and it opened up NASCAR Refuel Wings, and you could go right to their website. So clearly, NASCAR Refuel is a NASCAR-themed ghost kitchen that sells primarily bone-in wings. Now, if you go to the full menu, you can see that they offer 5 flavors. We've got barbecue, we've got honey garlic, we've got sweet chili, Cajun, and buffalo. My tummy's already rumbling. Is that a magnitude 7 earthquake in California? No, that's just my tummy for NASCAR wings. They even come in this fun little NASCAR box so you know the food's gonna get to you fast. So then I thought, if VDC can let NASCAR make a unique wing place, this place can't be that bad. By the time food arrives to your table at a restaurant, the people who have made the food have already jumped through a ton of hoops. The person who created the business already had the idea to create a restaurant, either paid their own money or got a loan from a bank to get the building rented out. They then had to hire people, make sure everybody was trained, make sure people liked the menu, cultivate a successful business, and pay the bills every month. So maybe this could be a good way to not gatekeep recipes with how much influence you have or how much capital you have to open up a restaurant. Maybe this will be a great way into having people try new food. VDC has another wing place right there called Wing Squad. Wing Squad is a buffalo wing themed ghost restaurant that serves primarily bone-in wings with flavors like barbecue, honey garlic, sweet chili, Cajun, and buffalo. Are these the exact same fucking wings? Okay, so I got NASCAR Refuel. So I was gonna immediately cut to ordering NASCAR Refuel and Wing Squad to eat them both and see if they tasted exactly the same. But when I filled out both my orders, I went ahead and ordered NASCAR Refuel. And when I tried to check out with the cart for Wing Squad, they told me that it wasn't available in my area. So now, instead of proving a point for my video, I just have NASCAR wings. The only thing I care about is if they come in the cool box. I will be so mad if they don't. Yes! Here are the wings. They look pretty good, to be honest. I'll give it to NASCAR. It's good. It's good. I never said the Ghost Kitchen food is bad. It's good. Scared the neighbor's dog. But I want to get back to VDC's website because they seem to be the leading brand in working with content creators and celebrities to create ghost franchises.
Hi, I'm Robert Earl, a fellow restaurateur and the founder of Virtual Dining Concepts.
A ghost franchise is when one of these companies utilizes virtual restaurants and ghost kitchens around the country to instantly start up a national brand. So you pretty much snap your fingers and you have a fast food company across the whole country.
These brands offer you an A to Z solution. All you have to do is choose the brands, the great celebrities that are going to become your market partners with you.
And to get a look on how these ghost franchises start, we can look at the page on their website that advertises to creators that want to work with them. So this business model is advertised as a new way to connect with fans. Oh my god, I didn't know it was for the fans. So step 1 is to create your vision. They give you a more intimate and experimental way to connect with your followers. Finally, I can get intimate with Mr. Beast by shoving a Beast Burger or Carl's Deluxe down my gullet. Just absolutely gargling Beast-style fries. Then you work with them to create a menu. I would assume it's more so like, hey, you want to sell pizza? Do you want to sell pepperoni or sausage? Then they say to market the brand, to use your social following and platform to connect with your fans beyond merchandise. Use the food in your content. See, guys, it's about connecting to fans. This is not a soulless way to cash in on your fans by selling them food that you didn't create, okay? It's not about making money. So let's see step 4. I gotta stop getting tricked by corporate speak. I thought Mr. Beast wanted to be intimate with me. I can't believe how confusing this Ghost Kitchen stuff is as a consumer. Because a few minutes after filming this, I got an email thanking me for my order from Mr. Beast Burger. The thing is, I didn't order from Mr. Beast Burger. I'm doing that later when I talk about Mr. Beast Burger. So I looked at the address in the email, and it happens to be the exact same address from where I got my NASCAR refuel wings. So they just thanked me for ordering from a completely different restaurant. And when I looked up the address, it just gave me Universal City Walk, which is the big mall outside of Universal Studios Hollywood. It didn't even match up with one of the restaurants there. It just looked like a vague point on one of the buildings. Did they make my wings in Universal Studios? Did the Minions make my wings? It seems like VDC can't even keep track of their own virtual restaurants. But if you're a content creator or a celebrity that thought it would be a cool idea to open up your own fast food brand, that doesn't inherently make you the devil. I mentioned 3 types of ghost kitchens before, and one of them is existing restaurants. Now these restaurants can be major chains or small businesses, and running these virtual restaurants out of a small business might help them keep the lights on. That additional revenue could be a lifesaver for them. The thing is, as I've been looking up stuff for this video, I would frequently get so lost trying to keep track of all the virtual restaurants. It would be hard to count how many virtual restaurants are in one location or where a virtual restaurant was located. Sometimes I would look up Mr. Beast Burgers in my area, and when I went to the Street View, they just didn't exist and also didn't have an address listed. And that's when I started to think, if I'm spending all day just trying to locate certain restaurants, how the hell are they doing health inspections for these places? And that's when I stumbled on an article called "Do You Know Where Your Chicken Wings Come From?" by the Boston Globe. The article centers around the challenges that ghost kitchens have added to health inspection agencies in Massachusetts. Frequently, it seems that health inspectors in Massachusetts will find out during the health inspection that they're running multiple restaurants out of the same kitchen. Lexington's health director Joanne Bellinger even said it's like smoke and mirrors or a shell game. We license this particular restaurant, but on the side, they're running 6 or 7 other things. And they're constantly getting surprised by this because the article states, no one knows how many such operations are running in Massachusetts or nationwide, as there is no central entity that tracks them. And when health departments can't track where food is coming from, it makes it near impossible to track where a foodborne illness starts. Some defenders of virtual kitchens might say, well, if you have a kitchen that passed a health inspection, what's the harm in adding a virtual kitchen? You already passed. But what if your new virtual restaurant menu adds an allergen that your original menu didn't have? You now need to be inspected again to make sure you're not cross-contaminating and feeding somebody something they're allergic to. And not only is the FDA struggling nationwide to keep up with this technology, in spring of 2022, Needham's health department encountered a Thai restaurant that the department had closed for repeated health violations that then opened up as a virtual Thai restaurant under a new name. And this isn't just Massachusetts. ABC7 Chicago discovered something similar in their reporting.
But what if your food comes from a restaurant with health violations? The I-Team found restaurants with some of the most serious violations. The Buffalo Wild Wings on 513 West Taylor Street near the South Loop houses the ghost restaurant Wild Burger. The restaurant had recent failing inspections with violations including 100 fruit flies throughout the establishment and no soap at a hand washing sink. In follow-up reports, the restaurant fixed violations and passed inspection.
It's really just a snowball with ghost kitchens because this problem also opens up a new problem, which is major restaurant brands pretending to be smaller businesses on delivery apps to get more business from you.
Next on our list of fake-ass restaurants, you can tell. Look at the graphics. It's obvious. Super Megadilla and Thrilled Cheese, those are both IHOP. Both of these have the same address and it's IHOP.
I want to know is how the fuck am I supposed to eat that as a fucking quesadilla when it's a full-blown fucking avocado and a full-blown fucking chicken tender?
I can't believe that IHOP would do this. Surely no other major brands have done the exact same thing.
Maggiano's Italian Classics. This comes from Chili's. It's Just Wings also comes from Chili's. Tender Shack comes from Outback Steakhouse.
So I guess we have a new problem to worry about. Sometimes sometimes the virtual restaurant isn't even real, and sometimes I guess now it's Chili's. I've been researching for this video for around 2 months now, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Because anytime I'm confused or I see something deceiving and I pursue it, I get even more confused and sometimes even more deceived. However, there is one thing that I am certain of. Every single day, I have researched or filmed or gone to get food from one of these ghost kitchens. One virtual restaurant will make itself known at least once. A ghost franchise that is so popular that any YouTube-addicted 12-year-old would know the menu by heart. In this story, I'm the beauty, and this restaurant is... Mr. Beast Burger is one of, if not the most popular Ghost franchise in the United States. The Ghost franchise was created by YouTube's golden boy and Elon Musk reply guy, Jimmy Donaldson, aka Mr. Beast.
We will be spending 24 hours in this insane asylum.
I built 2 massive circles and put 100 boys in one and 100 girls in the other. I am not eating any food for the next 30 days.
The reason I've waited so long to talk about Mr. Beast Burger is because it utilizes all 3 main forms of ghost kitchens, including trailers. Ghost kitchen trailers are exactly what they sound like. They're a trailer that runs multiple virtual restaurants out of it. Now, the leading company that owns these trailers seems to be Reef Global, but as I've been reading some articles about it, it seems like Reef isn't doing so hot lately. They've had a lot of big companies pull business from them. It even looks like Wendy's had a projected 500 locations set to open, but they cut that deal, and Reef later exited its Houston market and laid off 5% of its workforce amid low sales and a rash of permitting and safety violations. Let me just look up what safety violations there are. Okay, so I just found this Wall Street Journal article called "Ghost Kitchens Are Proving to Be a Messy Business as Reef Global Shows." The article starts by saying a few seconds after a cook turned on a stove in a tiny mobile kitchen in a Houston parking lot in April, a fireball erupted from the propane burners, flaring out into the center of the trailer owned by Reef Global Inc. While the cook escaped harm, she happened to open a refrigerator at the same time that shielded her from the flames. It was the second such incident at the same Houston trailer in 4 months. The first one injured a different cook as flames scorched her face and gave her kind of a warning for this to be kind of violent language, to skip forward 10 seconds.
Is there any reason you keep opening that
There was
chest?
3rd-degree burns on her hands
Yes.
that caused the skin to peel off her fingers, rendering her unable to work.
Surely that's not how treasure chests work.
Did you hear how bad her hands got
I had
burned?
multiple keys.
How could she work? How could she contribute to the company? A similar fireball in San Francisco injured another Reef employee in the spring, according to the former Reef managers briefed on the 3 incidents. And on top of that, there's also an insider article about leaked Reef emails, where they're talking about nearly a full year of complaints from Mr. Beast Burger, where customers were served uncooked chicken and raw burgers. This is not directly Mr. Beast's fault, and I'm sure this happens with regular fast food franchises, but this problem is a lot more difficult to solve when you have no real locations. And up until very recently, this business was solely run out of ghost kitchens. And in interviews, Jimmy doesn't hide that fact at all. He's actually one of the only people I see being open and honest about their business and ghost kitchens.
Is it cool to own a burger joint?
So when I first started it, this is when COVID was at its height. So we started a virtual restaurant. A lot of restaurants were laying people off. And Beast Burger, originally why we got into it, is it was like a way for restaurants to make extra money.
Yeah.
So if you're a mom and pop, and you know that lockdowns, you can't even serve people in your fucking restaurant, your revenue just cut in half, you could just start serving Beast Burger, and then anytime anyone within 8 miles places an order, you fulfill it, you get to keep a majority of the revenue.
Yeah.
Now that's a pretty noble motivation to opening up Mr. Beast Burger, but Jimmy just doesn't talk about the fact that they do this also out of existing restaurants that are major corporations, and the fact that they ran them out of Reef trailers.
Anyone, anywhere can just start serving Mr. Beast Burger. You just take our training course, order our ingredients and packaging, and then turn it on all the websites.
So it's the same ingredients.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it tastes the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand what Jimmy's trying to do, but you really shouldn't make it that accessible for anyone anywhere to start serving Mr. Beast Burger to customers. Because again, I start thinking about the health inspection stuff. People all over the country, primarily kids, are eating this food. You need to have some kind of barrier for the quality of it. And so he's sort of transparent about the Ghost Kitchen stuff in interviews, but let's also look at what he actually told his fans. When the business opened in 2020, this is how it was announced to 144 million people.
I opened up the world's first free restaurant. And if that wasn't enough, I also paid people to eat at my restaurant. Put it on up. Yeah! I've never ran a restaurant before. Bye! And that was our last customer. If you like what you saw in this video, you too can eat Beast Burgers. I've literally just opened 300 restaurants all across America. But we only serve people through delivery apps. Basically, open up whatever you use and search Mr. Beast Burger. And you could order anything from our amazing and delicious menu. And like I said, we have hundreds of locations all across America. Just open up your favorite delivery apps and search Mr. Beast Burgers.
So while this isn't a direct lie, I would have liked him to be less vague about opening 300 locations, because this is the Mr. Beast Burger that 144 million people saw, complete with its own branding and even a drive-thru. And this is the Mr. Beast Burger that I just ordered from. The small business was connected to this building.
Just give me my diamond amulet,
order for Mr. Beast
please.
Burger had come through. Obviously, it appeared as their own business. There was no Mr. Beast branding anywhere. They told me it was going to be a 20-minute
No, a
wait, so I
diamond
went back to the car to
necklace.
wait with
No,
Chrissy.
not quite right.
They'll sign this.
I hope. I really hope.
When I finally went back in and was handed the bag, I noticed that it wasn't a Mr. Beast Burger bag, it was one of those regular thank you bags. Regardless, we headed home, bag in hand, bag hanging low. I got 4 items total and ordered it for pickup, so the whole thing ran me $36.85. They're also not in Mr. Beast packaging either. So, Mr. Beast, NASCAR Wings is blowing you out of the fucking water. Now, Beast-style fries are supposed to be seasoned, crinkle-cut fries loaded with caramelized onions, American cheese, pickles, mayo, ketchup, and mustard. What I got was seasoned crinkle-cut fries with cooked onions, American cheese, pickles, and ketchup. You can see right here, this is what they look like, and... So I flipped them back over pretty well, actually. It worked out just fine. And they were average. I do think what would make this order special is the ingredients on the fries, and I didn't get all that I ordered, but this is the best that the order's gonna get, I promise you. Now, the next item on the list was supposed to be a Carl's Deluxe, which is like a patty melt grilled cheese. But when I pulled it out, I was very confused. Which, is this the Beast Burger? After looking at all of the order later, this was not a Beast-style burger. It was not a Carl's Deluxe. It was one of their Impossible Beast-style burgers. This is what the Impossible Beast-style burger is supposed to look like. And this looks like if somebody drew a burger for me. How is this real? It looks like a Krabby Patty. Now, when I opened it up, it looked really boring. This looks unbelievably boring. But surprisingly, it also tasted really boring. This tastes like a cafeteria burger. The Impossible Burger is supposed to be smashed, crispy Impossible patties with house seasoning, American cheese, pickles, diced white onions, mayo, ketchup, and brown mustard on a toasted bun. What I got was an Impossible patty, American cheese, shredded lettuce, and a tiny bit of ketchup. There's no sauce on it either. There's just like a little bit of ketchup on the bun. The bun was way cheaper than the one looks in the photo. But also, if you examine the meat in the Impossible photo, it looks nothing like this. So what the hell did I just eat? Next up was the crispy chicken tender sandwich, and this one is an easy layup. Everybody knows what comes on a chicken sandwich. It's just chicken, the bun, mayo, pickles, and lettuce. I was really hoping I would have a positive experience, but all of the ingredients just feel really, really cheap. Like, it just... This doesn't look like a satisfying chicken sandwich. I don't know. It's so dry. What I got was the chicken tender, some shredded lettuce, and a tiny bit of ketchup. Lastly, we had the main event. The very item that carries the name of this Ghost franchise. The Beast-style burger. And man, this one kind of pissed me off because I ate it, and while I've been editing it, I noticed that the camera got a better angle of the meat than I did. Man, this is supposed to be a smash burger. What the hell is this? Now, when it comes to Mr. Beast Burger, do I think that Jimmy was intentionally trying to mislead people in his video? Or that he ever wanted to serve people uncooked beef? No. Of course not. Jimmy is a little bit younger than me. I think he's like 24, but he's also CEO brained, so I'm pretty sure he doesn't give much thought to anything but making the biggest videos in the world and growing his company. However, I will say that the quality of that food was really bad. That was probably, no exaggeration, the blandest fast food I've ever had in my entire life. So I think my one piece of advice to Mr. Beast that he's not going to listen to because I have less subscribers than him is just give a little bit more thought into the businesses that you're running, because the ghost kitchen stuff is really like the Wild West of food. And there are a lot of really young, impressionable people watching what you do, so you just got to be a little bit careful with the businesses that you run. But that really got me thinking about the psychology of the ghost kitchen business. It really seems that a large form of this business is based on deception. And I started to wonder, how easy would it be to trick people into eating food that they've already had, but make them think that it's a brand new restaurant? It seems to happen every single day. We saw it with IHOP and Chili's earlier. So to test this out, I decided to pay thousands of dollars to do a real, legitimate focus group in Los Angeles. Now, to do this, I would need my own virtual restaurant with its own branding. My name is Eddie Burback, so let's go with something like Eddie's Burgers or Burback's Burgers. Burgerback. I also needed a fake logo to put on the packaging of the food. So I'm pretty new to graphic design, but I worked like, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 days on this logo. I think I did a really great job. There actually might be a path for me in graphic design and not in YouTube anymore. So I'm sorry, I'm just very proud of it. As the group entered the room, I realized that I had put up thousands of dollars and the entire point I'm trying to make on the results of this focus group. So my nerves were high.
Hi everyone. Thank you all for coming in today. My name is Jack, and we're holding this group on behalf of an exciting new fast food restaurant, Burgerback.
Now, before they tasted the burgers, I'll be honest, I was a little vain, and I added a question to see how much people would like my logo.
So, before you is the official Burgerback logo, and I want to ask you all, what are your initial thoughts about the logo? It's lame. It's lame?
You said it.
No, we want that.
It's kind of bland.
Bland, okay.
Oh, that's
Simpsons.
good.
Interesting.
I guess they just don't have an eye for logos. I guess they're just wrong. But it was finally time to taste the burgers. So Burger A was a Carl's Jr. famous star, and Burger B was one that we picked up from a local restaurant down the street. Both burgers had the same ingredients and were repackaged under the Burgerback logo. So we started by bringing Burger A out to the group. One of them compared it to a Burger King burger, and another person even said this.
Kind of remind me of a Thin Star from like Carl's Jr.
Oh, shouldn't song.
You said what from Carl's Jr.?
The Thin Star.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So he said it reminded him of a Carl's Jr. famous star, but he didn't say that it was a Carl's Jr. famous star. And then Burger B from LA Tavern was brought out to the group. It was immediately clear that they liked this burger much more than the last.
I feel like with the bread on this one, it's a better bite.
They thought the Carl's Jr. burger was bland, but the one from the local restaurant seemed to be a hit. After tasting both burgers, we asked the group to identify which one they thought was a fast food burger and which one they thought came from a local restaurant.
One was fast food.
Yep.
I think.
One was fast food, and you think this one is the family owned?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
To my surprise, they identified the Carl's Jr. burger as a fast food burger and the burger from LA Tavern down the street as a local family-owned restaurant burger. But I don't understand. IHOP and Chili's have been doing this. I thought this was easy to trick people. So we held a second group to see if the results would be the same, testing out two things. One, if they could identify the burger like the first group, and two, if one of them would finally be honest and say they liked my logo.
And I just wanted to ask your honest opinion. What do you think about the logo?
Honestly, basic.
Basic? Okay.
I don't get the name of it. I need more
Okay.
context. All I think is bar back. Like when it was like, what's a burger back?
Kind of generic.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, it's a focus group, so you know they're gonna give their honest opinion, and sometimes people's honest opinions can be wrong or dumb or bad or wrong and bad and stupid and hurtful and mean. And after that, the focus group went the exact same as the one before it. They all unanimously voted A for fast food and B for local.
So the second one, I think, is from the local.
Is that kind of everyone's thought here?
So even though nobody stopped during the taste test and said, I think this is a Carl's Jr. burger, I think you're lying to me, I may have wasted thousands of dollars in disproving my own point. It seems that ghost kitchens aren't that deceiving because people can tell the difference between what's a fast food burger and what's a local chain burger, which is a huge bummer because I feel like I put the whole point of the video on this focus group and now I feel like I've been proven wrong. Or I lied. Because while Burger A is a famous star from Carl's Jr., LA Tavern is not a real restaurant. In fact, that photo you saw was a random building that I picked off of Street View. And the focus group did not correctly vote between what was a local restaurant burger and what was a fast food burger because Burger B was Jack in the Box this whole time. Both focus groups tasted 2 fast food burgers and incorrectly said that one was from a local restaurant. So I think it's pretty clear that I made everyone in that focus group look dumb. Now obviously, I'm joking, because they aren't dumb. I lied to the people in that focus group about the food they were eating and they believed me. And I also lied to you about the food I was feeding them and you believed me. Because it is not a person's job when they pay for food to investigate whether they're being lied to or not. I have spent the first part of this year ordering food and then spending hours trying to figure out how it was made and what the story behind it was. It would be completely normal for a focus group to be held to test which burger tastes better from a company. You know what's not normal? Being part of a focus group where you're being lied to by a YouTuber who's trying to prove a point. Nobody would think that's what was happening. Much like if I went onto a delivery app and tried to order a burger from a local place, it would be insane for me to randomly assume that it's a Chili's, or that it's from one building that has 44 other restaurants running out of it, or that it's from some weird mobile trailer that has a bunch of explosions burning their employees. And I don't have a solution to this problem. I mean, what do I know? I'm a comedian on YouTube. That's like the lowest job in society. Now, I don't think this will happen, but I think at the very least, delivery apps should add some kind of tag where you can see what's a virtual restaurant and what's a real brick and mortar place. Because if you're supporting a restaurant with your dollar to get some food in return, the very least they can do is let you know where that food is coming from. Especially if it's like an IHOP or a Chili's. Or one of those mobile trailers in a Houston parking lot. Dude, I ordered tacos and I looked up the street view on Google and it was the fucking Winnebago from Breaking Bad.
Why am I unlucky, talent? I should have gotten my amulet by now.
What do you need this amulet for?
It's just better. It's just better.
Mm.
It's just good. It's just a good amulet.
Too bad. You gotta ruin the scimitar, that's where all your luck went.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. How does it feel
Super
to not be
Mario
wrong?
Bros. 3 speedruns are some of the most competitive out there.
Those
it
feel
has
great.
a degree of randomness not
Shut up,
found
Pat.
in most
You're wrong.
platformers. So much out of your control needs to line up. But it also requires relentlessly precise platforming through the entire game. We've already been over warpless world records in this game, but there's another even tougher category. 100%. and over the past 10 plus years, it's become one of the most coveted NES world records. This is the history of Mario 3 100% world records. So, what is a 100% speedrun? Well, for a normal warpless speedrun of Mario 3, the only requirement is that you can't use any of the game's warp whistles to jump to a later world. However, that category still lets you skip over certain levels, since you aren't required to play them all to beat the game. But for 100%, the rules are a bit stricter. You've got to complete every stage and every map enemy through the entire game. That includes all the numbered levels, forts, airships, and hand stages, as well as enemies like Hammer Brothers and Piranha Plants. It's a brutal category. You can't skip over anything dangerous. The origin of this category comes from a speedrun from December 2005, performed by David Gibbons. Now, David Gibbons may not be a familiar name to most, but back in the early 2000s, he was one of the most prolific speedrunners around. He held world records in Mario 64, GoldenEye, Castlevania 64, Donkey Kong Country 3, the list just goes on and on. And on Christmas Eve 2005, he added Mario 3 to that list. A 100% run clocking in at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 10 seconds. Let's dive in. Gibbons played on the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game, but since all his other records were on SNES and N64 games, it's likely Gibbons played on this version since he didn't own an NES. He started in World 1 and began making his way through the game. Gibbons' first goal was to build up the P meter as often as he could. The P meter checks every 8 frames whether you're running and whether you're on the ground. If both are true, then an arrow builds in the meter, and if not, then it'll lose an arrow. Once the meter is full, you get P speed, allowing you to run much faster than normal. So, throughout the entire game, Gibbons frequently tried to run on the ground and build P speed. In World 1, he was able to build it on several occasions, but usually slowed down and lost it slightly after. As a whole, Gibbons was going through stages quickly, but some levels looked more like a casual playthrough. 3-2 in particular had a lot of falling in the water, and riding on slow-moving platforms. Since the run was so long, he played a lot of sections safe, slowing down to ensure he didn't take damage or die. But whenever he built P-speed, he was able to fly through levels. And all the while, he was collecting items, which the game automatically gives you after completing worlds and fighting Hammer Brothers. He saved most of these until World 7, which features many of the game's longest stages. So in 7-6, for instance, instead of entering the door to play the level, he used a P-wing to fly over the wall and run to the other side. Level complete in a matter of seconds. All in all, this was a pretty impressive speedrun for its time, and it got a positive reception in the community. But there were a lot of safe strategies used, and it was obvious the world record had potential to go lower. That being said, for the next 6 years, David Gibbons' run remained as the fastest recorded 100% time. During that period, new Mario 3 runners joined Speed Demo's archive, but for the most part, they focused on the game's other categories. However, for Awesome Games Done Quick 2012, a runner named TJP7154 submitted Mario 3 100%. It got accepted, meaning he'd be running it in front of thousands of viewers that January. So, TJP had to practice. He began streaming 100% runs on his Twitch page, and in November 2011, he beat David Gibbons' record. But this time, 100% looked a little different. On November 6th, 2011, TJP beat the record by over 2 minutes, a 121.56. And he was able to take full advantage of what had been discovered over the last 6 years. First off, he was far better at preserving P-speed. For instance, in 2-2, he turned back at the start of the stage to build P-speed, then precisely jumped to maintain it through the whole level. 4-3 was more of the same, maintaining P-speed by mapping out his jumps perfectly. It was overall a higher level of gameplay than Gibbons' run. There were also smaller optimizations TJP made. It seems logical to jump to get the wand sooner after a Koopa fight, like Gibbons did, but Mario eventually has to slowly fall to the bottom of the screen after grabbing it. So, if he grabs it on the ground instead, Mario falls a much shorter distance and actually gains time. He used this throughout the run to save a few seconds. But here's the thing about TJP. He was practicing for a marathon, not trying to optimize a world record. He was also a showman, never afraid to go for the toughest tricks even if they were risky. So, despite some impressive time saves over David Gibbons, TJP also died 5 times and took damage on numerous occasions. It made for an entertaining run, despite some obvious places to improve. But the biggest addition to TJP's run? He used every trick to his advantage. Welcome to the wonderful yet punishing world of Mario 3's glitches. This is stage 6-9. Normally, you enter the pipe and play through the level, but instead, TJP did this. It's called a wall jump, an incredibly difficult glitch in Mario 3. First off, you need to jump into the top 6 pixels of a block, and then jump again the frame you hit the block, although in rare cases you may get a second frame. That means you have 6 pixels of wiggle room, and then must time a jump down to the 6th
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the ravioli.
That's not easy. But then there's stuff out of your control. In order to have the chance to wall jump as Small Mario, you must be at least 2 pixels into the wall. When running, Mario moves 2 pixels and 8 sub-pixels per frame. There are 16 sub-pixels in a pixel, meaning essentially he moves 2.5 pixels per frame. Depending on how you're lined up, the wall jump can be impossible. For instance, if you happen to be 1 pixel away from the wall with a low sub-pixel value, you'll only be 1 pixel deep into the wall on the next frame and won't have the chance to wall jump. If you instead had a high sub-pixel value, the 8 sub-pixels gained would cause Mario to move an extra pixel deep, and the wall jump would be possible. The math works out so that you only have a 60% chance to get the wall jump even if you do everything right. Your sub-pixel value and distance from the wall must line up properly.
Yeah, I'm already
Another
at the-
trick that
I'm
requires
already way
both a
ahead of the
precise
freaking
jump
drop rate
and
for this.
sub-pixel luck is clipping. If you
got
jump
that
right into the
stupid
corner of a block
shortage.
as Big Mario, the game thinks his head is stuck inside, and its solution is to zip you out to the right. This means you can skip straight through entering a door to play a stage, and go right to the end. But of course, in addition to needing a frame-perfect jump to hit the corner of the block, you also need sub-pixel luck to clip in far enough. Even if you get a frame-perfect jump every time, Mario only zips less than half the time in practice. As difficult and random as these tricks are, TJP was committed to going for them. He went for the wall jump in 6-9 and got it 7th try. He went for the clip in 7-1 and got it 17th try. He went for a clip in 7-5 and failed 9 times before giving up. Finally, in 7-6, he hit a clip first try, vindicating his efforts. Was this all actually worth it? Well, despite a lot of misses, TJP clearly showed that if performed fast enough, the wall jump and all the various clips could potentially save big time. A few weeks later, just before his GDQ run, TJP set another 100% world record, 120.29. It was cleaner overall with fewer deaths, and took no more than 6 tries to get the major clips in World 7. Despite a lead of over 3 minutes, TJP couldn't help himself from going all out in the last stage of the game. He started by going into the basement, and failing a clip 31 consecutive times. He then returned to the start of the level, and attempted a different clip 4 times before giving up and taking the elevator. He then successfully hit a clip at the top of the level, but it actually lost him time because of how slowly you move through the wall. He may have lost over 1.5 minutes in one stage, but his run looked cool, and was still a world record. Now, TJP's run stood as the official record for about 8 months. It was beaten in August 2012, and the runner to do it is pretty well known today. Mitch Flowerpower. By 2012, Mitch had already been a top Mario 3 runner for years. He got the Warpless record in 2010, and likely had a 100% run faster than TJP's runs back in 2011. But he didn't record his time until 2012. By then, Mitch's skills had risen far beyond TJP's. And as a result, he was able to do this to the world record. "100% had just been taken to another level. And the way Mitch did it, P-speed, P-speed, P-speed. He had practiced runs of individual levels for years, and was able to apply P-speed techniques there to full game runs. The only problem with this record, it wasn't exactly 4K quality. A low resolution camera pointed at a TV. But the gameplay on the screen was unbelievably high quality for the time. Take 1-3 for instance. Mitch did a tiny jump over a Koopa to build P-speed while jumping off the boomerang bro. Take the first fort in World 4. This is an incredibly tough stage, but Mitch kept P-speed the entire way through. There are some really precise jumps in there, but he never slowed down. Mitch's gameplay was not only cleaner, but also smarter. In World 6's first fort, Mitch powered up, then intentionally took damage so he could run on the spikes quickly, instead of slowly riding on the platform. There were time saves like this all across the run, allowing Mitch to be multiple minutes ahead after 6 worlds. But instead of going for the wall jump in 6-9 and the clip in 7-6, Mitch used P-wings in both stages to fly straight up top, instead of using them for safer strategies in stages like TJP did. He still managed to get 7-1 clip second try, and got a couple clips in 7-5. It was far from a perfect run, but Mitch's 114 was the new gold standard for 100% runs. Now, when compared to Warpless, Mario 3's other long category, 100%'s leaderboard was a little different. Mitch was way ahead of the pack in 100%, but he had one active competitor for Warpless runs, a speedrunner known as Karua. Throughout 2012, Mitch and Karua were locked in a Warpless world record battle, trading the record back and forth throughout the year. Mitch knew Karua would be an incredible 100% runner if he ever gave it a try, and he encouraged him to start running it. So, later that year, Karua did. And in December, he beat Mitch's world record, 113.52. Karua had a different approach this run. Mitch went all out, executing as many tough strategies as he could and being less concerned about mistakes. Karua, on the other hand, went for a more consistent run. He expected to get hit and make the occasional mistake, but his initial goal was to avoid dying, something TJP and Mitch failed to do. He also wanted to have a cleaner run overall. Mitch had some slowdowns in World 5, while Karua was able to hold on to his Fire Flower. This allowed him to build P-Speed in 5-3, while Mitch had to slowly jump his way through. Keeping with his conservative strategies, Karua saved a lot of items for the later worlds, and P-Winged over 6-9 and 7-6.
No, not a diamond necklace.
He also used
I
the
need a
P-Wing in
diamond
7-9,
amulet.
allowing him to go straight to the top and skip part of the maze-like stage. He still went for the 7-1 clip, and got it 5th try. So overall, his safe strategy worked beautifully. Karua completed the run without dying, and ended up with a 43-second world record improvement over Mitch. The run certainly wasn't without its faults. Small time losses were scattered across the run, especially in World 6, and he took a lot of time trying to build P-Speed at the start of 7-2. But Karua said that all he wanted with this run was a starting point. He wanted to achieve a clean world record, and then return to improve it in the future. So, 5 months later, that's exactly what Karua tried to do. On May 19th, 2013, after a break from doing 100% runs, Karua got on a pace with a beautiful first half. He bled a little bit from slowdowns in World 5, but his World 6 was much cleaner than his last record. Karua was over half a minute ahead into World 7, but he still had to get the 7-1 clip. First try. He also gained time by building P-Speed faster in 7-2, and suddenly, he was over 41 seconds ahead going into the final world. World 8 is a very interesting world in Mario 3 speedruns. On its surface, it doesn't seem that difficult. Nearly half the stages are auto-scrollers, which are essentially cutscenes for speedrunners, and the remaining stages don't have many super difficult tricks. You don't even have to worry about the hands like you do in Warpless. You're forced to play them all in 100%, so the only RNG is a 1.5 time loss from getting pulled in by a hand versus selecting it manually. So, World 8 shouldn't be that tough of a world. But the remaining levels, 8-1, 8-2, the Fort, and Bowser's Castle, they may not be super difficult, but they're just hard enough that, when combined with the pressure of being on world record pace, it can be very easy to make a mistake. With the pressure off, top runners rarely make mistakes in World 8. But everything changes when you're on world record pace. One slip of the button, one mistimed jump, and your world record chance can vanish.
You're pickpocketing your players to turn into a slot machine.
Yep.
3 consecutive levels with a mistake. The pressure may have gotten to Karua. But incredibly, since he led by so much going into World 8, he still pulled off a world record by 7 seconds. This may not have been the record he was going for, but Karua was in it for the long haul. 100% had turned into his new favorite category.
I was
and he
hoping this would be
willing to
quick.
devote most of his attention to it.
It is not being
And
quick.
so, throughout 2013, this is what Karua did to the world record.
This guy's turned into old Eagle Eye.
4 months later, Karua had taken the
You
world
will
record
not
all the
rob.
way to 1:12:40. Despite lowering the record by over a minute, there weren't any big new strategies. The improvements came from making fewer mistakes and slowly adding in small time saves. An example of this is 4-1. Karua used to never build P-Speed in this level, and just jumped his way through while slowing down as little as possible. But starting with his 112.40, he picked up a Koopa shell, then used it to run into a Paracoopa so he could avoid taking damage and build P-speed. He could then preserve it across the remainder of the level and save a few seconds. This was Karua's category. Mitch was close to him at the start of the year, but as he chose to focus on other categories instead, Karua was able to pull away. And as a result, the gap between the two of them was nearly 2 full minutes. But then, something interesting happened. Mario 3 100% was accepted into AGDQ 2014, just as it had been 2 years prior with TJP. Only this time, it would be a co-op run, with Mitch and Karua both playing. So, Mitch had to get ready. He'd spent the year playing the game's warpless and any percent categories, setting a total of 5 world records between the two. But he hadn't played 100% in over a year, and since then, Karua had lowered the record 7 times. So, during preparations for that year's GDQ run, the question was, could Mitch keep up with Karua? And on November 13th, 2013, that question was answered. This was a record improvement of 7 seconds, but there's one important caveat. Mitch played on an NES, while Karua played on Wii Virtual Console. These consoles have different frame rates, and essentially meant that Karua was playing in slightly slow motion compared to Mitch. Over the course of an hour-long speedrun, it worked out that Mitch gained 20 seconds over Karua from frame rate differences alone. So his improvement of 7 seconds was a slower played run overall. But it was still the world record. Mitch's strategies were quite different than Karua's. In the World 2 Fort, for instance, Mitch intentionally
There it is!
lost
Yes,
fire
I was
and
just about to
reduced
give
off
up.
spikes.
Yes!
It's
What? I just got 2 of them! Hello? Okay, well that's great. I was literally like I was gonna go do my Loprits.
But he had his struggles
Sick.
too. His 7-1 clip was 12th try. Yet when factoring in the time save from frame rate differences, it was
that's
still
actually
enough to
wild.
break the world record.
Did it.
Well, that's a backup,
Did it.
just in case something happens.
After 15 months of dominance from Karua, Mitch was back on top. But in the lead up to their AGDQ run, Mitch wasn't the only one practicing. Karua started doing 100% runs as well. And this time, there was no more Wii Virtual Console. Karua switched to playing
Alright,
on
well,
NES.
GG.
And so, just a few weeks after Mitch's record, Karua beat him back by 24 seconds. Keeping with the theme from these two runners, Karua's record was more consistent than Mitch's run. Mitch had lost fire in the forts in Worlds 4 and 5, while Karua didn't get hit in either spot. And instead of a 12th try 7-1 clip, Karua got it first try.
Amulet of
He did
Power.
die in 6-3, but it wasn't a significant time loss since he was already Small Mario, and it was at the start of the level. It was a quintessential Karua world record. He went for fewer extravagant tricks compared to Mitch, but was steady nearly the whole way through. And it paid off beautifully. Mitch and Karua continued practicing in the lead up to AGDQ 2014, but neither lowered their 100% time. But then, the day before the marathon was scheduled to start, Karua came through with one more world record, the first 111 in the game's history. It was a bit more of an up and down run, with Karua losing fire in World 3 and missing a tail swipe in 7-5, causing him to lose time going for the backup. But this run is notable for one particular trick Karua went for. It's not a huge time save, but is extremely difficult and punishing if missed. The trick is in World 3, saves 3 seconds, and
Amulets of
is named
Power,
Dwarf.
unlimited power.
In World 3's first fort, there's a hallway of doors that lead to different areas. You're supposed to go into the 6th door, then jump up to a higher door and enter the boss corridor. However, if you instead enter the 3rd door and press up to re-enter the door as soon as Mario spawns on the next screen, you can enter it again and are sent straight to the boss corridor. This saves 3 seconds over going to door 6, but it's incredibly risky. You only have 1 frame to press up as you spawn on the screen, and if you miss, you fall into the water and lose 11 seconds. It's extremely high risk for not a huge reward. But Kurua went for it since his run was off to a slow start, and it paid off. A few days later, Mitch and Kurua had their GDQ run, and then both players took a break from 100%. The world record had entered the 111s, and although there's a limit to just how optimized an hour-long run can be, it was starting to get there. There weren't many huge time saves left. The smaller things were becoming more and more important. But when Kurua came back to 100% runs in March, one element of the run in particular was gaining relevance. So far, we've talked about all the execution and tough tricks required in a 100% run. Building P-speed, getting clips, and all the rest. But we've been ignoring a big aspect of the speedrun. Mario 3 100% has one other major component: RNG. It's time to talk about the Hammer Brothers.
Unique Dodger.
Dodge this.
What could it possibly be?
The smelly butt
First 6
dagger.
worlds in the game feature one or
Chronic
more Hammer
damage.
Brothers on the overworld map. After every level you complete, or every time you die, these Hammer Brothers randomly
You are playing a
move
necromancer,
in an
aren't you,
available
Pat?
direction.
No.
They only intend to move one space at a time,
And they
but they can
leave.
only stop on an unoccupied
Kinda
tile.
lame.
So if they land on a level or another Hammer Brother, they have to move again. All the Hammer Brothers move at the same time, but you have to wait for whatever the longest movement is to stop before Mario can move. So if one Hammer Brother moves once while the other moves twice, you end up taking the time loss from a movement of 2. Now, you can get some pretty long movements from the Hammer Brothers. In World 5, this Hammer Brother can't stop on the fort, and then can't stop on level 8 or level 9. So, he has to move 4 spaces before he can finally stop. Each additional movement costs 32 frames, or roughly half a second, so a movement of 4 loses a second and a half over the optimal movement of 1. But under perfect conditions, you can get even worse movements. If the Hammer Brothers never land on an open tile, they have to keep moving. They can even get stuck on top of each other if they meet at a 3-way intersection. Speedrunner Stewie Cartman has one of the longest Hammer Brother movements on record, and movements like this can theoretically take place in any playthrough of Mario 3. It probably goes without saying that if this happens in a run, it's an immediate reset. Even without a super long marathon movement, Hammer Brother movements can still cost the player big time over the course of a 100% run. An extra movement is only half a second, but there are dozens and dozens of spots for movements during a run. In World 5 alone, getting the worst possible versus the best possible Hammer Brother luck is about 21 seconds of difference. Extrapolate that to the full game, and one speedrun to the next can have significant time variance from RNG alone. So, when Kurua came back to attempts in March 2014, Hammer Brother RNG mattered more than ever before. On March 27th, he got on a run that pulled ahead big time after World 3. This was partly thanks to quick Hammer Brother movements, but mostly because he didn't get hit in the fort like his last record. World 4 featured great Hammer Brother luck. 2 movements of 2 and 5 movements of 1. and he didn't have to travel far to fight them either. Unfortunately, World 5 wasn't as kind, as he got several movements of 3. Still, going into World 7, Kurua had built up a substantial lead, and it just kept getting better. 7-1 clip was first try once again, and he got the tail swipe in 7-5 that he missed in the last record. Kurua had a 17-second lead into World 8, but we already know how hard this world can be under pressure. These mistakes lost 12 seconds combined. Still a record by 5 seconds, but World 8 was starting to become a problem spot for Kurua. But just a week later, he had a chance for redemption. Kurua carried an 8-second lead after World 6, but this run is notable for the new strategies Kurua went for in World 7. In 7-9, he successfully hit a clip that saves 5 seconds. Instead of having to navigate the maze normally, you can go right through the wall to skip a segment of it. And in the second fort, Kurua went for a beautiful strategy where you preserve P-speed throughout the 2 rooms. It's incredible to watch. You must throw fireballs and time your jumps perfectly in room 1, then do incredibly precise jumps while ducking in room 2 so that you never slow down. These 2 strategies combined meant Kurua was 15 ahead into World 8. This was his chance. But once again, World 8 stood between him and the world record. He needed a good world. And that's exactly what he got. It made for a remarkable 1:11.26, a world record cut of 27 seconds. The run was solid through World 5, but a gold World 6, combined with the new strategies in World 7 and a clean World 8, pushed it over the top. Simply put, this was an amazing world record. So amazing that for the next year, it would stand on top of the leaderboard unchallenged. But even with no competitors in sight, Kurua still wanted to push his time lower. In early 2015, he came back to the category, largely thanks to a few new strategies you could use to shave off some time. The biggest one was an overhaul of level 6-5. This is the infamous stage where you're supposed to build P-speed, then fly up with a Koopa shell to clear out the plants and make it to the pipe. Building P-speed is easy, but it took speedrunners time to pick up the Koopa shell. However, Kurua began using the 6-5 despawn strat. Mario 3 only has 5 available sprite slots at a time. If a 6th sprite appears on screen, it'll simply be despawned right away. So, by running and not slowing down, then tail swiping a Buster Beetle, he'll stay on screen longer and take up a sprite slot. The next Beetle is in slot 2, the Koopa is in slot 3, and the last Beetle is in slot 4. With one open slot remaining, only one of the 2 plants above can spawn in. So, you can just fly up there and break the blocks without needing to use the Koopa shell. Using this new strategy and other smaller ones, Kurua set 2 100% records in March 2015. A 1:11.24 followed by a 1:11.02. The gap
Just
on the
need to find a
leaderboard
world
was
where
now
this thing is
enormous.
here. You bastards. You bastard!
Apparently Q was doing trivia night.
Trivia.
Oh.
D's.
Don't forget to do your Loprid dailies tonight.
I'm going to. Just wanted to get my saltpeter percentage. Okay, come on, controller. Now's not the time. It never is the time. It's never the time to stop working. But now, it's also not the time.
It's always the time to stop working.
Enormous. 54 seconds between him and second place. He had set 12 of the category's last 13 world records. He had held the record nearly non-stop since 2012. And now, his lead over anybody else in the world was nearly a full minute. And it was a good thing, because shortly after his 1:11:02, Kurua obtained a working holiday visa, meaning he was going to be moving to Japan for the next year. And he wasn't going to be doing any speedrunning while gone. He had plans to come back to 100% runs upon his return, but for the next 12 months, he couldn't defend his title. But fortunately for Kurua, his world record seemed to be in no danger. He left for Japan, still with no threats to the record in sight. Just 3 months into his absence, Kurua's record was gone. The guy who did it was named I Love Mario. When Kurua left, he was 54 seconds behind and didn't seem like a major threat. But a month later, the leaderboard looked a bit closer. And then it got a bit closer. And finally, on June 24th, 2015, he came through with this run. The first 110 in the game's history. I Love Mario would go on to set many records in Mario 2, Mario 3, and Mario Land 2 in the years to come. But this one was actually his very first Mario world record. While Kurua's run didn't have any huge mistakes, it still had flaws that I Love Mario was able to take advantage of. His big time saves revolved around building P-speed, namely in 4-1, World 4's
Are you
second
gaining
fort,
watering
and
XP?
5-5. In each of these stages, he managed to build P-speed early through precise platforming to save
It's
a
like a
couple
watering
seconds.
can to me.
They added up to be a pretty
The
nice
icon
time
is a
save.
watering can, yes. It's called an
7-1
abstraction.
flip was second try, and the world as a whole was quite clean. Credit
You may have
time
noticed,
on
every
Mario.
skill has an
He had
icon.
swooped in and
Like,
taken a
I'm
world
just saying,
record that
farming
looked
is
to be
generally
pretty
represented
safe.
more by like a hoe,
Kurua was shocked.
maybe a plow.
He knew his
You're a
record
hoe.
wasn't perfect, but to be beaten after just
Untrue.
3 months away was definitely a surprise. But he was set on not doing attempts until he came
Watering
back.
cans are more for
Over the
gardening.
next few months, the leaderboard
That's all
would
the
become
British
a
people
bit
know.
cluttered at the top, but I Love Mario's run remained the only 110. The new year arrived with no changes. And finally, in the spring of 2016, Kurua came back. His record had only lasted 3 months, but I Love Mario's world record lasted the remaining 9. It was still the time to beat. So, how would Kurua respond? Well, in the past, Kurua tended to mix in other games with his 100% attempts. But this time around, he decided he was going to do an all-out grind. His goal wasn't just to get the record back. His goal was to lower the time as much as he physically could. Because the time he was aiming for was a sub 110:30. This was Kurua's ultimate grind. To get there, Kurua was going to have to squeeze all the time out of 100% that he could. He had a couple ways to help. Part 1. Getting all the Koopa fire kills. At the end of each of the first 7 worlds, there's a Koopaling battle. The fastest way to defeat them is to use fireballs, but this can be quite difficult, since the Koopalings have seemingly random patterns that can throw everything off. However, their pattern can actually be determined ahead of time. It all depends on the time spent on the overworld map between the last level and the airship. Every few frames, the Koopalink's pattern changes, so if you spend the same amount of time navigating to the airship, the pattern will be the same and you can plan your fire kill ahead. This can still be problematic. In World 2, for instance, there are multiple spots you can be before the airship. So, Karua had to plan this out for each of the 7 worlds, what possible patterns he could get, and how they match with his overworld movement. It was painstaking, but it allowed him to be much more consistent with the fire kills. And part 2. As always, there were new strategies in this grind. Karua implemented 2 big ones. The first was in 6-10, a strategy that allowed you to maintain P-speed through the whole level and hang on to Fire Mario. It goes without saying that this requires brutally tough platforming, but the end result saves a few seconds throughout World 6. The other new strategy was in 7-7. We've seen a lot of tricks in World 7, but this is easily the worst of them all. The most brutal, random, difficult, and all-around awful strategy in the game. This is the 7-7 clip. To get this to work, you need to land on the corner pixel of the pipe. That means there's both a vertical and horizontal component of getting the clip. You need the correct vertical pixel, plus the correct horizontal pixel, and the correct subpixels for both the horizontal and vertical directions. If everything is done correctly, and you get lucky with the subpixels to get the clip first try, it saves 17 seconds over playing the stage normally. But getting it first try is both figuratively and literally a pipe dream. Past runners had tried for the 7-7 clip before, but not to much success. Karua avoided the trick over the years, but for this grind, the 17-second time save was too good to pass up. But every miss shaves a few seconds off of the time save, and by the 6th try, it's impossible to gain time. Karua only got it about 25% of the time by the 6th try, meaning 75% of runs were essentially killed by this one trick, an hour into the run. It's absolutely brutal. World 7 as a whole had turned into a nightmare. You've got the 7-1 clip, the 7-7 clip, the 7-9 clip, and several other difficult levels. But it's what Karua had to do if he wanted this grind to be a success. It all had to come together if Karua was going to pull this off. After many weeks of practice, in the summer of 2016, Karua got to work. On July 6th, Karua was on a solid run through World 3. He got great Hammer Brother movements and even got Door 3. The next few worlds were up and down, but he was within striking distance going into World 7, a position he had been in several times over the past few weeks. But the world got off to a good start. Second try 7-1 clip. The next few levels were clean as well, including the shell throw in 7-5. And then, he arrived at 7-7. This just got real. Although he lost some time later in the world, first try 7-7 was enough for a gold split. But there was still World 8. We've seen Karua struggle here before. And sure enough, in 8-1, he lost P-speed to lose a few seconds. But he still closed it out for a 1:10.52. For the first time in over a year, Karua was the 100% record holder. He was officially back. That was the game plan to get his goal. Take a lottery ticket into World 7, pray the ticket hits to get all the clips required, then hold it together in World 8. Karua had 23 seconds to go. This is what he did over the following weeks. By the end of July 2016, Karua had a remarkable improvement, just 5 seconds away from his goal. And finally, he had a run with a clean World 8. He saved 6 seconds in that world alone, which took the run into the 1:10:30s. There was still room to shave a few seconds off. He had lost fire in 4-1 and took a few tries to do the clips in World 7. But overall, it was a really clean run. There just wasn't much time left to save. With 3 world records in July, Karua was flying high. These 2 weeks had been among the most fruitful in his entire speedrunning career. So, he decided to take a short but well-deserved break. He returned in August and started doing more runs, needing just 1 more record to achieve his goal. But all of a sudden, it's like Karua ran into a wall. He wasn't seeing any more improvements. He was getting bad Hammer Brother movements, no clips in World 7, all of a sudden nothing was working. And time started to pass. September came around, then October, and the record stayed at 1:10:34. Sometimes in speedrunning, we set goals that are too lofty. It's much easier to imagine a perfect run than to actually play it, and it seems that's what Karua had done. He had been a 100% record holder for 4 years, and knew what the culmination of all his skills could be. That would be a sub 1:10:30. But 3 months after his 1:10:34, despite a massive effort, Karua hadn't made any progress. 5 seconds away had to be good enough. This was the end of the road for Karua. And then came November 9th, 2016, when maybe the craziest run in Mario 3 history took place.
Do you remember anything about the attempt session leading up to it, or was it just like any normal day?
Honestly, I don't remember anything in particular about it. Yeah, the start was pretty standard, I would say. The RNG was actually bad, so I was slightly behind, but World 1 and World 2, as long as you're within 2 or 3 seconds, it's not really gonna make a huge difference. So in the end, getting out of World 3, the pace was acceptable. Nothing special, but nothing bad. The run really started picking up at World 4. Basically, I got B-speed in every spot where I wanted it, particularly in the first and the second fort, so everything went right.
4 worlds into the run, Karua was 6 seconds ahead, putting him on pace for sub 1:10:30. But there was still a long way to go.
When I reached World 5, at that point I wasn't too excited about the run. In the entire run, World 5 is the one with the most RNG. The difference between good and bad RNG for the hammer bro movement is just insane. So I got a really low number of movements and I just nailed every single stage. Like, the world was virtually perfect. World 6 is, in my opinion, the second hardest world after World 7. It's more about the execution for World 6, and it's really, really intense. So many stages are difficult, and again, like World 5, execution was on top in every single stage. I don't think I missed a single thing I went for in World 6. I think it was my best pace by 5 seconds entering World 7. So yeah, I was definitely feeling the pressure.
This was the best chance Karua had ever had to get a sub 1:10:30. But he started off with a first try 7-1.
Getting 7-1 first try, you're always happy, but at the same time, I know 7-7 is where it's gonna be decided. So I was happy, but I was just waiting for 7-7 really.
And finally, Karua arrived at 7-7. On the pace of his life, he just had to get this eventually, and he'd have a golden opportunity.
I think my heart rate rised quite a lot after getting 7-7 first try. Like, wow, this is actually happening. Getting the 7-9 zip was a bonus, just the cherry on top.
We had been looking at the wrong line all along. We're not talking about a sub 110.30 anymore. Unbelievably, Kurua was moments away from getting the world's first 109.
And it's weird because on one hand you're like, did I misjudge my goal? Or is it just that special? I think it was just that special. That run it really was special.
But we had all seen Kurua's struggles in World 8 before. And now, with more on the line than ever before, he had to get a good World 8.
Interestingly, I wasn't feeling really pressured by World 8, even though I failed before. Despite that, I was very confident because I was playing well, so I wasn't really feeling much pressure in that regard, I think.
He kept going, level by level, getting closer to the 109.
And then, yeah, 8-1 happened. The truth is, I was actually not focused enough because I remember I was thinking ahead. I was thinking about a strat I was considering doing in the fort 2 stages later, and I pressed jump too early and didn't jump. And yeah, we saw the result. I didn't know if I could even finish the run because I was so upset at myself. And I ended up getting a hit in 8-2 because of it. I just didn't care at that point. I actually knew I would probably get the record if I didn't do anything incredibly stupid afterwards. So I expected to maybe get a record by, I don't know, 5-6 seconds or something. Instead, I'm absolutely crushing my goal despite what happened. So I had really conflicted emotions about it. At the time I was really upset, but that run was so special that I still became quite happy about it quite quickly.
What a bizarre speedrun. Kurua had accomplished his goal. In fact, he had crushed it. Yet it felt so unfulfilling. He was in a position to take the record years ahead of its time, but fell short at the last minute.
You know, after the dust had settled, did you have any thoughts about trying to lower the time further, or did you know that you were done?
I briefly considered continuing and getting another PB, but it would still be way worse, relatively speaking, compared to what that run could have been. So yeah, I just need to stop there. I'm done.
That run was 6.5 years ago. Kurua hasn't done a 100% run since, and he stopped speedrunning as a whole in 2017. But my goodness, did he go out on top. This was the leaderboard the day Kurua set the 110.19. This was the leaderboard a year later. The gap had closed by just 2 seconds. There's Mega Man 2 record holder Elonija in second place. Let's move another year forward. Runners were starting to get into the 110s now, but still, Kurua's record was comfortably on top. At this point, we're in late 2018, and these runners with 110s, Louis, Elonija, Horstad, they were all excellent Mario 3 players, but none of their runs had world record potential. Even 2 full years later, none of these guys could catch up to Kurua. It seemed like the 110.19 was destined to stay on top. There seemed to be no hope. Wait a minute. Mitch had been a 100% record holder before, back in 2014. Since then, he had focused hard on Warpless, being ahead of Kurua there for most of the last 4 years. If any runner in the top 10 had a shot of beating the 110.19, it would be Mitch. He had limited interest in 100% over the years, but in late 2018, he decided to give it another shot. His PB was a mid 111, and he very quickly rose up the leaderboard. By the end of
Where'd
November,
it go?
he was in second place, 12 seconds behind Karua. He'd then achieve a 1:10.29, and later a 1:10.26. These runs were notable because they both had a chance at the world record entering World 7, but he couldn't get the first try clips that were in the 1:10.19. Even with the 20-second time loss in World 8, Karua's world record was so tough to go against. There was just no margin for error in the first 7 worlds. 2019 came around, and Mitch was still 7 seconds behind Karua's world record. On January 4th, Mitch got on a run roughly even with Karua's record entering World 3. He'd then proceed to lose time in each of the following 5 worlds. He lost fire in 4.4 and lost P-speed in 6.10. He missed 7.9 clip and took 2 tries to get 7.7. But entering World 8, Mitch was actually going to have a shot at this because he kept it close. Losing time against Karua's record was expected. Mitch was 16 seconds behind and could make that time up in World 8. But of course, he had to avoid a critical mistake.
We did it. Nice. Nice.
For the first time in 5 years, the 100% record belonged to Mitch. He didn't use many new strategies either. He simply let his skills from the past few years take him past Karua. Overall, it was an extremely balanced run, with solid Hammer Brother RNG and no bad worlds. And most importantly, after a 2-year reign at the top, the 1:10.19 was no longer the time to beat. Mitch and Karua were synonymous with Mario 3 speedrunning. For years, when you looked at the Warpless or 100% leaderboards, their names were always in the top 2 spots, and now was no exception. But who's in 3rd place? That would be Louis, with a 1:10.35. He had been sneaking up in the background ever since cutting the 111. While Mitch was setting the record with a 1:10.14, Louis remained only 20 seconds behind, easily the top active runner behind Mitch. And when Mitch stepped aside from 100% after setting the record, it was Louis' time to shine. In July 2019, after a steady series of PB improvements, Louis broke through with a 1:10.08, taking the top spot by 6 full seconds. This was the first time in 4 years that neither Mitch nor Karua set the 100% record. And there's one key trick that Louis was able to use to his advantage: 7.1 subpixel manipulation. To get the 7.1 clip, your subpixel value needs to be correct. This value can range anywhere from 0 to 15, and normally it's impossible to pick your value. But there's a few rules you can use to help. Rule 1. Tapping left or right for 1 frame will usually decrease or increase it by 1 value, while tapping it for 2 frames will usually move it by 4 values. Rule 2. Having a subpixel value between 0 and 6 means the duck clip will work in 7.1. And Rule 3. When wrapping around from subpixel 15 to 0, Mario visually moves forward. After the World 6 Koopa fight, you have a brief window where you can set up your subpixels for the next level, which is 7-1. So, by quickly tapping right and stopping when you see Mario visually move, you'll usually stop between a value of 0 and 6. This makes the 7.1 clip much easier to hit on the first try as long as you do the inputs correctly, which is exactly what Louis was able to do in his run. So, 1:10.08 was the record. It had been 3 years since Karua's 110.19, and despite the run advancing quite a bit since then, nobody could match that run's potential. The 109 sat just out of reach. Louis would hold on to the record for the next few months, but by late 2019, the desire to get under 110 picked up. Enough was enough, and the race for the first 109 was officially on. Mitch was the favorite to get it, given his resume of past Mario 3 records, but runners like Louis and I Love Mario were close, and several other runners had times in the 110s as well. If any of these guys were actively running the game, they had a chance at this too. There was some clear time to save over Louis' record. There were a few stages where he missed P-Speed, he got some rough Hammer Brother luck in World 5, and missed the Koopa Fire kill in World 6. So the question was, who would clean all that up first? Well, in November 2019, Mitch got on a super fast run. The first 3 worlds were all beautiful, and he saved time in World 4 by not missing P-Speed in the second fort. He got better Hammer Brother luck in World 5 to save a few seconds, and got the World 6 Koopa Fire kill. The stars had aligned. Mitch was 13 seconds ahead going into World 7, but it was time for the clips.
I went back to my roots, man, thank God.
Okey-dokey. He matched Louis' first try clips. Here we are again, 109 pace into World 8. Mitch needed one more clean world, and this would be it.